Good morning everybody and welcome along to Lydden Hill for a packed day of rallycross action here at the home of the sport. It's time for the annual two-wheel drive Superprix, a combination of the Five Nations British Rallycross Championship and the BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross Championship as well. A full paddock packed full of variety from a host of different classes under sunny skies. We're set for a really jam-packed day of rallycross action here at the circuit. I'm Dan Wright. I'll guide you through the action across the course of the day, and we've just seen practice, so all of the entries have gone through their practice runs and we're about to start our first qualifiers very shortly. We have over 80 entries here today for this one day only meeting. 55 plus races to get through before the 6 p.m. curfew, so loads to cram in, lots to look forward to, and a very busy and colourful paddock. If you haven't wandered through there already, do take a look across the course of the day, because there's cross cars, there's super retro machines, there's Suzuki Swifts, there's a complete variety of one-make rallycross cars through to the super retro machines, and a complete variety out on the circuit. We have got one more practice run to get through actually before we do go racing, and that's for the cross car juniors. So the cross car juniors will be heading out for their last practice run. Just to run you through the last of the practice order, Will Ovenden's been quickest so far today. He did a 46.294. So Will Ovenden's been the quickest driver from all of the practice runs we have seen so far. Will Ovenden quickest. Brad Turner second fastest in his cross car, and third fastest on one lap pace is Fred Ling. So Fred Ling breaking up the cross car fight at the top of the field. Fred's fastest of the normal type rallycross cars, say it that way, but Fred in his Fiesta is third fastest. James Constantine fourth, and rounding out the top five was Teddy McPherson. That's how the practice order is laid out, but we're seeing now the junior cross cars go through for their practice runs, and then we'll be moving into our first races fairly shortly with the junior Suzuki Swift. So we've got a lot to get through. We've got practice to conclude now, then it'll be Q1, the first qualifying runs of the day, followed by Q2 at 11:35. We'll break for lunch at about 12:50, scheduled for an hour until 1:50, when we restart with Q3 for the first of the afternoon qualifiers. The semi-finals will follow at 3:15 for the classes which need it, so that's the super retros mainly, and then into the all-important finals right at the end of the day. Great to see such a packed paddock. We've got drivers from across the channel making their way here to the circuit today. We've got drivers from Germany, Holland and Belgium as well, joining the British regulars at this annual gathering of the BTRDA and the Five Nations British Rallycross Championship here at Lydden Hill. So we'll let you enjoy the conclusion of practice, and we're back shortly with the start of our first races with the junior Suzuki Swifts. Our first race of the day then. We've got more than 55 of these to get through across the course of the two-wheel drive Superprix in 2026. So lots to cram in, and we're going to kickstart with the Motorsport UK Junior Rallycross Championship and the BTRDA Juniors as well. So a combined grid, all in Suzuki Swifts, and on pole position it's local racer number 631 Phoebe Cake returning to Junior Swifts for this weekend. Ethan Miles alongside in 87 on his second start at Lydden, another local racer from Tilmanston. See how Ethan gets on. And on the outside, making it an all Kentish front row, is Billy Hands in number 23, the man from Betherston. See how Billy gets on in his second season. He's currently the championship leader, so watch for Billy in the bright green with the red on the roof and the sides. And in row 2 we find Tommy Brown, the highest placed returning driver from 2025, and our sole BTRDA competitor is Oscar Cooper in 42. The Lydden maintenance team have been busy throughout the build up to this event and this morning. They're watering the track now, so the track's freshly watered. We're ready to go with a 4-lap race for Q1 for the Junior Rallycross Championship. All of these drivers are aged just between 13 and 17. The youngest drivers in the paddock, but they produce some of the closest racing as well. So we look forward to Suzuki Swift Juniors about to get going. Phoebe Cake on her return to the category 631 will start on pole, and we'll see the next generation of rallycrossers coming through the ranks here with the combination of both the junior from the British Championship and from the BTRDA series as well. Started life as the Minis years ago, back in the early 2000s. It's transformed into Suzuki Swifts a good few years ago now, and still a good healthy grid on the start line on Canterbury Straight. Still, it's Will Ovenden who was quickest throughout practice, so practice is now in the books. That is complete. Some of the entries we've got in the variety of classes this weekend is really strong. There is a whole host of retro machinery in the Super Retro and the Retro Rallycross Championships. They're going to be combined with the classics from the BTRDA series as well for the heats, so there will be packed grids of historic rallycross machinery. Lots to look forward to. We've got new names. Rick Mays making his debut in a Toyota Starlet in the Retro Rallycross Championship this weekend. Returning faces out there as well as the familiar faces which we enjoy from the Retro series across the country and across the year. They are here, and it's a points-paying weekend. Unlike the Lydden Legends Festival a month or so ago now, there are points on the line here at Lydden Hill today, and not too many rounds left to go in the 2026 season. So there is lots to play for in this one-day shootout here at the two-wheel drive Superprix. No supercars this weekend. The sole focus is on two-wheel drive rallycross machinery. The best of Britain is here, and a real great combination of both the Clubman's Championship and the Five Nations series as well. The Lydden Hill tractors reversing into position over at Chessons. We are set to go green then. Phoebe Cake on pole in 631. Ethan Miles in the middle on 87. Billy Hands on the outside in 23, with Tommy Brown in 18 and Oscar Cooper in 42. We're ready to race. 4 laps of action ahead of us for the Suzuki Swifts. Race 1 of the day is go, and it's a great start from Billy Hands, smoking those tyres off the line in number 23 as he charges down into the Talladega Chesson sequence for the first time. And Billy, the championship leader coming into this weekend, has the lead. There's a bit of contact behind though, and dramas going up into Chessons. We've got Ethan Miles and Oscar Cooper involved. Bumpers have come loose on the Suzuki Swifts. They're in strife already. Oscar Cooper's got damage on the front of his car, but the leaders are continuing on their way through the Devil's Elbow. It's Billy Hands with the lead then, Tommy Brown behind him, Phoebe Cake's involved as well, but Oscar Cooper not moving from Chesson, so we might get at least a yellow flag in this one, because Oscar Cooper's rather battle-scarred Suzuki is stranded on the loose surface at Chessons, waiting for the official side, and red flags fly, so red flags are out. Our opening race of the day, a lot to get through, so many races, so many entries, and it hasn't started well with the red flag at the very first corner. But Oscar Cooper's car sadly stranded, and the officials have no choice really but to call this one early. Phoebe Cake's got damage in 631. There's damage too on Ethan Miles's car, but the Oscar Cooper machine came off worse. Oscar is a second generation rallycrosser. Dad Ryan's raced in the mini championship in the BTRDA and the Five Nations, but sadly Oscar's day has started badly. The good thing about rallycross though, you can get back out, get the car repaired, get back out and get some heats under your belt, and you still could get into the final, and anything can happen there. So Oscar's day, I'm sure, will not be over just yet, but there is quite a bit of damage to that front right, and he's going to need a full lift, so it might be a little bit too big an ask to get him back out. We'll wait and see. The rest of the field will come back round onto the Canterbury Straight, and we're back with the rerun of the Junior Suzuki Swifts and the Clubman's Juniors very shortly, once Oscar Cooper's car is recovered from Talladega. So Oscar Cooper's car being recovered, or has been recovered, from the Talladega on the old Chestnut's drift sequence, and our grid has shrunk slightly because we've lost Phoebe Cake with damage to her front left corner. So too Ethan Miles had contact at the same point of the car. So Ethan and Phoebe's Cake are now being checked over by the scrutineers. They've been sent back to the paddock. So it does leave us with the two starters, and it will be Billy Hands in the number 23 car, the bright green, and in the grey is Tommy Brown. the Essex racer in number 18. So the two real pace setters up there in the championship on circuit together, and we'll see who comes out on top in this one. Sadly, we're down to the two, but it's a fight between the green and the grey. We look towards the timing line and we get ready to go up towards the starting gantry. Ready to race light comes on. And we are away then with race number 1, take 2 for the junior Suzuki Swifts. And again, Billy Hands does get a very good start. He joined this championship last year, aged just 13, and he has improved his racecraft and built his confidence throughout the events. And Billy now is going to try and use all of that to keep Tommy Brown at bay. Tommy, the highest placed returning driver from 2025, an event winner in this category. So let's wait and see who gets the better of the two here. It only takes 2 cars to make a race, and we might see that just here because it's the green in the hands of Tommy Brown, Billy Hands, against Tommy Brown in the grey. They go up into North Bend through the hairpin for the first time, and we are seeing that grey machine behind closing in on the fast starting green and red entry of Hands. Into the Joker section they go then. So that's the mandatory section. Every driver's going to have to do that at some point during each race, excluding the retros. So the retros and the classics will be sticking to the normal traditional rallycross circuit throughout the course of this meeting, but the juniors and all of the other classes from the cross cars and everything in between are all going to be going into that Joker section. If they forget to do it, they'll pick up a 30-second penalty. So it is crucial that drivers get that longer Joker lap completed as Billy Hands goes through the left-hander of the elbow. This is quite a crucial point of the race here because Tommy Brown's jokered. Hands might want to go this time through to try and cover him off and ensure he comes back out ahead of his rival through the North Bend hairpin then. Tommy's looking fast behind. The green wheeled machine is coming down Hairy Hill and into the Joker. So Billy does respond then. He's going to try and cover off Tommy Brown behind him, but he's going to have his work cut out because the Essex racer is on the inside and he might pass his Kentish rival. Or has Billy Hands got enough in hand? He has. Billy's got his hands full, but he is still ahead of Tommy Brown as they stand, and Brown into the right-hander of Talladega. The grey machine is right on the rear bumper of the green and red entry of Billy Hands, but the championship leader then still has the advantage up over the tabletop. Sadly, we lost 3 Suzuki Swifts at the very start, but we're into this final 2, and it's Billy Hands versus Tommy Brown, Kent versus Essex as they go up Hairy Hill then for what is the penultimate time. We have a mile and a half still to go of our opening junior rallycross race of the day, and these two are absolutely locked together then. The two teenagers come down Hairy Hill then for the penultimate time. It's still Hands in the green colours. He's done also grass racing previously. He's got experience on the ovals, but rallycross is fairly new to him, and he's using all of his experience to try and keep Tommy Brown at bay. Great stuff between the two of them. On to our final lap then. 1 mile left to go of Lydden Hill Rallycross Circuit, and there's nothing between them. It's an 8-wheeled Suzuki as it goes through Talladega for the final time, past the flags and up over the jump. Tommy Brown's running out of time, but he's getting increasingly impatient now. He wants to make the move on Billy, and Billy is trying his utmost to keep him at bay. Into the devil's elbow then. There's a bit of contact between the two of them. They touch, they rub as they go through the left-hander. They climb Hairy Hill together, and our first race of the day here at the two-wheel drive Superprix. Completely depleted grid, but that doesn't matter. And Tommy Brown's going round the outside then. Brown high and wide. He's trying to make the move. They come down Hairy Hill. This is the final time. Billy Hands is going to keep his foot in. They come down Hairy Hill into Paddock Bend. Billy's on the inside, Brown on the outside, but Tommy swoops around the outside. Great stuff from the junior racers, and Tommy Brown wins the first race of the day here at the two-wheel drive Superprix. Brilliant stuff from the juniors. Tommy and Billy take a bow. Great stuff. Dramas at the start. We lost 3 of our 5 starters, but great action between the two of them. And it's Tommy Brown then who wins Q1, the opening race of the day here at the two-wheel drive Rallycross Superprix. Billy Hands settles into second spot, and we can guarantee we'll have bigger grids next time out. But That's good close racing from the two remaining runners in the group. A bit of contact through the elbow, but great respect between the two teenagers, and we look forward to more of that across the course of the meeting. Cross cars and juniors, cross car seniors are our next competition out onto circuit. Our first time today we see the buggy category. We should see some excellent racing from this group across the course of the weekend, and it's Brad Turner who comes down onto pole position in the number 61. He will be our pole sitter. Brad's been rapid in this category in recent times, and he is definitely one to keep a close eye on. Stephen Jones in the middle of row one, he's going to be in the RX 150. James Constantine will be our pole sitter. James in the number 8 MSD colours. Will Ovenden was fastest in practice, and he starts on the second row in number 5 alongside Ben Hardy in 169, a former champion in the RX 150 division. Very big grid. Row 3, number 18. Number 48, sorry, at the back row. That's Todd Crooks. Todd making his start in cross cars for this weekend. Number 33, Liam Duran. Great to have Liam here in the cross cars alongside Teddy McPherson. A brilliant grid of cross cars here. Miles Blewett starts from the back row alongside Caden Harris. That is a packed grid of cross cars. Star drivers, teenage racers, a former European Championship event winner in the form of Liam Duran. Absolute star of the rallycross world is here on the grid for the two-wheel drive Superprix. 4 laps ahead, and they've put all of the cross cars together. So this should be a huge grid to kickstart Q1. Two-wheel drive Superprix then is about to really kick off here with the cross cars and the RX 150s. Look towards the timing line as we get ready to go. Do we get a delayed start? I think we do, because the marshal comes out from beneath our commentary tower here on the Canterbury Straight, and we do get a delayed start. So it will be James Constantine on pole in the cross car, the 850cc Yamaha engine against the Honda-powered RX 150 alongside the 1000cc RX 150 of Stephen Jones, and Brad Turner in his life live on the outside of row 1 in 61. Paul Fowler, the start line marshal, ensuring they are in the correct position, but Brad Turner is waving and wanting attention on the start line. So Brad in number 61 has an issue. He's our championship leader. Brad's 20 points clear at the top of the standings, and he's just being pushed back into his grid slot. So that was only a minor issue for Brad. Just rolled forward at that aborted start and has now been pushed back into position. So no dramas. We should be going this time through. Brad Turner, then your championship leader from the outside of row 1, is going to try and lead them down into Talladega. We're ready to race this time. We're green and go, and a very busy grid of cross cars and RX 150s blast away from the line. It's James Constantine, the North Yorkshire racer, who has the early advantage down into the Talladega banking. Brad Turner settles into second spot. Liam Duran's already in the thick of it in the 33. Will Ovenden fighting for fourth, with Stephen Jones currently in third spot. Teddy McPherson in 119 comes up into fourth, grabbing the place away from Will Ovenden, but it's James Constantine who does the early leading. Ovenden and McPherson go wheel to wheel through Devil's Elbow, but it's Constantine in the MSD colours who has the lead. Lockups behind Will Ovenden, and Liam Duran are running close in the middle of the pack. Ben Hardy's in there as well. All action from the cross cars and RX 150s, and the leading drivers stick to the normal route. Constantine in 8, 61 of Brad Turner. Will Ovenden goes joker, followed by Ben Hardy as our leaders come into Talladega. Todd Crooks in 84 and Caden Harris in 84 getting his joker complete as well. But it's Constantine who leads, the former junior Swift racer, wheeling up over the tabletop. He has the advantage at the minute. McPherson third, Brad Turner settling into second spot. Best of the RX 150s is Stephen Jones in number 19. The Jones is ahead of Liam Duran as they go into North Bend hairpin for the second time. Jones, Duran and Ovenden very close. There they are through the North Bend hairpin. Liam Duran in a life-live entry, number 33, the usual number for Liam. You can definitely tell it's him behind the wheel, and he's going joker this time. So into the joker lap goes Liam Duran, then trying to find some clear circuit if he can. Duran goes joker, so too behind him does the 48 of Todd Crooks. So Todd's gone joker, but Will Ovenden is trying to make a move if he can on Stephen Jones for what is fourth place. It's still James Constantine who leads, who's yet to take the joker lap. Teddy McPherson is now up into second spot, and Will Ovenden comes up the inside of Stephen Jones and he gets the move done. Great stuff from the 20-year-old from Addison, but Stephen Jones has more power in a straight line, and the RX 150, which is quicker than the crosscar, does get back past. So Stephen Jones then, with the more power in a straight line, you'll see the advantage of the RX 150, but it's around the corners really where those little crosscars can really throw the 850cc machines around, and Will sticks to the normal line. Stephen Jones goes joker this time, and so too does Teddy McPherson. So it's James Constantine who leads this one. Brad Turner still in second position. Will Ovenden in third, with Teddy McPherson behind him into fourth spot. Up over the tabletop comes Constantine, who's still yet to joker. On to our final lap now, and still joker laps need to be played out as Stephen Jones and Liam Duran are again together on circuit. Both of them have done the longer joker route, but this man, James Constantine, is yet to. He needs to go into that longer section and will try and re-emerge with the race lead. Into the joker he goes. Brad Turner's on the inside line. He's probably in the box seat here to challenge for the lead. They come up to the timing line, and Brad Turner then it is in 61 who comes through with the race win. Brad Turner wins it in the 61. James Constantine in number 8 is in a second spot. Third for Will Ovenden in the number 5. Stephen Jones was best of the RX 150s in number 19, ahead of Liam Duran in the number 33 in 5th. 6th spot, second of the RX 150s, the 169 of Ben Hardy. Todd Crooks was 7th in 48, ahead of Caden Harris in the 84. Miles Blewett, a late entry, is 9th, and our final finisher, what happened to Teddy McPherson at the end there? Classified as 10th. So McPherson classified as our final finisher. If it goes through North Bend hairpin, it's still Brad Turner who wins it. So Turner wins by 0.7 of a second. First crosscar race, with a drama at the end there. Pick up what's happening through North Bend hairpin, but it's Brad Turner who wins them with a 0.7 clear of James Constantine in number 8. Our third fastest, Will Ovenden in Cube 1. Minis will be out next for our BTRDA race, and there was a really big grid. I thought we might split the cross cars and RX 150, such a big entry, but they throw them all out on circuit for our first race of the day for that group. It's the Minis up next, joined by the Five Nations Suzuki Swifts. A combination then of the Five Nations Suzuki Swifts and the BMW Minis from the BTRDA Rallycross Championship. Next grid is Graham Ives on his Rallycross debut, who starts on pole position. The man from Folkestone, he starts on pole in 83. Alongside is Wesley Wickens in 51. The two similar liveries. Callum Scott in 52. The Sittingbourne racer starts on row 2 with Warren Salter in the treble 7 car. Leah McManus starts on row 3 in 299. Now Leah from Ireland, very quick indeed. We'll see how she goes in the BTRDA Minis. Further back we then find the start of the Suzuki Swifts. In this combined grid we've got a mixture of supercharged Mini Coopers and the Suzuki Swifts from the Five Nations British Rallycross Championship put onto one combined grid, and it's Scott Parker in number 66, who will start on pole position. He's hired one of the Peter Gwyn Motorsport cars for this weekend, and he starts on pole for the Suzukis. Alongside him, a returning surname at least to Rallycross, in the form of Bean. That's Danny Bean, the son of Johnny, younger brother of Charlie, both regular Suzuki Swift racers in Rallycross. Great to have the name back on the grid, and it's Danny Bean who starts on second on the grid in the Suzukis. And the final row, we find Phil Seath in number 80, the Lydden-based farmer. He lives just a 5-minute drive from the circuit. Ollie Hooper, who's in the Lydden Hill hire car. And our final starter, Gary Harvey in 484. Gary works as a recovery truck driver here at Lydden. He knows the circuit very well indeed, but he hasn't competed in Rallycross here before. So let's keep an eye on Gary in 484 from the very back of the grid. A busy front-wheel drive Rallycross groups. We've got 2 groups on circuit, Minis and the Swifts, and Graham Ives is too keen to get going. The Amber Rescue car is gonna, I fear we're picking up a penalty for an aborted start, but we'll wait and see. The Folkestone racer on his first start in Rallycross, making his debut here at his first start at Lydden in the car for Graham. And number 83 Amber Rescue car is going to be picking up a double joker lap penalty. So sadly for the Enzo Motorsport racer, the 43-year-old from Folkestone has got his work cut out now, because on his first Rallycross outing at his home circuit at least, he's got to do 2 joker laps. That's the penalty that will be applied to these groups, the Minis and all the cross cars. The Retros won't be doing a joker, so they'll just be pushed back down the starting grid further back to the towards the paddock and have to fight their way through the order. We've got one door open on a car at the very back of the grid. That's Gary Harvey on his first start in the Suzuki, but hopefully will soon be ready to go. Interesting to compare the pace of these two here on circuit. The supercharged Minis against the 1.6 litre Suzuki Swifts. Combined for 4 laps. We're ready to race. And we're away. Graham Ives then from pole position doesn't get the best of starts. It's Wesley Wickens, the star of the BMW Mini Championship, who has the early lead. Looks like Callum Scott's trying to go with him though, right around the outside. And Callum, another man who works here at Lydden Hill on the recovery team. The Lydden Hill recovery team has all gone racing this weekend pretty much. There's dramas behind. Graham Ives and Warren Salter come together. Ives off the side of the jump. Warren Salter now up into 3rd spot. Graham Ives' race, sadly after a jump start and then a drama, has not gone the way he had planned. But it's Wesley Wickens who's doing the early leading up into North Bend Hairpin, with Callum Scott behind him in 52. Callum is a newcomer to the BMW Mini scene. This is his first Rallycross race here at Lydden. Graham Ives is going nowhere, sadly. He's going up Hairy Hill very slowly. Callum's gone joker, so Scott goes into the longer route. 2nd generation Rallycrosser Dad Darren will be out in the Super 1600 Suzuki Swift fairly soon. Graham Ives is trundling up Hairy Hill and his race is done, but it's all eyes on the front really, because Wesley Wickens is trying to scamper away with Callum Scott behind him in the number 52 car up over the tabletop. Liam McManus running well in 3rd. Best of the Suzukis is Danny Bean, so the regular kart racer, a very bright livery. He's gone for the colours of the race helmet, trying to match those with the livery on the car, and the ex-Rob Maynard machine looking very smart indeed as it goes into North Bend Hairpin. Behind Liam McManus, who's going through the hairpin now. Danny Bean there next up, best of the Suzuki Swifts, ahead of Phil Seath. Warren Salter's involved in the battle amongst the Suzukis, but Callum Scott is lapping nicely. He is looking quick in 2nd spot. He's currently 3 seconds adrift of Wesley Wickens. Will he be able to close the gap? And when Wesley goes into the longer joker route, Callum may be able to challenge for the race lead, but they go into Devil's Elbow this time. Wickens is the fastest driver on circuit with a 49.8. So Wesley is quickest of all, but Callum Scott behind him is looking pretty quick. Danny Bean still best of the Suzuki Swifts further back. Liam McManus running in 3rd place. but the leaders come down Harry Hill together. Wesley Wickens still sticking to the normal line, so Wesley's going to leave it until the last then in 51, and Callum Scott's gone grass tracking across the chicane. He's lost time there, missing the chicane section. Liam McManus in 299 still in third spot, with the Danny Bean number 23 coming back out of his joker, re-emerging in fourth, but Wesley Wickens is still our race leader. We're on to now the final lap of action here at Lydden Hill for the opening BMW Mini and Suzuki Swift race, and we wait to see who will come out on top between the orange K-Seal sticker car of Wesley Wickens or Callum Scott in the black and Dayglow yellow colours in second position. This is the final lap then. We're into the last few metres, and Wesley Wickens goes joker. Will he have enough in hand to come out ahead of Callum Scott? Wesley's looking pretty decent at the minute. He is going to do it. He comes out in 51 and takes the win. Callum Scott though, great stuff from Callum, really pushing on, a full attack push on style from Callum, leaving no, he's really putting a good effort on circuit. He's really throwing the Mini around, and good to see Callum on track in the number 52. He is a second adrift of Wes Wickens, but he set the fastest time of the session. Wesley Wickens wins on circuit. Fastest lap of the session went to Callum Scott. Liam McManus third. Danny Bean was best of the Suzuki Swifts in fourth spot, ahead of Warren Salter. Phil Seath in number 80 who comes through in sixth spot, ahead of Ollie Hooper in the Lydden Swift. Scott Parker eighth, and our final finisher Gary Harvey in the 484. So Gary was our last finisher. We lost Graham Ives, unfortunately, in the Amber Rescue Mini, but Wesley Wickens takes the win in the first throws of this event, takes the win for the BMW Minis, just ahead of newcomer to the class, Callum Scott. Crosscar Juniors, a new category for 2026, is next up, and we've got the familiar livery of Phoebe Cake's car 493 starting on pole, but it's George Edinburgh, the newcomer to British Rallycross this year. He switched from Suzuki Swift into Crosscars for this weekend, and George, the reigning racer, has gone well in this category before. Alongside him is the number 43 of Ethan Hooker, and we were due to have out on circuit Jackson Blewett as well, but Jackson's not made it out. So we've got the two starters in the junior cross cars. We're away, and it's a good start from Edinburgh from pole position in 493. He will take the fight, that is for sure, to Ethan Hooker in 43, but it's Edinburgh who leads them down into Talladega banking for the first time. It's a two-car race with the loss of Jackson Blewett in 25. So Jackson's had an issue following practice, but it's an early race lead then for blue and orange colours of Edinburgh through the Devil's Elbow. He comes for the first time. Now these cross cars, the new category, they are a smaller engine capacity than the seniors, as you would expect. The seniors have an 850cc Yamaha MT-09 engine. The juniors use a 700cc MT-07. So there's a smaller capacity. They're 90 to 95 brake horsepower these cars chuck out, and they are a good first step for junior drivers to go rallycross racing. A good way into the sport, because you can buy this chassis as a junior car and just switch the engine over for when you step up to seniors. So it's a good investment if drivers are wanting to get involved in rallycross competition. You can buy the car as a junior and then just switch the engine over and step up into the bigger grid of the seniors. It's a small grid at the minute because it's just at the very early shoots. It's the start of the class. It was only a taster session here in November under the floodlights, which George Edinburgh won, in fact, on his Rallycross first start here at Lydden. He won in under the floodlights at Lydden end of last year, and has now done a car swap really with Phoebe Cake in the Suzuki, and Phoebe stepped back into that class, and into the cross cars goes George Edinburgh, what was the race leader, but he's lost the lead now to our second place car of Ethan Hooker in 43. So Ethan steps into top spot then, takes the lead away from Edinburgh through the Joker lap sequence. 8/10 of a second between the two teenagers, but they're fairly restricted cars. Just a great way to learn and go about your rallycross from a very young age. Different to the Suzuki Swifts, which are also another option, of course, for the junior racers, but the cross car category is there now, and it is sure to grow as the junior rallycross scene continues into 2027. But behind in the background of a spin from Edinburgh in the 493, he's thrown what was a decent second place away from starting to challenge our race leader. Is a spin up at North Bend Hairpin, and the local Kent racer drops down and loses a lot of time through North Bend. So sadly, the former Suzuki Swift racer, who switched across into cross cars for the remainder of the season now, dramas up at North Bend, but it's still our leader, Ethan Hooker. He raced here back at Easter, racing against the Flitney brother and sister pair, who are sadly not entered for this weekend, but Ethan was quick on that opening weekend over the traditional Easter Monday rallycross action here at the circuit, and Ethan from Cheshire is going along smartly at the front of the field. Cross-car champion Max Weatherly suggested he should give rallycross a go, and Ethan has done just that. He's really adapted well, having just done a bit of higher karting previously. He's now becoming a real star at the front of the field in the junior cross cars, and it is Ethan Hooker then who takes the win in our first junior cross car race of the day. And it's sadly for George, after his spin up at North Bend, it's a rather distant second place for the Raynham racer, coming through on the loose section for the final time, and Edinburgh is across the line and through in second spot. But a lot more learning has been done though over those 4 laps. The drivers will take that feedback back to their awnings and come out ready for Q2 later this morning. Hooker wins race 1, and it's the Super Retros out on circuit next for our first race of the day for the historic class. A big grid of Super Retros, BTRDA Classics and the Retro divisions comes out onto circuit. A very healthy field of cars, the first grid of which is coming out onto circuit now, and it's Thomas Edmonds in his Vauxhall Corsa who will start on a pole position in 24 alongside the Flying Brick, which is the Volvo 242 of Stuart Emery from Faversham in 71. He starts from the middle of row number 1 alongside Scotsman Ian Biaggi in his Mini. Great to have Ian making the trip down to the circuit from Dumfries. For Ian, always a long trip down to Kent, but great to have him here. Daryl Ambrose on the second row in his rear-wheel drive Peugeot 205 with the camouflage livery style. Ray Morgan, the Hastings-based garage owner, starts on row 2 alongside Ambrose. Row 3, another Hastings racer in the form of Vince Bristow in his BMW. Vince always one to keep an eye on in his E36 M3, and on the back row joining him is the new BMW to the class, but not a new driver. It's the returning champion, John Cross, in his BMW. He sold the VW-powered Lancia Stratos and has now moved to the BMW for 2026. Big grid, no joker lap, 4 laps of action ahead of us. We're ready to race the first Super Retro and BTRDA Classic. 3 classes in one field. We're away and go, and it is Stuart Emery then who gets the best of the starts. Emery blasts away down into the Talladega section with the advantage. Ray Morgan settles into the second spot in the BDA powered Ford Escort. Ian Biaggi, Vince Bristow, Thomas Edmonds, they're squabbling over 3rd, 4th and 5th positions, but it's Stuart Emery then who flies up over the tabletop in the Volvo with the early advantage. Morgan is your second place runner. Thomas Edmonds in the front wheel drive Vauxhall Corsa, he's going along very smartly indeed in 3rd place, but it is Stuart Emery in this 300 brake horsepower Volvo 242 with its new engine for this year, a stronger gearbox. Many changes have been made to the car over the winter, and it's going along nicely out front, but the fight behind is close for second because Ray Morgan is trying to keep Thomas Edmonds at bay, while Vince Bristow is trying to go around the outside of Ambrose. A change for second now though because of a mistake from Ray through the chicane, and that's opened the door for Edmonds in the Vauxhall Corsa. He's leading the BTRDA group at the minute then, second overall, first in class for Edmonds in the Vauxhall, but a good duel behind because we've got Ray Morgan and Vince Bristow together, and Darrell Ambrose, who missed the earlier Lydden event earlier in the season. Great to have the rear-wheel drive Peugeot on circuit. It looks very smart indeed, and it's working its way up into North Bend Hairpin behind Vince Bristow and Ray Morgan. Edmonds still there second, but look at Ambrose in the Peugeot. He's looking very racy indeed. The 170 car coming down Hairy Hill with Vince Bristow in his vision through the right-hander at paddock, and the Peugeot, the Escort and the BMW are all closing up as they go into the second half of this race. 2 laps left to go. No joker lap to split up this squabbling trio, and Ambrose tries to go right around the outside, but he runs out of room, goes very deep, and the rear-wheel drive Peugeot loses time to Vince Bristow and Ray Morgan up ahead of him. There's a battle of Hastings going on through the Devil's Elbow because I've got Ray in the Escort and Vince in the BMW. They know each other very well off circuit. They live in the same town, both run garages, but they are showing really good respect on circuit, racing very well indeed as always. And now Vince has got his mirrors full of the tail happy Peugeot because the rear wheel drive 205 is coming back at the BMW. Into paddock they come. They're on to our final lap this time through. Stuart Emery's in a different postcode. He's disappeared up the road. He's going up over the tabletop jump already, but all eyes on this fight behind because Darrell Ambrose is coming back at Vince Bristow. He's snapping at the heels of the BMW, trying to make a move on the E36 if he can, up over the tabletop for the final time they come. Edmonds has put in a really good drive in the front wheel drive Vauxhall Corsa, splitting up the best of the rear wheel drive cars, but Darrell Ambrose has gone all arms and elbows through the Devil's Elbow, and he's gone a long way off the circuit, almost hit the tyre wall. So Darrell Ambrose has lost a lot of ground out of view. Stuart Emery is going to win. Emery comes through and he sets the early pace in number 71. So Stuart Emery is your race winner in the class. Second spot is going to be Thomas Edmonds in the Corsa. It's a 3 minutes 20 from Emery. So Emery stops the clocks first with a 3 minutes 20.5. Good stuff from Stuart on his home circuit. 6 seconds clear of Thomas Edmonds in the Vauxhall Corsa. Ray Morgan third. Vince Bristow fourth. Darrell Ambrose did get fifth, ahead of Ian Biaggi in the Mini. So that's a combination of retros and super retros and BTRDA classics. Loads of different classes thrown together. We've got class battles to watch on circuit and fights for the overall race win. So lots going on, and we've got another big grid coming out onto circuit next time through because the trio of different classes come down onto circuit, and it's Pete Christmas who starts on pole position in number 77 in his Toyota Corolla, a former stage rally car which has been converted to Rallycross spec, and Pete Christmas in 77 starts on a pole. Gary Simpson, the York-based racer, in his BMW, the Bent Ekstrom tribute livery colours, starts from second spot. Row 2, that's a newcomer to the rallycross scene at least. Rick May, great to have Rick here in Retro Rallycross, experienced saloon car racer, race a lot here at Lydden, Brands and in the Southeast based Tin Top Championships and around the country. Great to have the Toyota Starlet here on the line alongside the Talbot Sunbeam of Hannah Stewart from Lewis in East Sussex. Dad Barry, a former champion in the retro division, and on the final row, Lee Wood in the treble 3 Ford Escort Mark II, alongside what is a very highly developed Ford Escort Mark I in the hands of Dan Swayden. Dan's got a Ford RS200 BDT 1800cc turbocharged engine in the Kent Movers stickered Ford Escort, and let's see how that Kent Movers car shifts away from the line. Final starter, Charlie Maroney, on his first of the season. He's in a Vauxhall Red Top powered Ford Escort Mark II. So there's 3 Fords at the back, a Toyota Starlet and a Talbot Sunbeam on row 2, a Toyota Corolla and a BMW on the front row. That's what Retro Rallycross is all about. And the grid's not done yet. There's another Ford Escort coming out, and that's the Gartrack built Ford Escort Cosworth of Richard Maroney, making his first start of the season as well. So the Maroney family are out in force. Dad Richard, son Charlie. The 2 orange livery cars come down to the line. The first time we've seen Richard Maroney out on circuit since he had a fire at Pembrey a couple of seasons ago. So great to have Richard here in what is an ex-Euro 2000 spec Ford Escort Cosworth. A brilliant, colourful grid. And it's anyone's guess, really, who will come out on top, because we've got some very quick drivers towards the back. Gary Simpson, a former champion in this Super Retro division, starts on the front row. We've got less powerful Retro division cars, the up to 1600cc division in the hands of Pete Christmas down there as well. Rick May's entered into the 1600cc division. So there'll be lots to watch, as Richard Maroney has been a late arrival to the grid. He's still getting comfortable in the Ford Escort. The marshal's just checking everything is okay in the Ford. I think it's not checking belts, are they? There's a delay on the line with Maroney, who was late to the line and has only just made it out onto top spot. But Richard, who's a long time rallycrosser, sadly no Dave Ewan here today. He's withdrawn from the retro Super Retro group in his Mitsubishi powered Ford Fiesta. So no Dave Ewan, but we have got a still very big grid of retro, classic and super retro machinery, and we wait to see if the marshals are happy with Richard Maroney away from the line. Still putting his gloves on the start on the Canterbury Straight here, so there's a brief pause while we wait for Richard on his return to the sport. Mark I Fords, Mark II Fords, later Cosworths. There's a real variety of blue oval machinery here at the two-wheel drive Superprix in 2026, and still Marshall's checking that Richard Maroney's comfortable and the belts are all done up correctly in the Ford. So there's still a delay on the line, but looks like finally we get the thumbs up then. Richard's now ready in the seat, ready to go racing, and we'll see how he goes in the Gartrack built Ford. Thumbs up from the start line, Marshall. A big colourful grid of retro rallycross machinery ready to race. We're green and go, and Lee Wood, the former oval racer, gets a very good start from the back row. Dan Swayland's trying to make his way through the order though as they go down into Talladega for the first time. Watch for Lee Wood and Dan Swayland. The Super Retro racers have made their way up into second and third spot already on the tail of Gary Simpson in the BMW. Up over the tabletop, the 52 car of Simpson has the lead ahead of Lee Wood in the treble 3 car. Dan Swayland, you can really see the gaps building already between the classes as Dan Swayland and Lee Wood both make a challenge for the lead and get the lead away from Simpson. So Dan Swayland then now challenging for top spot with Lee Wood. The two Fords past the BMW on the climb up into North Bend Hairpin, and Dan Swayland's not done yet. He gets the lead away from Lee Wood, and this turbocharged RS200 powered Ford Escort Mark I is going along very nicely indeed. He thinks the car chucks out about 500 brake horsepower now, does Dan, the man from the Isle of Sheppey, and he's using all of that power to very good effect ahead of Lee Wood the former champion in this division. Dan's a champion in the less powerful retro class, but he stepped up to Super Retro for 2026, and he said it feels like the same car but on steroids. And you can see why he says that, because this turbocharged Ford is going to charge up Hairy Hill. Dramas behind. Pete Christmas has fallen off the side of the jump, it seems, on the approach to the tabletop. Rick May is making a position as a result, but the front two are still together, with Dan Swayland and Lee Wood locked together through the paddock bend turn at the bottom of Hairy Hill. Hannah Stewart is ahead of the Maronis further back. Hannah Stewart in the Talbot Sunbeam ahead of Charlie Maroney and Richard Maroney in the Fords. So a good little fight for what is fourth place between the Talbot Sunbeam of Hannah Stewart and the Maroney father and son pair, but it's still Dan Swayland with the Bewing Ford Escort Mark 1 who has the lead. Out of the Devil's Elbow and up Hairy Hill they climb. They're on their penultimate tour, and Dan is looking very good indeed. It's all about times at this stage of the event, don't forget. So Stuart Emery's benchmark is the one Dan Swayland is looking to trump here. And 3 minutes 20. That's the best lap of the best race time of the session so far. Richard Maroney slowing in the Ford out of view. So Maroney slows. We're on to our final lap though. And Dan Swayland is looking very good indeed. A 48.6. He's still lapping slower than what Stuart Emery did. So Stuart Emery was able to do a 48.3. Dan Swayland's in the 48.6, and he's into a yellow flag zone now because Richard Maroney has stopped in the Ford on the approach to the Devil's Elbow. So we're on to our final lap. Dan Swayland needs to put a good tour in here if he's able to take top spot away from Stuart Emery in the overall race times. He's going to win the race on the road, but is he going to be able to take top spot away from Emery at the top of the Q1 running order? Into paddock we come. We're not long to find out. Swayland through the dust and up to the through the chicane over the timing line. Dan Swayland then in the Ford Escort Mark 1. What does he do? Wait for it. It's a 3 minutes 24.4, so 4 seconds slower than Stuart Emery. Good fighting behind Charlie Maroney and Hannah Stewart. They are having a good duel for what is fourth place. Charlie in the Ford, Hannah in the Talbot Sunbeam in the Ford powered car, but it's the Mark II Escort which gets the better of the Sunbeam. Good stuff from the retro division. Still Rick May and Pete Christmas continuing on circuit. Rick on his debut in the retro division. The two Toyotas come through paddock, and it's the Starlet in the hands of May which gets the better of the Corolla driven by Pete Christmas. Dan Swayland wins it though. His time is good enough for the race win, but it's not good enough for the overall top spot. Stuart Emery still with a 3 minutes 20.5 is your pace setter. Richard Maroney's car is going to need recovering from the Devil's Elbow, and our next group will all be gunning to try and take top spot away from Stuart Emery. A 3 minutes 20 is their benchmark.
What if I told you the best rallycross drivers in the world are set to battle it out here in Ireland? That's right, for the first time in 3 decades, the European Rallycross Championship comes back to Ireland. A championship that has travelled the globe from Scandinavia to the Middle East and brings together some of the fastest and most fearless drivers in motorsport. And this July 18th and 19th, this very championship lands here in the heart of Ireland at Mondello Park. Rallycross is known for its down-to-the-wire battles.
Look at Anderson and Jacob Bennett so close.
Razor-thin margins for error.
Oh, it's a spin down the hill.
And hard racing finishes where everything can change at the last corner.
So here we go. Oh, look at this, 3 abreast down into turn 4. This is what it's all about.
Half dirt, half tarmac, standing starts, and cars that are capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in under 2 seconds. On July 18th and 19th, drivers from all across the globe will descend on Mondello Park to fight it out wheel to wheel for championship points in one of the most intense forms of racing in the world. And for the first time in over 30 years, Irish fans get to witness it all live. If you want to be there, get your tickets now on Mondello Park.
Our third batch of retro, super retro and BTRDA classic cars come down onto the line, and it's Alan Tapscott in his barn find Ford Escort Mark II who comes down onto pole. Weighs 980 kilos this car. It's got the radiator in the front like a rally car. Some of the other Mark IIs on this field have the radiators in the back, classic rallycross style, but Alan's got the more rally car type setup on number 91, and the Devon racer, part of the Carrot Cartel, starts on pole in 91. Mezzy Evans starts from second spot in his very neatly turned out Peugeot 205, number 73. Wigan racer Tony Lynch is on the outside in the Toyota MR2, the former Stock Hatch Super National champion, real star of two-wheel drive rallycross for many a year. Pat Duran, championship leader in the Super Retro division, starts from row number 2 in his Cosworth YB turbocharged Ford Escort. It chucks out 450 brake horsepower, and it really is a very evolved Ford Escort Mark II. Look forward to seeing how Pat gets on the home track. John Wood alongside in 486. John is an absolute star of British Rallycross competition this year. He leads the retro division in his John Welsh replica. Ian Halfhide, Gary Dixon and Paul Buckmaster make up the rest of the grid. Ian Halfhide in the Peugeot, Gary Dixon in the Vauxhall, Paul Buckmaster in the Vauxhall Nova, and our final starter, in fact, is Steve Cousins in the Renault 5, the ex-Phil Collard car at the very back. Yet another big grid of retro cars. The time they want to beat is a 3 minutes 20 set by Stuart Emery. Can Pat Duran, the championship leader, get anywhere near that? We're ready to race our final qualifying of Q1 for the retros. Green and go, lots of tyre smoke from Pat Duran from second on the grid, but he's blasted through the pack and he's into the lead. So Pat has powered away from the Canterbury straight into top spot already. Alan Tapscott settles into second spot. John Wood makes it a Ford Escort 1, 2, 3. He's in the more modern, if you can call it that, the Mark III car in third position, with the Toyota MR2 of Tony Lynch running in fourth. Mezzy Evans into fifth position now in the Peugeot, but Pat knows that this part of the event is all about the stopwatch. It's all about the times. He wants to get a clear circuit, clear tarmac ahead of him, no one blocking his view, and that's what he has got. That was a very quick start from the Zack Speed Ford Escort, and Duran is looking good out front, but there's lots of activity behind because Gary Dixon on his return to Super Retro Racing is right there with Mezzy Evans and Steve Cousins. Great stuff from the middle of the pack. Very colourful field of retro machinery bouncing their way through the loose section, but Duran's making good his escape out front in the duo stickered Ford. He has the lead over Alan Tapscott in 91 and John Wood running in third in the Welsh replica. Tony Lynch going along smartly in the Toyota MR2. He has got a choice this year if to drive the Peugeot 205. He also owns all the Toyota. He's opted for the MR2 for this weekend, and he's been kept busy here by Mezzy Evans in the Peugeot 205 behind him. Gary Dixon, the man from Lincoln, in the Vauxhall Astra, going along smartly. The former rally car, which has been a star of rallycross competition for many a season. Lots of time out of the sport for Gary. He returned here to Lydden Legends Festival a few weeks ago and has caught the rallycross bug, and he's back out on track now ready to go racing again, but no one's getting near the Super Retro Division car of Pat Duran in this one. He's making good use of this clear circuit ahead of him. No one challenging from behind as well, and Pat is looking good at the moment. Through the North Bend hairpin he goes. A 49.2 is his best lap of the session so far, and Pat is making good use of this clear tarmac and clear loose surface. Alan Tapscott is trying to stick with him as best he can, but he's got less power, a lot less power in this current Ford Escort Mark II, running in second. Gary Dixon is in there still, a good duel with Tony Lynch, Steve Cousins and Matthew Evans having a good duel behind them as well. The lime green Peugeot and the yellow and white Renault 5, a good battle further down the order, but Pat Duran's got half a mile now between himself and victory. Goes a little bit wide out of the elbow that time through, but he's still got the lead of Messi Evans. Has a drama further back in the Peugeot. He's had a drama over the tabletop, and Tony Lynch and Gary Dixon still fighting on hard for fourth place. The ex-Phil Collard car making ground as well. The three of them absolutely together into North Bend hairpin. Dixon, Cousins and Lynch. Pat Duran's going to win it though. Pat does it. Further back, Steve Cousins and Gary Dixon still continuing their duel. Dixon against Cousins up towards the timing line, and Gary Dixon gets back underneath the Renault 5 and just beats the Renault to what is fifth place, fourth place at the line. Great stuff from Gary Dixon, Steve Cousins, Tony Lynch there as well. But how do the times compare? Check Pat Duran's time compared to that set by Stuart Emery, and it's still slower. So Stuart Emery is going to win Q1 here for the Super Retros. 3 minutes 23 from Pat Duran, so 3 seconds off the pace set by Stuart Emery. Stuart's really gone well in that Volvo in the opening Q1 race. He takes Q1 for the Super Retro and other groups, and next on circuit will be our first taste of the modified division here at the Lydden two-wheel drive Rallycross Superprix for 2026. A brilliant grid of super modified cars have been assembled here at Lydden Hill for today's meeting, and we better start running through it because it's big. Mark Henry starts on pole in number 100 in his Alfa Romeo 147. Alongside is the 464 of Andreas Hund from Germany in his Honda Civic. Andy Hawkes starts on the outside of row number 1 in number 18, the red ex-Martin Hawkes car. See how Andy gets on in his brother's old BMW Mini Countryman. Row 2, we find the very impressive Volkswagen Polo. That's in the hands of Florian Wiemann from Germany. He's come across from Germany with the Honda Civic ahead of him in the 464 of Andreas Hund. Great to have them here at the circuit today. Local man Fred Ling, far less distance to travel for Fred. He starts on row 2 in the Ford Fiesta. And on the back row, Slavomir Volok in his V8 powered BMW, Paul Coney in the Vauxhall Corsa, and Ariane van Lommel in her Volvo 242. A brilliant grid of super modified cars on the line. Who will come out on top in this one? It's anyone's guess, but from the very back row, Van Lommel and Slavomir Volok get brilliant getaways in the rear-wheel drive machines. Van Lommel off the start line superbly, but it's Slavomir Volok then, the man from Epping, who leads the way out of the Talladega turn for the first time. And Slavomir, who's had a good few seasons away from competition here at Lydden. It's great to have the BMW man back here at the circuit. Andy Hawkes trying to make a move on Van Lommel through the Devil's Elbow. Fred Ling in his Duratec powered Ford Fiesta clambers up Harry Hill and gets into third place now, or does he? Because Hawkes fights back on the inside line, and Andy Hawkes doesn't want the championship leader in the super modified division to make good ground here, and Fred goes Joker to try and find some clear air. Paul Coney looks up the inside of Hawkes. Fred goes Joker to try and find that clear circuit as further back the Veyman Volkswagen Polo has gone through the gravel in the Joker Lap section, but it's Slavomir Volok who leads. Van Lommel is running in second spot in the Volvo, Hawks third, Coney fourth, Fredling fifth, and Fred's Joker, don't forget. So that Ford Fiesta sitting in current fifth position is looking in a very promising position for the Ashford-based accountant. He's really going along nicely at the moment. Sav Volok, though, is having a good drive out front in the V8 powered BMW, one of the cars of the year in any British Rallycross paddock. It is brilliant to have the BMW back here at Lydden for this meeting, and Sav Volok goes through the chicane with the advantage, but further back there's good duels still continuing because Fredling's trying to get a place, as many places as he can. Paul Coney goes Joker this time through, Mark Henry in the Alfa Romeo behind, but the fight is really on for second place. Van Lommel in the Volvo currently second, but Fredling's making his way up into third. So Fred then in the Ford Fiesta, the second generation rallycrosser, is picking them off one by one here, and the championship leader in the BTRDA Super Modified division is really working nicely in the front wheel drive Fiesta. He's now challenging the Van Lommel Volvo behind as Paul Coney launches up the inside of Andy Hawks for fourth place. Great move from the Dartford man in his 2.3 litre powered Vauxhall Corsa. Sav Volok goes Joker. Fred Ling's going to say thank you very much to Arjen Van Lommel, and he's now got second place away from the Belgian racer behind. But it's now the three British contenders out front. Sav Volok, the Epping-based pole, is our race leader. Fredling, Paul Coney, second and third, and Van Lommel is best of the European racers, running in fourth position ahead of the Andy Hawks BMW Mini. But Fredling in the front wheel drive, best of the front wheel drive group. That's a familiar position for Fred because he does lose ground off the start line, and the front wheel drive cars do give away time there at the very start. The start's so crucial in Rallycross. The rear driven cars able to power away, and Sav Volok then wins the opening super modified race of the day. In second spot, Paul Coney is your third place finisher. Van Lommel will be in fourth. Fifth spot for Andy Hawks in the BMW Mini Countryman. Florian Veyman comes through in his Volkswagen Polo into sixth spot, with Mark Henry, the Andreas Hun 464 Honda Civic, your final finisher, in eighth. Slavomir Volok, though, he takes the flag, and the opening best time of the session, a 3 minutes 16. So 3:16 from Sav Volok. That's 4 seconds quicker. No, quite a bit quicker than that, than what the pace seen by Emery. That was a 3 minutes 30, wasn't it? So 3:16 from Slavomir Volok, with a Joker in there as well. Good stuff from Slavomir in the SPW sticker car. He sets the early pace in the BMW. He's got a busy weekend today. Then he's going off into the Rally X Nordic Championship for the upcoming weekends as well, racing at Denmark next weekend. So big weekends coming up for Slav, and he starts very smartly indeed with the race win. Another grid of cars onto the line though, and another BMW. It's the 223 Helmut Antonsen BMW E36 which comes on to a pole position. What can Helmut do from pole? Alongside him, the number 96 Thibaut Vassam, and Thibaut in the looks like an old British touring car livery, the Joe Winkelhock style works BMW colours, starts from second position. Alongside is the supercharged Mercedes SLK of Richard Moore. He's got the same BMW V8 engine found in Slavomir Volok's BMW, but for Richard's case it's instead planted into a Mercedes SLK sports car. Expect to see the Merc power away from the start. Row 2, we find the treble 6 Ford Escort G3 of Dan Ertz in his new to Rallycross this season. We'll see how the Belgian gets on in the treble 6 car. Mandy Casa in the Ford Fiesta. Great to have Mandy back at the circuit. In 88, she just had a water bottle in the cockpit which she's thrown out of the driver's door. So Mandy ready to go racing. And the final row, Darren Scott, the local man from Sittingbourne, George Gray in the 555, and our final starter, David Bell in 93. Slavomir Volok's time is the one they're looking to beat, and Dan Ertz gets a very good start, but there's nowhere to go. A wing mirror's gone flying from one of the European competitors. They go down into Talladega for the first time, but it is Rich Moore who's doing the early leading in the Mercedes SLK V8. He's built this car himself over many a season. David Bell's had dramas further back, but Rich Moore is doing the early leading in the Mercedes, or is he? Goes deep wide into the devil's elbow. He's lost time to our second place runner in the hands of a Vason car running in second spot, but Rich Moore is going deep into North Bend Hairpin as well. He spent 9 years building this car. It's a self-built Mercedes with a BMW V8 engine, and it's now really starting to work nicely. And Rich Moore is your early race leader then, with Vason going into the Joker section. He comes back out in second spot. Dramas behind. We've lost George Gray in the Joker section. Gray in the BMW Compact has clipped the Joker barriers and has lost a lot of time out of view, but Rich Moore's your early leader. Mandy Kasser from Holland is coming under pressure from Darren Scott in the 25 Citroen C2. Darren in the Citroen, Mandy in the ex-European touring car machine. It was raced here in the European events back in the day, and Mandy Kasser's lost the place to Darren Scott into North Bend Hairpin. David Bell comes up the inside of the BMW of Helmut Antonsen going into North Bend Hairpin that time through, but Rich Moore is still your race leader ahead of the number 96 of Thibaut Vassem. The Thibaut, the Belgian racer, the car usually races in the BMW RX Cup in the Belgian Championship, but it's been upgraded to more supernational spec for this weekend, and Vassen's going along very nicely in second place. Further down the order, Dan Arts is in a good duel with the BMW Mini behind of David Bell and Helmut Antonsen in the 223 BMW. So a great addition to the Lydden Hill paddock for this weekend is the arrival of the European competitors from Germany, from Belgium and from Holland, and Rich Moore this time goes Joker. So Richard Moore's gone into the Joker lap route, and the tail happy BMW of Vassen behind is going to grab the lead away. So Vassen on this final lap's got the lead. Darren Scott's quietly gone about his business. He's made his way up into third position now as the pack continues to climb past the commentary box. Good duels right the way down the order, but Darren Scott's looking really good here in the new Citroen C2. He's built this car. It's a new upgraded version of the Citroen which he's previously driven. The blue Pertec livery car is now no longer, the running gear's been put into this new shell, and it's brilliant to have a new engine. The new Citroen underneath Darren is going along very nicely indeed. Good fighting behind with the BMW Ford Escort and the Countryman Mini of David Bell, but our race leader is going to come through Paddock Bend for the final time, and on his first start here at Lydden in the BMW RX Cup car, it's Vassen who takes it. Vassen wins ahead of Rich Moore and Darren Scott. Mandy Kasser will come through in fourth position in the Ford Fiesta. The 666 car of Dan Ertz is your next finisher ahead of Helmut Antonsen and David Bell, who had a good duel, and Scotsman George Gray is bouncing his way up to the line after striking the Joker lap barriers earlier on. George Gray your final finisher, but great stuff from the super modified second batch. It was the early time set by Slavomir Volok, which was the one they were looking to beat. It was a 3 minutes 22 this time from Vassen. So Vassen does a 3:22. That is 6 seconds slower than what Slavomir Volok's benchmark. So Volok in the BMW M3 is your pace man in the super modified class for 2026, the BTRDA SG Haulage Limited sponsored class. Brilliant to see such a healthy super modified grid here at Lydden again, and great stuff from Vassen in his BMW M3 E36. Vassen, who has changed the car, upgraded the spec for this weekend, and he'll be very pleased indeed with his progress. A bit of circuit management is needed now though, because we've got Joker lap bollards which need to be pushed back into position, and our next group of super modified cars, next group of production cars will be out on circuit for our next race. This is the two-wheel drive Superprix, but you will notice a four-wheel drive car coming up to the line because we do have a production modified 4x4 category here this weekend. One entrant, sadly, but it's a car which you'd always watch, and it's Tomas Ramanauskas in his Mitsubishi Evo 4, the Lithuanian former rally champion, always a star, and one to definitely keep an eye on. The Treble 8 racing team Mitsubishi Evo starts on pole. It will be ahead of the production class, and this is sort of stock hatch class of its day, really a budget level category. Great way into rallycross competition. It's where Citroen Saxos, Peugeot 106s and the like were stars in previous years, but they've made way really for the emergence of Renault Clios in recent seasons. Honda Civics have proved useful as well, and it's a couple of rows further back we find our production runners. So pole position for that group this time through is 187 Will Noon and his Renault Clio 182. And next starter, reigning champion Alex Fletcher in his student-prepared Loughborough College Weir Tools stickered Honda Civic. He starts from the second, what is the second row on this grid, the first row in class. A big effort from the 552 car of Ben Flynn from Scotland. He rolled the car at the last round at Blyton, but has put in a tremendous effort to get the Renault Clio here this weekend, and Ben starts from the second row. Alongside him, another Ben, that's Ben Williams, a local man in the number 54 Suzuki Swift. Ted Shepherd from Tenham starts on the back row, nephew of European Rallycross champion Will Gollop. And our final starter, Neil Brooks in the Renault Clio. Production and modified 4x4 is go, and it's a good start from Alex Fletcher in the production group. They're going to try and challenge the four-wheel drive car up ahead of them, are they? Because Tomas Ramanauskas is always one to watch, but got power of the normal supercars we would see here in the British Rallycross Championship. He did enter a British Rallycross event supercar class round here at Easter time, but he's only got about 300 brake horsepower from his Mitsubishi Evo 4. So Ramanauskas hasn't got loads of power, but at the minute he's got enough to stay clear of the production group, being led by Alex Fletcher in the Civic. Second spot for Ted Shepherd in the Renault Clio. Ted's in the car which is new to him for this season, a nice new livery on the side as well, and Ted is going nicely in second spot behind the number one, the reigning champion Alex Fletcher, across the timing line. Ramanauskas goes Joker this time through, and he's going to come out behind. There's drama behind though. Neil Brooks has spun at the chicane and been caught by Ben Williams, and Neil Brooks' Renault Clio is stranded on the middle of the circuit. Contact on the rear of the car. Neil is going to try and recover and continue, which is a good effort because that was quite a whack from Neil in the Renault Clio. He got drama through a chicane, got caught by Ben Williams who had nowhere to go, and there was drama for the Renault Clio man, but good driving from the man from Ramsgate, and Neil's got the car removed out of the way. That would have been a guaranteed red flag, but great stuff from Brooks to sensibly get the car moved as best he can, and it's now out of harm's way and the race can continue. It's Ramanauskas who leads the field in the Mitsubishi. The race leaders, Logo Joker, and they're locked together. The race leaders in their class at least. Ted Shepherd in the Renault Clio against Alex Fletcher in the Honda Civic. And Shepherd is right on the rear bumper now of the Honda through the Talladega turn. The Renault Clio against the larger Honda, which will come out better here. We'll have to wait and see. Ted Shepherd looking very good indeed. He's really gunning for the championship here in 2026. He had a chance maybe to drive Stuart Emery's Peugeot 206 in the super modified division this weekend, but he's thinking about the championship. He wants to get the points, and it's the purple, black and grey colours of Ted Shepherd, which is looking very racy indeed behind Alex Fletcher coming down Hairy Hill and into the paddock. They're about to start their penultimate lap. The penultimate lap is about to be started, but it's still Alex Fletcher then, who's doing quite a bit of circuit racing this year as well, racing an MG in the Equip series in the circuit racing scene, but he's very used to the loose stuff as well, and he's trying to use all of that experience to keep Ted Shepherd at bay. Ted likes a very wide approach into Talladega to try and carry as much speed as he can. He was a star of the Lydden Legends Festival here a few weeks ago, driving the ex-Stuart Emery Peugeot 206, and he's documented all of that on his YouTube channels. That's worth a watch ahead of after this event is complete. But Shepherd really on the tail of Fletcher going into North Bend Hairpin. Ramanauskas is in a race of his own. He's coming into paddock now with a very handsome margin over the leading production spec runners, but that's to be expected because he's got four-wheel drive Mitsubishi Evo. The rest of the group are in two-wheel drive production spec cars, and Alex Fletcher definitely hasn't got this race won yet because Ted Shepherd is looking underneath him now. And here comes Shepherd then. He's got a different approach to Talladega this time, and he's got the move done. Great stuff from Shepherd through and underneath the Honda Civic at Talladega turn, and the local man on his home circuit gets the lead away from Alex Fletcher, the reigning champion then. Up on this final lap, Ted has gone to the very top of the field, and he's now got Fletcher on his rear bumper. So the tables have turned between the leading contenders in the production spec class, and Ted Shepherd and the Honda Civic man of Alex Fletcher are still absolutely together as they come into paddock. Thomas Ramanauskas is going to win the race and win his class. Ted Shepherd comes through to take top spot in the production spec category ahead of Alex Fletcher. Second spot will be Will Noon in 187. Noon is your third place finisher in the group, and it was a great effort it has been from the Scotsman coming down the hill. Now that is Ben Flynn in 552. Brilliant effort in the Express Transport and Recovery stick of Renault Clio. A roll at Blyton a few weeks ago, but it's great, huge turnaround to get the Renault Clio here for Lydden this weekend. Neil Brooks is going to drag his Renault Clio back to the paddock. Oh, we lost Ben Williams as well. So Ben Williams, the other side of the jump, the local man from Dover, is assessing the damage on his Suzuki Swift. He came to a stop early on and will need recovery. Track watering will now take place as well. So we've got track recovery, we've got track watering. There will be a slight break now. So Q1 is complete here at Lydden Hill for the 2026 two-wheel drive Superprix. Everyone entered has raced once, and we're going to start Q2 fairly shortly with the juniors. Q2 is our next track action. We've got about 10 races or so for Q2. Then we break in for lunch. So lunch is due to last about an hour, but there might be delays. So that might be pushed back a bit and shortened. We'll let you know once we've got confirmed timings for that. Once lunch is complete, we'll be into a Q3, the final qualifiers here at Lydden today. Semi-finals. We've got a B final as well for the super modified group because there's so many cars. We've got a traditional A and B final set up to look forward to before we go into the finals at the end of the day. Curfew 6 p.m. There's plenty of rallycross action to enjoy before then, and it's the juniors which come out on circuit, and every junior racer has made it out in the Suzuki Swifts. Great to see. We lost 3 of the 5 in the earlier race, but we've got a full complement of junior racers, and it's Billy Hands who starts on pole position in number 23. Tommy Brown alongside him in the grey ITS stickered car. The second, outside of row 1 in fact, will be Oscar Cooper. And Oscar on his second season now of a junior rallycross competition. He comes down on the outside of row 1. Great effort from the team to get their car repaired. That was a lot of damage on the front right corner of the Suzuki, but you'd barely know there's any scuffs slightly. So great effort to get the number 42 ROC racing car out on track. The second row, 2 battle-scarred Suzuki Swifts from the earlier race as well. Ethan Miles from Tilmanston, not far away at all from Lydden Hill in his number 87 entry. And Phoebe Cake in 631, using the ex-George Edinburgh car, which was her old car originally when she was in the Junior Swifts. Phoebe's got big plans for later in the season. We may see her stepping up a category or 2 before the end of 2026. But Phoebe is back to Junior Swifts for this weekend, and she starts from the second row. 5 Suzukis on the line. Hopefully we can get through Talladega unscathed this time around. Good start from Oscar Cooper as he grabs second gear away from the line. Billy Hands has got the best of the starts though, the youngster from Betherston on his home circuit. Cooper's looking to the wide line in the purple and black colours, and that opens the door for Phoebe Cake to come through into second spot. Phoebe's been going really well in the Kent Outlaw Oval Racing Junior Mini Rod Championship, which runs here at Lydden Hill. But Oscar Cooper's had dramas behind, and a synchronised spinning from the Suzukis as they go into the elbow. We've lost Cooper one side, Miles the other. Tommy Brown's gone through the middle of them both, but the Suzuki Swifts have dramas on the run into the elbow, and both Miles and Cooper come into strife, sadly for them. But Bill Hands out front has got his work cut out now, not from Tommy Brown this time, but from Phoebe Cake. So the Capel the Firm racer is looking very good indeed here. Phoebe's been gaining more and more confidence each time we see her out on circuit, and she's now right onto the rear bumper there nearly of our race leader in the form of Billy Hands. Into the Talladega turn they come. There's dramas in the Joker section. We've lost, that is Oscar Cooper. So Oscar Cooper's found the Joker lap section and into the barriers. So we've got a very dislodged Joker section. The Suzuki Swift does get out of it now, Cooper, but the fight for the lead is really on, because while Cooper recovers, the leaders are together, and it's Hands on the inside line, Cake on the outside. They almost touch through North Bend hairpin, and Billy Hands again here is having to be like a sponge. He's going to have to try and absorb all of the pressure from behind. He did it earlier, or he nearly did it earlier. It was very close between the two of them, and this time he does go Joker. So Billy Hands then into the longer Joker route. The slightly dislodged barriers after Oscar Cooper found them last time through, and now Tommy Brown is coming into the picture, because the number 18 car, which lost ground early on, is now closing in on Billy Hands after the Joker laps have been completed. And Tommy's the fastest driver on circuit, a 55.226 from Tommy Brown. So Tommy's going along very neatly in the grey colours. He's closing in on the championship rival into Devil's Elbow, and Billy Hands them your second place car Tommy Brown right with him. This is a carbon copy again now of race 1, but the only change being that Phoebe Cake in 631 is up ahead of them both. Phoebe's still got to do the Joker lap though, so they're still not over yet. Phoebe will have to disappear into the longer route fairly soon. She does it now. So into the Joker goes Phoebe Cake. It could be a 3-way fight for the lead. Tommy Brown's got to do it behind them as well. So Tommy goes Joker, and Billy Hands is going to benefit from both of those Joker laps. So Hands now has the breathing space from Brown behind him and comes out ahead of Phoebe Cake, and what looked like it may be a 3-way duel is slightly more spread out now because Hands is a more comfortable leader. It's comfortable for Billy Hands' terms because he's usually had a Suzuki Swift breathing down his neck so far today, but he's got a few car lengths over Phoebe Cake in this part of the race. There's a half a mile to go, half a lap now between Billy Hands and victory, and he's climbing up the power sapping Hairy Hill into the braking zone at the top of North Bend Hairpin, through the right-hander and down Hairy Hill they come then, past the grandstands and into paddock, and it's going to be one of the youngest drivers in the field, the 14-year-old from Betherston, who comes through into paddock and up towards the timing line to take the win. Billy Hansen in number 23, he wins it, he punches the air with delight. Billy's chuffed with that, he takes the checker flag. Second spot for Phoebe Cake, third for Tommy Brown, fourth is going to be Ethan Miles coming down Hairy Hill. He had dramas through the Devil's Elbow, but Ethan is continuing on his way in number 87. He's shown good speed earlier in the season as well, so don't rule out Ethan before this meeting is done. And the recovering Oscar Cooper. Oscar's quick, just hasn't had a clean race yet, so we'll wait to see if Oscar can put a clean 4-lapper together after the lunch break. But Billy Hands wins it. He takes the checker 7/10 clear of Phoebe Cake in our second junior race of the day. Yeah, ready, mate. A big grid of cross cars and RX 150s, next track action, and it'll be Brad Turner in number 61, the championship leader coming into this weekend, the oval racer. 94 points to his name, 20 clear of Will Ovenden. Brad's had 3 wins this season. Will got his first win of the year at Mondello Park at the last round, and that is his first win in this category. Very well deserved as well. But it's Brad Turner who starts on pole in 61. Alongside him, James Constantine in number 8. Brad, a former BMW Mini racer, against the 2 former Suzuki Swift racers in the hands of James Constantine and Will Ovenden. James also been in BMW Minis as well. A lot of these drivers move around the classes. Row 2, number 19, Stephen Jones, the man from near Portsmouth, starts on the second row alongside Liam Duran in the Life Live number 33 entry. See how Liam gets on his first race. He's had a test in a cross car, hasn't raced it before. 119 Teddy McPherson. If you saw anything of the Mondello Park European Rallycross round last weekend, Teddy was a star in the RX5 cross car division, and he's back to his British outing for this weekend. He's currently 3rd in the championship and has had 3 third-place finishes to his name. 169 Ben Hardy starts on the 3rd row with number 48 Todd Crooks. Great to have Todd here this weekend. The 84 further back of Caden Harris, and Andy, final starter, will be Miles Blewett in the number 88. Look towards the starting gantry then, and 4 laps ahead of us for a very big RX 150 and cross car grid. We're away and go, and Will Ovenden, Brad Turner and James Constantine all get a pretty even start as they charge down towards Chestons for the first time. It's Turner who leads, Ovenden trying to go around the outside of Constantine to grab second place away, but he can't. There's contact and Will Ovenden is involved. So is that Liam Duran who's got caught up in it as well? Constantine has lost ground. It is Liam Duran. So Liam loses time on the loose section. So the British Bombs drop down to the penultimate position now behind ahead of Will Ovenden, but behind James Constantine. It's Brad Turner who leads. The RX 150s are showing well this weekend so far. The Honda Fireblade powered 1000cc cars up against these 850cc Yamaha engine cross cars, and Ben Hardy and Stephen Jones, they split strategy. Into the Joker lap goes Stephen Jones. Ben sticks to the normal line as the field charge across the timing line and begin their first flyer of this one with a real good duel behind, with James Constantine in the thick of things. So too's Liam Duran, who's trying to recover after his dramas early on. He's behind Will Ovenden after an earlier Joker lap, but Stephen Jones is leading this train of cross cars out of the Devil's Elbow and up Harry Hill for the second time. It's Brad Turner, the championship leader, who's looking very good out front. New livery on the car. It does stand out very neatly indeed, and Brad is making very good use of it, coming out past the commentary tower with the lead. Joker's behind for the 119 of McPherson, Ben Hardy and the rest. There's a huge train of cars going through the Joker lap sequence. Brad Turner's got a good gap out front, but the rest behind have all been through the Joker lap sequence now. So Brad's got to go into that longer route before this race is done. Behind them, Todd Crooks having a good chew. He's getting his work cut out here in his first cross car race here at Lydden at least. He's unable to get the BMW Mini ready for super modified, sadly for Todd, but the former mini cross racer enjoying this cross car outing as this whole swarm of cross cars fighting over track action and drama behind. 33 Liam Duran has gone into the wall. There's a car up on 2 wheels at one point as well, and more drama. Teddy McPherson has almost lost the wheel in the 119 car, so McPherson's lost ground in the 119 machine. Liam's out. He's up at North Bend Hairpin after headbutting the tyre wall. McPherson is still trying to drag his 119 car around. Surely there might be a black flag soon at some point for that Life Live entry, because he's got the RX 150s coming behind him. But while all this is happening, Bradley Turner has just scampered even further away out front. Turner has gone. he is a long way clear of what is now a second place for Ben Hardy. So Ben Hardy second, Stephen Jones third, and into the paddock for the final time comes Brad Turner, a 61. Last lap board's been shown, in fact, so we've still got one more lap to go. Looks like we might have misjudged that. Last lap board had already been shown. We're going to get one more lap here. It'll be a 5-lap race rather than a 4. So one extra lap for the cross cars and RX 150s. Liam Duran is now a spectator up at North Bend Hairpin, sadly, after his dramas at the top of the hill. But Brad Turner has got this extra lap to do, and as he goes into North Bend, Turner is still a long way clear of the best of the rest. The second place car, Ben Hardy. Third for Stephen Jones. The RX 150s still showing there's life in the old machines, yet they are still competitive rallycross machines brought into British Rallycross by Ollie O'Donovan many a season ago. But Brad Turner does finally win with an extra lap to his name. He takes the checker. Brad Turner does it. Second spot will be the 169 machine of Ben Hardy. Third for Stephen Jones. McPherson is disappeared from the timing screen. James Constantine is going to be fourth. Will Otherton fifth. And then in the number 48 colours, number 48 car, it's Crooks, Blewett and McPherson did drag his car to the line. So McPherson, Caden Harris will be our final finisher in 9th spot. The 10 runners, we only lost one after all that drama, and that was Liam Duran up at the North Bend hairpin. But a lot happened, and there was a lot going on in that one from many different groups on the RX 150s and the cross cars. But it's Brad Turner who wins by 8 seconds. That's not a normal rallycross winning margin, that. Brad Turner had it all his own way in that one, and he wins by 8 seconds from Ben Hardy in the 169 car.
bring them. She's like, no.
We enjoyed a big grid of the Suzuki Swifts and BMW Minis earlier, and we've got that to enjoy again here. Wesley Wickens will start on a pole position. Hasn't had a good championship so far. He's had one third place at Blyton at the second round, and he currently sits fifth in the championship standings for a man who is a star of one mate BMW Mini racing in recent years. Wesley Wickens in 51 then starts on pole. Callum Scott, newcomer to the category in 52. Dad Darren will be watching his progress very keenly indeed. Callum was due to be out in a Suzuki Swift this weekend, but he sold the car before the meeting. Danny Bean is driving that car now. Instead, Callum's moved into Minis. Leah McManus from Ireland. Great to have Leah here. The Irish driver who competed in the open two-wheel drive category in the European weekend at Mondello last only 7 days ago. Great meeting that looked, and great to have Leah here today, taking the fight to the best of the BTRDA racers here at Lydden. Row 2, Warren Salter, the solicitor from Iwade, starts on the second row. The Salter's Law stickered car with the yellow and black colours. And Graham Ives, the boss of Amber Rescue, the recovery team that does a lot of work here at Lydden. So Graham knows the place well, but he hasn't raced in Rallycross here before, and he's getting his first taste of that, hoping to get to the finish this time after dramas earlier on. Further back, the Suzuki Swifts look a bit lighter than we had earlier because we've lost a couple of the runners. There's no Danny Bean, in fact, so Danny Bean's not there. Phil Seath is in number 80, and he is your championship leader with the number 40 Ollie Hooper car there, and Scott Parker. Scott Parker's also made it out in the Peter Gwynn hire car, but we've lost a couple of Swifts, but the BMW Mini contingent is present, and we are set to go with Wesley Wickens starting from pole. Championship leader Leanne Sedgwick tied on points at the top of the order with Leah McManus. So Leah, who's had a win and a second place to her name so far this season, she's very rapid, has raced in the Irish Junior Championship, which uses the minis, so she knows her way around these cars, and she's now taking the fight to the seniors. Watch what the young racer from Ireland can do in 2.99. We're ready to go. Race number 2 for the minis is going. It's a very good start from Graham Ives. The newcomer from Folkestone gets a very good getaway. Leah McManus just dropped away from the line. Not the best of starts from Leah early on, but she'll come back, I'm sure. Callum Scott and Wesley Wickens are already going wheel to wheel on the loose section up towards the tabletops. It's Wesley Wickens who leads. Callum Scott bouncing his way around behind. He's really looking racy as Callum, showing no signs of inexperience at all. His first Rallycross start here at Lydden. Callum has grown up in the paddock with Dad Darren, watching Rallycross throughout his life. He knows the sport inside out, and he works here at the circuit, but he hasn't raced here before, and he's really enjoying these early stages of the two-wheel drive Superprix in 2026, and he's right on the rear bumper of Wesley Wickens, but he isn't for much longer because he goes Joker. So too does Leah McManus. So Leah's into the Joker section, so too Callum Scott. They come out in what is second/third for Callum because he's almost lost the ground to Graham Ives. He goes around the outside of Graham Ives, in fact, on the run into Talladega. So Callum Scott runs too deep though, and Callum gets out onto the weeds on the outside. He's now into the rear of Graham Ives, and Leah McManus is coming in to join the party as well. So Graham Ives loses ground, but Leah is making a mistake on the approach to the elbow. She just gets caught out by the slow moving Graham Ives, sadly, and unfortunately for Leah, she loses ground on the run through, spins and drops right to the back of the Minis, right to the back of the Suzuki Swifts in fact. But Wesley Wickens is slowing. Our race leader is grinding to a halt as he comes down Hairy Hill. The 51 car slows, and such a shame for Wesley. He loses a lot of ground. Phil Seif still leading the Suzuki Swifts, but Warren Salter wants to make a move on him, which he does. Wesley Wickens retires the Mini at the bottom of the hill, so Wes is out, sadly. The former esports racer drops out of contention. Phil Seith takes his joker this time through. He's still leading the Suzuki Swift group, but it's a 1-2 at the minute for the black and Dayglow yellow cars. The Callum Scott machine chased by Warren Salter. Callum's got a good lead now over Salter, with Phil Seith best of the Suzuki Swifts. He's got Liam McManus behind him. Over the tabletop and into the elbow they come. Scott Parker is having a decent run on his second outing. He's hired a rallycross car here at Lydden before, but great to see Scott return, and he's one of the drivers who have taken advantage of the Peter Gwynn Motorsport hire car days to come and drive a car at the training days that Peter Gwynn puts on, and they're a good way to get rallycross experience under your belt before diving into a full-blown rallycross event, which is what both Hooper and Parker have done today. Last lap board has gone out though, and Callum Scott is really going along very well indeed. This is great stuff from the youngster from Sittingbourne. He's a third generation rallycrosser. Grandad Dave raced a rallycross mini here at Lydden back in many decades ago, and is Callum now the new face in a mini, back the Scott name in a mini here at Lydden. There's a lot of history to that, and Callum is really enjoying being out front on his home circuit, coming down Hairy Hill and into Paddock Bend. Brother Tyler's due to be out in a Suzuki Swift at some point during the season as well, but Callum Scott's going to hop, skip and jump his way to the checkered flag. Callum Scott does it. Great stuff from the local man. Brilliant to see him on fire here at his home circuit. Warren Salter comes through in the 777 car, making it a 1-2 for the Salter's Law black and yellow machines. Third is Leah McManus. Leah did really well to come back there. She had a spin in the midpoint of the race, but good stuff from there. She's showing really good speed. Phil Seith wins the Swifts. He takes fourth on the road. Hooper is second in the Swifts, fifth on the road, and Scott Parker is sixth in the 66 car. Sadly, we lost Wesley Wickens and Graham Ives, so Graham just hasn't had the rub of the green yet on his first rallycross meeting here at his home circuit. He did have a good result up at Blyton at the opening round of the season, finishing third, but sadly today it hasn't gone his way. Retros will follow our next cross car race. The cross car juniors will be our next track action, followed by the Retros. Junior cross cars, and it's a straight fight between the 43 entry and the number 493. So two cars for the cross cars. We've got George Edinburgh in the blue corner against Ethan Hooker in the black, and it's a good start from George Edinburgh then. So George, who had a spin in Q1, that was up at the North Bend hairpin. That was what really ruined his race, and he was unable to challenge Ethan Hooker before the end. But this is better from George. He's trying to make up for lost time in Q1, and the youngster, who are all young of course, in the junior category, aged just between 13 and 17, but the local man from Raynham is making good ground already ahead of Ethan Hooker. We haven't got the Flitney family here this weekend, and sadly we were due to have Jackson Blewett out in a LifeLive TN5, but he's been unable to take the start. So there's two different shapes of LifeLive entry on circuit now. We've got the LifeLive TN11, them in the hands of George Edinburgh. That's the more up-to-date of the two. The car behind is a Life-Live TN5, and they're built in Belgium by Thierry Neuville and his brother, the WRC star. His brother runs the Life-Live operation which builds these cars, and they've really become a star of European and British rallycross. But there isn't just one chassis in cross-car competition. You can race a Ligier, there's speed car wonders which we've seen from Ireland and been very successful, and David Kane in particular has had very good results in the British Championship at the end of last year. Sadly, David's not here this weekend, but the man from Northern Ireland, fresh from taking a podium finish in RX5 at Mondello Park last weekend, we know he is very rapid. It's a great learning ground, this point, for senior cross car or for junior. This is a good chance to get behind the wheel of these motorbike engine Yamaha powered cars. They have a 700cc Yamaha engine producing 90 to 95 brake horsepower, so a good feeder entry series into rallycross competition. And as we mentioned earlier, they can keep the same chassis and just put the more powerful engine in and keep it when you step up to seniors. They've been hugely successful in Scandinavia, this class, and it does now has arrived in Britain a good few years ago now. 2022 time the BTRDA organisers brought the senior cars here. Only started with 2 or 3 cars. That's now really grown, and now we're seeing the junior category begin, and the grids will grow. It's a new category for this season as George goes into the Joker this time. Ethan's already done it, so Ethan Hooker's on the inside line, George Edinburgh through the Joker, and George is still going to come back out with the lead then in the XPB Cake car. The 493 Life-Live TN11 still has the advantage. It's the more up-to-date of the two. Better balance in the Life-Live TN11 than the older TN5, but Ethan Hooker is showing good speed in second spot, and doesn't look like this race is done yet, because George Edinburgh is still your race leader, but the fastest driver on circuit of 50.7 is Ethan Hooker behind. So Ethan is going along nicely around Lydden Hill. We saw a good junior race from 2 drivers very first thing this morning with Billy Hands and Tommy Brown, and now George Edinburgh and Ethan Hooker are threatening to put on an equally good display here if they can continue to close up. But we're running out of time, we're running out of tarmac, because George Edinburgh now is going to come through and up towards the timing line. The bodywork coming loose on the right hand side, but he takes the win. George Edinburgh wins race number 2. They've split the wins then so far today. Edinburgh fights back to take Q2. Hooker demoted to second, and hopefully Jackson Blewett can get out in the Life-Live TN5 before the end of this one. But it is a win in race number 2 for the Cross Car Juniors for George Edinburgh. Just a bit of track maintenance to complete before the Retros, Classics and Super Retros are let out on circuit. The Lydden team are hard at work through Paddock Bend and up over the tabletop jump. So the Retros will be next track action. A handful of races to go before we break for lunch. If you haven't been in the paddock already, programmes are available for £3 from the food bay, the old scrutineering bay, run by Claire and the team. Programmes are available to pick up there or at the main gate when you first came into the circuit. Head back up there and you can pick up a programme, a full entry list and information on all of the classes and an introduction from the Lydden team. This is sadly the penultimate rallycross event of the season here at Lydden, because we'll be building up as the months tick on for the November 7th and 8th fireworks spectacular weekend, the finale of the British Rallycross Championship in 2026. We'll be racing under the floodlights in the beginning of November. That is to come, but there is plenty of rallycross action here to unfold this afternoon. Once track maintenance is complete, we will be back with retros. But the rest of the calendar to follow for this year, we've got Lydden on the 25th, of course, today. Next up for the supercars, they'll be heading to Loillac for the huge event in northern France with the European Rallycross Championship, French Rallycross Championship, and joining the British Supercars as well. So that is one head of a weekend, the 50th anniversary of the Loillac meeting, and the British Supercars will be forming part of that on the 28th and 30th of August. On that very same weekend at Valkenswaard in Holland, the two-wheel drive regulars, which we're seeing here today, the cross cars and co, will be heading to Valkenswaard. So they'll head over the channel. Some drivers will go one way, some will go the other. And the Ovenden family, for example, Tristan will be going to Loillac, Will and the team will be heading up to Valkenswaard to Holland. That's in August. In September, we do this all again down at Pembrey in South Wales, because the BTRDA and the British Championship are joining forces again for a two-day meeting on the 26th and 27th of September. A really good 2 days of action at the home of Welsh Motorsport to look forward to at the end of September. And following that will be the BTRDA round at Knock Hill on the 18th of October, the fearsome rallycross circuit with a great loose section there, and to look forward to the BTRDA finale before the British Rallycross Five Nations Trophy finale here on the 7th and 8th of November under the floodlights. It'll be floodlit rallycross on the Saturday, followed by the fireworks. If you've been here before, you know the score. On the Sunday, it'll be daylight racing to round out the 2026 season. The Lord of Lydden bike event will be here this later in the year as well in October. So plenty to look forward to on two wheels and four here at Lydden and across the country with the remaining rounds of the British and BTRDA Rallycross Championships. Still a bit of track maintenance going on circuit, and we'll be back with the retro runners, joined by the classics and the super retros to continue Q2. So the track maintenance is pretty much complete here at Lydden Hill, and we'll be back with the Retros, Super Retros and BTRDA Classics, and it's a very colourful grid. 2 yellow machines at the front, a Peugeot 205 in the hands of Ian Harfide. He's into his mid-70s now, Ian, from Windsor, and great to have him back in a British Rallycross competition. He did race back in many decades ago in the 70s in Snetterton, when rallycross events were held at Snetterton. Ian Harfide was part of that entry list, and he's been many years away from the sport before returning to retro in recent seasons. Alongside him is the nice Toyota Starlet in the hands of Rick May, the former circuit racer, raced in the Dunlop Motorsport new saloons against Rob Burley, Bill Richards and co here, the legendary local saloon racers here at Lydden and Brands, and Rick May was always part of that championship for a good while. Daughter Caitlin May raced in junior rallycross Suzuki Swifts not too many seasons ago. So great to have Rick here in the yellow Toyota, but it's Ian Harfide in the Peugeot 205 who comes down on to a pole position in the 226 car. Ian in the ex-Nigel Davey Peugeot. Nigel not here this weekend, unfortunately, in the Triumph TR7 V8, but Ian Harfide here in the ex-Nigel Davey car starts from pole. Talbot Sunbeam is going to be up alongside. That's Hannah Stewart in the Ford-powered Talbot. The Munch Motorsport stickered car starts from the outside of row number 1. Row 2, Paul Buckmaster in his Vauxhall Nova. See how Paul gets on. Brother Rob's got a Toyota MR2 in build for the retro division, so that'll be another car added to the grid. Then it's Rick May in the Toyota, the yellow with the green wheels, Union Jack roof. It really can't miss the little Toyota Starlet. Another Toyota further back in the hands of Peter Christmas, the former drag racer in his ex-stage rallying Toyota Corolla. See how he gets on from the back row, the man from East Sussex. Charlie Maroney in his Vauxhall powered Ford comes down to the line in the orange Ford Escort Mark II. Maroney's been a star of BMW Mini and production BTRDA racing previously. And we'll see how Charlie gets on in number 7. He runs a 2-litre, his dad runs a 2-litre Ford engine. He runs a 2-litre red top Vauxhall engine. Dad Richard has now joined the grid, so Richard Maroney will be on the back with John Cross in 99. The Charlie Maroney's Ford Escort, unlike Pat Duran's Mark II, is non-turbocharged. It uses the 2-litre Vauxhall engine. The engine blew up at Lydden last time out, so they've rebuilt the engine and it's now got a dry sump kit fitted. So Charlie hoping he will go nicely in the Burton stickered car. He starts from the middle of row 1. So we're missing some of the stars of the Super Retro division in this one, where the grids have worked following the times from Q1, but we are now almost ready to go. John Cross from the back row should be one to watch in number 99, the Cross Sport Racing stickered car. The man from Basingstoke should be one to watch in the BMW, but we look towards the lights. And Q2 is go then for the Retros, but Charlie Maroney goes nowhere. New engine, but no power as he tries to go away from the line now. He's missed the start, sadly, but it's Hannah Stewart who's having a really good day so far in the Talbot Sunbeam. She takes the lead. The ex-Colway Tyres, the car which was used by... this chassis wasn't used in the British Rallycross Championship in the 90s, but the running gear was, and all the running gear from her dad's car from the 90s has been put into this Talbot Sunbeam chassis, and it's going very, very well in 2026. Out of the Devil's Elbow with the lead. Buckmaster second. John Cross has made his way up into 3rd place. So John's had a good start in the BMW. The white, and blue and black entry running in 3rd now, ahead of Ian Harfide in the Peugeot 205. Richard Maroney in the Euro 2000 spec Ford, the Gartrack built car, runs in 5th position. The old Euro 2000 class was a category popular with the European drivers, mainly in the 1990s. A few British drivers competing in it as well, though, of course, and Richard Maroney being one of those, and he's running in 5th position now, ahead of the Toyota Starlet of Rick May. So Rick May's having a good fight. Again, the Toyotas are locked together. There's a magnet between them. They are locked together on circuit again. Starlet versus Corolla. Take your pick for the final couple of positions. Charlie Maroney's with them as well, trying to break up the Toyota tussle, but it's Hannah Stewart who has the lead, and this is really good stuff from Hannah. She runs in the Super Retro division, so she does have a decent amount of power in the Talbot Sunbeam, but she hasn't had a result she really would have wanted throughout the season so far. So it's just good to see her out front, leading a race, going along smartly out at the top of the order, as Charlie Maroney makes ground on Pete Christmas further back. A change for what is last place and 8th on the road. It's still Hannah Stewart though who leads the way in the Talbot Sunbeam, and she is leading the second place car of Paul Buckmaster in 53. So this car raced in the Compomotive Wheels series during the 1990s, and we're seeing Hannah Stewart bring it back out to use with the different shell, with the running gear still being used as it was back in period, and it's got a 2-litre Pinto engine powering it along nicely. The Toyota Starlet of Rick May now up ahead of Pete Christmas and Charlie Maroney in the Ford Mark II. The Ford Escort Cosworth, meanwhile, of Richard Maroney's making ground, making a move on Ian Harfide. So Richard Maroney in the Euro 2000 spec cars now up into 4th place. This is good stuff from Richard in the number 70 car. It had a fire a couple of years ago. It's been completely rebuilt engine-wise to get it back out on circuit, and Richard Maroney now looks set to get a finish under his belt. He ground to a halt in race number 1, but this is better stuff from Richard, while son Charlie tries to recover after his failed start. But Hannah Stewart really start at the front of the field. She lifts the inside wheel through the Devil's Elbow. She's still up ahead of Buckmaster, John Cross, Maroney and Halfhide. Then further back we find Rick May, Charlie Maroney and Pete Christmas. So a couple of battling groups, with John Cross trying to make a move on Buckmaster out of North Bend Hairpin. But Hannah Stewart then is going to come through, the second generation rallycrosser, driving the Talbot Sunbeam in the Stig Blomqvist Works rally colours, comes up to the line to win. Buckmaster's going to be in 2nd, John Cross 3rd, Richard Maroney 4th, Ian Harfide is in 5th, and Charlie Maroney dives up the inside of Rick May going into paddock. So a change right at the end. Maroney makes ground, he gets up ahead of the former saloon car racer, and the Toyotas are back together again at the line, because Rick May finishes just ahead of Pete Christmas, and that was a good race from the Super Retro and BTIDA Classic division. And it's the 2-litre Pinto powered Talbot Sunbeam which wins the race on the road. Hannah's previously raced Suzuki Swift at Pembrey and at Lydden, but she's really enjoying moving into the retro paddock in recent years, and great to see the Talbot Sunbeam taking a win on the road in the hands of Hannah Stewart. She's your early pace setter in the retro division. Three minutes 40 from Hannah Stewart is the early benchmark time, and we'll see if our next group can get near that. Suspect they will. We've got some fast drivers heading out on track. Former champion Gary Simpson in number 52, a car he previously drove in the Super Modified Championship, starts on pole. Vince Bristow alongside in number 97, the rally man who rallies a Ford Escort Mark 1 Mexico in stage events regularly, but he enjoys dipping into a regular rallycross competition as well. Vince Bristow starts in 2nd. Daryl Ambrose in 170 is your outside starter in a very neatly turned out KMA Motorsport run 205. Gary Dixon, the man from Lincoln, is on row 2 in the Voxcare sponsored for Vauxhall Astra, still with its Lydden Legends Festival windscreen strip. So Gary still reminiscing about that event, and that's what sparked him to then get out onto circuit today. He wants to be part of the retro scene more regularly, and great to have Gary Dixon here in the X-Stage rallying Vauxhall. Alongside him, Steve Cousins in the Renault 5, and on the back row, Tony Lynch in the Toyota MR2, another Toyota to join the field. Ian Biaggi in the Mini, and the final starter, Messi Evans in the Peugeot 205. Good grid of Retro Machinery. We are about to go. The time of Hannah Stewart's the one to beat, but Vince Bristow might have sort of tried to launch forward a bit too early there, or someone has, and we're going to get an aborted start. So the attention is on Bristow from second, but was it Vince who broke the beam? We'll see what the officials decide. In retros, there's no double joker lap penalty, so cars are just going to be pushed back to the rear of the grid if they are found responsible for the jump start, and the officials are confirming now who was at fault. Bristow in the BMW, a car which has been in the British Rallycross paddock for many a season now. Over the winter, Vince kept the car on a trailer outside throughout all of the conditions of the winter, through the frosts, through the winter, and rolled it out in March for a rally sprint. So Vince, it's a BMW which works very effectively, and he's still showing nicely, and he doesn't look like he's been found at fault for the jump. But Ian Biaggi, in fact, has been pushed back. Ian, the Dumfries-based racer, new crankshaft on the Mini for 2026. It's a Dave Pritchard built car, a 1960 shell, previously driven by Roy Clark and Stuart Bowes. It's using the doors from an old green and white Mini, the Ian Sam with green and white Mini. Lance Foster has driven that car successfully as well, but Ian in many a decade of rallycross competition underneath him. He first rallycrossed back in 1975 at Boyd's Quarry in Northern Ireland. His first event then was in a Ford Anglia, and he's had this Mini since 2009, but Ian's going to have to do it from the very back of the grid here in the second retro race. Vince Bristow too being just pushed back into position. So Vince is okay. Ian Biaggi was the driver who broke the beam too early and will be ready to go. Gary Simpson on pole, Vince Bristow alongside in 97. Darrell Ambrose in the 170 on the outside of row 1. We're ready to race. Hannah Stewart's time is the one they're looking to trump. We go green for Q2, and Steve Cousins gets a very good start in the Renault 5. So Steve's blasted away into top spot. The man from Devon into top position already. Steve's had a huge variety of rallycross cars in his collection over the years, but it's the Renault 5 which he's put into good use here this afternoon, up ahead of Vince Bristow in the early stages. But Vince is not letting the Renault 5 get away in those Works rally colours. It really does look the part, and Vince Bristow goes a bit deep through the elbow, and Gary Simpson and Darrell Ambrose are trying to make good use of that as well. Into North Bend for the first time. Cousins leads, but behind it's anyone's guess between Bristow, Simpson, Ambrose and Gary Dixon. So Gary Dixon in the front wheel drive Vauxhall Astra is living with the Super Retro regulars as they come down into paddock for the first time. Darrell Ambrose goes very wide. He's very wide indeed. He's gone circuit racing. Darrell Ambrose is onto the race circuit on the outside. He goes across the grass and onto the grass section and onto the tarmac. Ambrose loses ground, and Gary Dixon's trying to make good use of that and grab the position away, but he can't. It's still Darren Ambrose in fourth. Steve Cousins leads. Bristow bouncing his way over the jump in second spot. Vince in the BMW is still second, but tail happy again through Devil's Elbow and just loses ground in a straight line. So Vince is good around the loose Talladega section. He's fast through there. The Renault 5 looks a bit vulnerable through the loose at times, but in a straight line the Renault can power away as Darrell Ambrose and Gary Simpson have a very good duel coming down Hairy Hill for the second time. This is where Bristow's strong, through the loose section and up round the banking. So the BMW man should be able to reel in the leader a bit through this section of the circuit. Bristow into the loose they go, onto the Talladega dirt. He needs to make good ground here on the Renault 5 and hope that he's unable to power away on the straight line, which we've seen on the opening couple of laps. But still Steve Cousins leads for now. Bristow is right on the rear bumper of the Renault through the left-hander. Darrell Ambrose right there with him. A lovely shot of the field as they turn through the left-hander of the elbow. Renault leading BMW, leading Peugeot, but Darrell Ambrose is right there trying to take second spot away from Vince Bristow, and the rear-wheel drive Peugeot is against what is of course a rear-wheel drive BMW, and Darrell Ambrose is trying to go the long way round. He's gone right around the outside of Vince Bristow and he's done it. Great stuff from Darrell Ambrose then in 170, the KMA Motorsport sticker car. gets second place away from Vince Bristow. First time we've seen Daryl Ambrose out on circuit at Lydden this year, and he's leaving nothing on the line. He's absolutely flying, and he's going to take this lead away from Cousins up over the tabletop, and Daryl Ambrose gets top spot away from Cousins. He's done it. Brilliant half a lap from Daryl Ambrose. He's gone from third to first in a few hundred metres. This is top stuff from the Peugeot pace setter now, but Steve Cousins comes back at him, and this is a classic rallycross duel between the different marques, the Peugeot and the Renault, two different French marques. Who's your money on? They come down Harry Hill, Renault versus Peugeot, and it's the Renault 5 which gets back ahead. Steve Cousins grabs the lead. Daryl Ambrose almost kisses the banking on the inside, but he spins up towards the line, and he's across the road. Thankfully everyone avoids him. Daryl Ambrose, drama at the chicane. Vince Bristow goes one way, Gary Simpson goes the other, and that all kicked off at the end. Daryl Ambrose drops down to fourth. Steve Cousins wins it. Gary Simpson second. Dixon is in third. Ambrose fourth. Evans fifth. Lynch was sixth. Biaggi seventh. And it was Vince Bristow who lost time being stuck behind Ambrose. He wasn't actually classified as a finisher because I think he took to the grass to avoid the spinning Peugeot, but should be able to be elevated back into his rightful position. Great stuff from the retros, and Steve Cousins it is who takes the win. We'll confirm the times when we have them. Hannah Stewart's early pace was at 3 minutes 40, and Steve Cousins has shaved 13 seconds off that, a 3:27. It's a good pace from Cousins for 3:27.7. Brilliant stuff from the retros. One more race of that still to come, and it's the big boys out next with Stuart Emery, Pat Duran and Dan Swayland in the Volvo and Fords respectively. A final Q2 qualifier for the retro division then, and it's the fastest drivers from Q1 thrown together for what could be a final. Stuart Emery starts on pole in the Volvo 242, the man from Faversham. He's got team merchandise available this weekend. Wife Donna providing the team merch. I do have a look in the paddock and online on the Stuart Emery Facebook Rallycross page, which has been relaunched in recent weeks. So do keep an eye on the flying brick as it makes its way around the British Rallycross scene. Pat Duran starts from second spot in the Zaxby turbocharged Ford Escort Mark II. He says all they've done between this event and Mondello, when he won, was just wash the car. They haven't done much to it. They've had Lydden Legends Festival between events. They've been very busy, the Lydden team, and Pat and the Carrot Cartel from Devon, who've run a number of Ford Escort Mark IIs, have been stars of retro rallycross competition in recent seasons. Dan Swayland, the local man in his turbocharged Ford Escort Mark I, built into this spec by Scott Reed of Julian Godfrey Engineering, the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club team involved as well. No Charlie French sadly this weekend, who's been a reigning champion in Super Retro of course over recent seasons, or Alan Crockett, who starred in the open two-wheel drives at Mondello Park in Ireland last weekend. Row 2, Thomas Edmonds in 24, Alan Tapscott in his Easterbrook Motorsport stickered AT Motors Ford. Lee Wood on the back row, he's definitely one to watch in the Treble 3 Burton Performance Centre Ford Escort Mark II. He's joined by the star of the retro division, that's up to 1600cc class, John Wood. So John in the STP John Welsh colours shouldn't really be fighting these super retro cars, but he will. And Ray Morgan in 114 in the BDA powered ex-Mark Lloyd car starts from the final row. 4 laps of action then. Stuart Emery, Pat Duran, Dan Swayland. Like an A final, ready for Q2. Super Retros on the line. We are away, and there's tyre smoke from Duran from the middle of the front row, and Stuart Emery gets away well. John Wood's gone spinning though off the start, and Thomas Edmonds has had to take avoiding action. Pat Duran's gone very, very deep, very, very sideways, and 2 sideways and into a spin. Pat Duran then spins away from second spot, and Stuart Emery is your early race leader. So Stuart has a trouble-free start while it was all kicking off amongst the Fords behind him. Dan Swayland into second spot. Alan Tapp's got third. Lee Wood's running in 4th position with Ray Morgan and Thomas Edmonds and John Wood rounding out the runners. Pat Duran's trying to make up for lost time. He's charging at the back of the field now as our last runner in 46, but he'll be a pretty frustrated driver under that visor as he tries to make up after that spin through Talladega. Emery leads though, so Stuart in the Volvo with the early lead in the 242 ahead of Dan Swayland in the Ford Escort Mark 1. Stuart has a 300 brake horsepower from this Volvo, 50 brake horsepower up on last year. It's a naturally aspirated car, and it's going along very nicely against the turbo cars around it. The 3 litre 8 valve Volvo 242 in the Pettis Solberg Tribute livery clambers up Harry Hill for the second time, but he'll be all too aware that Dan Swayland behind him is really showing good speed, and Dan on his graduation from retro division up into super retro is showing really good speed as the Ford Escort Mark II's duke it out behind him. Alan Tapscott and Lee Wood coming down into paddock for the second time. They're having a good fight, minus Pat Duran, who's lost ground. Lee Wood's had contact in the side door of his treble 3 car. The left hand side of Lee Wood's car looks rather battle scarred as John Wood, after his dramas off the start, is continuing on his way, but Stuart Emery still your race leader. Pat Duran at the very back of the train trying to pick off as many places as he can, but he's still in last place at the minute. He's 20 seconds off the race leader, which is still Stuart Emery going up into North Bend Hairpin. So Emery still leads. The 2 Kentish racers, with Emery from Faversham and Dan Swayland from the Isle of Sheppey, they are leading the pack still, but Emery best of all through the right hander at the bottom of the hill. Emery in 71 has been a real star in this Volvo, and he starts his final lap. Emery then with the advantage over Swayland. The gap now 2 seconds. Best lap of the session, a 47.7 from Stuart Emery. They're looking to beat the time set in the earlier qualifier. Stuart Emery looks really on course to do that and beat the time set in Q2 race 2. Into the elbow they come for the final time, and it is the Volvo with the new Swedish Evo head on the car for this season. That was bought from the motor design company in Sweden, described as the Julian Godfrey of Sweden. They really are the top engine builders in Scandinavia, and they provided this ahead for the Volvo for this season, and it's going very, very well indeed. A new engine in the car, and Emery is really going along nicely in 71, takes the win in the Volvo. Dan Swayland is going to be second in the Kent Movers sticker car. Lee Wood third. Alan Tapscott fourth. 3 Fords in second, third, fourth. Ray Morgan makes it another Ford in fifth, just ahead of Thomas Edmonds in the Vauxhall Corsa. John Wood in the Ford Escort Mark II, and Pat Duran will be a very disappointed 8th place. So Pat, after really starring earlier, drops down 23 seconds adrift of Stuart Emery by the checker flag. So Pat's got work to do this afternoon. Q3 still to come. We've got semi-finals for the retro division, for the super retro division as well, before the final later on. But great stuff from the group. Stuart Emery takes the checker and wins the session in Q2 for the super retros. Super modified up next with the drivers from across Europe heading here to Lydden for the 2-wheel drive Superprix. A big super modified grid is building here at Lydden Hill for queue number 2, race 1, and it's the 223 of Helmut Antonsen who starts on pole position, the Belgian racer in his BMW. Alongside him, 215 of Florian Weimann in his 1.8 litre Volkswagen Polo. Row 2, 93 David Bell. Mark Henry in his Alfa Romeo 147, which he's upgraded to super modified spec. It was a production car. On the back row, the Honda Civic of Andreas Hun, the treble 6 car of Dan Ertz, and the 555 of Scotsman George Gray. We are away then with super modified action. It's a good start from Dan Ertz in the treble 6 car. So Dan, on his first year of rallycross competition in the Ford Escort G3, is going along smartly, but our race leader early on is David Bell, because Antonsen's gone very deep and wide and avoids the tyre stack, but just keeps his foot in and keeps the lead. So Antonsen has the advantage, but where's Dan Ertz off to? He's disappearing across the front of everyone and very close to contact. Thankfully, George Gray avoided. That looks like suspension failure or something on the Ford Escort as he went into the elbow, and the G3 Escort is going to pull off to the side of the road. Great fight for the lead though. BMW Mini versus the Antonsen BMW E36, and David Bell then, the second generation rallycrosser. Dad Tony was a star of British rallycross for many a season in the supercar division in a Toyota Corolla back in the 2000s, and now David Bell is really going along well at the front of the field. He's ahead of Helmut Antonsen in the 223 car. The German behind is Florian Weimann in his Volkswagen Polo. He's up ahead of George Gray. Weimann goes for a huge jump over the tabletop as they hit the yellow flag zone, because we have a stranded Ford Escort on the apex. So the driver's got to be careful to avoid the front of the Ford, which is stuck on the inside. That's the treble 6 car of Dan Ertz. The G3 car still stranded at the elbow, but Dan's off at the side of the road, and hopefully we'll see him back out later on. It's the 93 of David Bell who still leads. Antonsen with a big slide through the Joker Lap section. That's going to cost him time in the 223. He comes out ahead of Scotsman George Gray. Andreas Hun in the Honda Civic is your final runner in the after the Joker Lap section, but there's a real BMW fight then between Antonsen and Gray. Antonsen up over the tabletop, still in third, but they're into a yellow flag zone now, so there's no overtaking through the Devil's Elbow. That's one of the best passing places on the circuit, so Antonsen's got to be careful, and the rest of the drivers through that section, not to make any mistakes, not try to overtake your rival there, because that's where you will lose ground, and officials will be keeping a beady eye on any dramas through the elbow. But into the Joker Lap section goes Florian Weimann, so too does George Gray, and Weimann comes out ahead of Antonsen. So Weimann is ahead of Antonsen at this stage. Antonsen has got a 2.8 litre engine in his BMW E36, and the 54-year-old from Belgium's got his work cut out now, because George Gray from Scotland is going alongside him, and it's a BMW battle as they go into the elbow, into the yellow flag zone again. So they've got to remember that they do behave themselves, and Antonsen, he's a well-known figure in Belgian rallycross. He's an experienced driver in the Belgian Championship, but he's now got his work cut out to try and keep Scotsman George Gray behind him. Through the North Bend hairpin they go. David Bell is going to take the win on the road. The number 93 of David Bell wins in the Mini Countryman. Florian Wiemann's best of the Europeans, but this great duel between the BMWs is going to go the way of the Belgian visitor. Antonsen does it then. Antonsen holds on and wins in 2-2-3. He's been a regular in the German Rallycross Championship in recent seasons. You can see a German DRX sticker on the side of the BMW, but Antonsen holds on to take third on the road. Florian Weimann beats him to the flag. Weimann in the Volkswagen Polo, a really neatly turned out Volkswagen. Great to have that car here, but David Bell sets the early pace, and it's the BMW Mini Countryman which takes the checker flag while we wait for Dan Ertz's car to be recovered from the Devil's Elbow. our last super modified race up towards the line, and Slavomir Volok in the BMW will start on pole. Great to have Slavomir here. He has had this car since 2020. He debuted it during the lockdown season of British Rallycross, which, if you remember, every round was held at Lydden. Mark Donnelly was the champion that season in the supercar class, and Slavomir Volok was a star of a Super National racing against Paige Bellaby and co. Paige Bellaby's up here today in the commentary, alongside the commentary box, helping with the driving standards with Dad Dave, so two top rallycrossers here helping behind the scenes and ensuring this, what is a busy schedule, can run up to the 6 p.m. curfew, because there's a lot to get through. We've had a few incidents today as well. Lunch was due to start at 1, so we're a little bit behind schedule, so we'll update you when we know the timings for how long lunch break will be. But Slavomir Volok, who has been building upgrades to his house in Epping, that's why he's not been a regular rallycrosser in recent years. He's been turning his house into a 6-bed home. So he doesn't know why he needs such a big place. There's just 2 of them, but he's happy with his home now, and he's now been able to go, once that build's complete, he can go rallycross racing. And Slavomir Volok, who has been an absolute star in his BMW E92 M3 V8 powertrain, and we'll see how he goes in this one. Fred Ling starts second. Paul Coney in number 20 will start from row number 2 in the Vauxhall Corsa. He's got a 2.3 litre Ridgeway race engines built power plant, and the man from Dartford, former European mini-cross champion Paul Coney, star of the Vauxhall Nova Challenge. He's been in rallycross for more than 35 years. We have got a gap on row 1, which I'm sure you would have noticed, and that's because we are missing the BMW, which was a star of our earlier race. Thibaut Vasson, his BMW M3 E36 hasn't made it to the line, so we're going to go without it. Rich Moore starts on the second row with Mandy Kasser, Arian Van Lommel and Darren Scott, but sadly the BMW is not going to be here, so we've lost the Vasson BMW, the Joe Winkelhock style livery, but we're away with the grid we've got, and it's still a very good one. And Slavomir Volok starts from pole and takes the lead away down into Talladega then. So Volok leads the pack. He's into his 19th season of rallycross competition, is Slavomir now. He's got tons of experience. He started in Stock Hatch many a year ago, and he's now a star of Super National. Further back, Darren Scott's had a drama in the Citroen C2. He's spun after a misfortune with Mandy Kasser, as the fight for second is really on. Richard Moore's had a tank snapper coming out of the Devil's Elbow. Fred Ling, Paul Coney are snapping at his heels. They go into North Bend Hairpin. Fred's in second spot, Rich Moore third, Paul Coney in fourth. Arian Van Lommel has nowhere to go in the Volvo. She's in fifth. While all this is happening, Slavomir Volok is escaping out front. So Volok's got the lead in number 60. Fred Ling second spot, Rich Moore running in third, Paul Coney fourth. Arian Van Lommel goes into the Joker. So Arian goes into the longer route, and the Dutch racer Mandy Kasser, she's at the back of the train with Darren Scott behind, after Darren had a spin on the approach to the jump at the start of lap 1. But Paul Coney in the 2.3 litre Vauxhall Corsa is trying to stick with the Mercedes SLK, which has a BMW V8, the same powertrain as the BMW in the hands of Slavomir Volok. So it really is a brilliant piece of engineering to build the Mercedes SLK into what is a very effective Super National weapon. And Rich Moore is trying to keep Paul Coney at bay. A brilliant duel between the front and rear driven cars, and it's Paul Coney who goes into that longer route this time. So into the longer section goes the Dartford racer, followed by Mandy Kasser from Holland. As Arian Van Lommel comes out behind Paul Coney once the Joker laps are complete. So Slavomir Volok, your race leader, he's yet to go into that longer route. The Fred Ling Ford Fiesta in second spot. Fred's the championship leader in the Super National Super Modified standings after the 2 opening rounds up at Blyton in Lincolnshire. That's where the first 2 events have been held in 2026, but they've arrived at Lydden with a bang as the BTRDA Super Modified Group 8. Really impressive field, and we'll have a super final later as well to look forward to, with the fastest 10 qualifiers from all of the categories excluding juniors and cross cars. Volok's into the Joker, he's out of it now, so too's Fred Ling, and they start their final lap. The Bleasdale brothers are not here this weekend to compete in the two-wheel drive Superprix, so there's no VX220s to duel with, but Richard Moore is still representing the sports cars, and he's come out behind Van Lommel and does go into a spin. So Richard Moore just loses ground behind Van Lommel in the Volvo 242, and into a spin he goes. Van Lommel is going to be in 4th spot, and Rich Moore's stationary on the inside. Volok locks the front right into North Bend. He's really pushing on here because Fred Ling in the 2.4 litre Duratec powered Ford Fiesta is really showing nicely in the front wheel drive car. He's really taking the fight to this rear wheel drive weapon, which is the BMW, and just look at the pace of Fred Ling. Great stuff from Fred. He's right on the tail of Slavomir, but Volok wins it, and he wins Q2. Slavomir Volok does it. 2nd place for Fred Ling. The Ashford man on his home circuit is 2nd. Paul Coney 3rd. Van Lommel 4th. Darren Scott after the spin on lap 1 is 5th, ahead of Maddie Kasser in the number 88 car. And our final finisher will be Richard Moore then, the former RX150 BMW mini racer. He started building this Mercedes 9 years ago, and he's really now getting used to it behind the wheel. And great to see Richard out on circuit just as that drama's through Talladega, where he threw it away and lost a ground. So we see Rich back at the front, I'm sure, as the meeting goes on. One more race before we break for lunch, and that will be the production and modified 4x4 category, with the one 4-wheel drive car here today at what is the 2-wheel drive Superprix, but we'll always welcome Thomas Ramanauskas here on to the start line. Slavomir Volok wins the super modified Q2 race and Q2 overall, but next on circuit are the production cars. Our last race of Q2, last race before lunch as well, and it's the modified 4x4 runner, the sole entrant, Thomas Ramanauskas, a winner of the Lithuanian President's Rally Cup in previous years. He's won that event twice. He's rallied a Subaru, but he's rally crossing a Mitsubishi now, and the Evo 4 starts all on its own on pole. Behind him though, that's where the race really will be, because we've got a great duel brewing between Ted Shepherd in the Renault Clio, Alex Fletcher in the Honda Civic, Will Noon in his Renault Clio, Ben Flynn in the similar Renault, and Ben Williams in the Suzuki Swift. So Ben doesn't race his car in the Suzuki Swift category because it's not built to Peter Gwynn Motorsport specs, but it does look like a normal Suzuki Swift Rallycross Championship car, and he races in the production category. Ready to race. Ramanauskas starts on the front row, but Ted Shepherd's made the best of the starts from the second batch, and he launches ahead of the slow starting Evo 4. So Ted Shepherd it is who leads. Shepherd in top spot already with Will Noon behind him. The two Renault Clios make it a mini Renault Clio Cup as they go through the Talladega turn and up over the tabletop, with Shepherd ahead of Noon, with Alex Fletcher behind him, the reigning champion in the BTRDA series. Ben Williams is a star of the Easter event here. He hired a Lydden Hill Rallycross car Swift for that weekend and really took the fight to the regulars in the Suzuki Swifts. A star of the opening weekend over Easter time, and Ben Williams now back to more familiar surroundings in the BTRDA production spec division, with the Mitsubishi Evo 4 beginning to close him down into paddock. A spin for Thomas Ramanauskas through paddock, so Ramanauskas has thrown the Mitsubishi Evo 4 around at the bottom of the hill, but it's Ted Shepherd who is continuing to lead in the Renault Clio. He is planning to move up into Retro Rallycross at some point in the future, but Ted's sticking to the Renault Clio for now. So too's Ben Flynn, the Scotsman, in his Renault Clio, but Thomas Ramanauskas, after spinning through paddock, has taken the front bumper off the front of the Evo 4, so the Lithuanian former rallyman has dropped right to the very back of the train. But it is the Whiskey Highball stickered car of Ted Shepherd which leads the field through the North Bend hairpin, with Will Noon trying to stick with him. Ted is getting faster and faster each time we see him on circuit, gaining more and more experience. He competes in the rally sprint events here at Lydden throughout the season to gain more mileage, but really loves the wheel-to-wheel rallycross competition. And Shepherd, who started in hiring a Suzuki Swift last year here at Lydden, is now a regular in BTRDA competition, and great to have him here in the Clio out front. Ramanauskas has retired the Mitsubishi Evo 4, unfortunately, so the Evo out with damage to the front end, but it's still Ted Shepherd who leads the way up into North Bend, with Will Noon, Alex Fletcher second and third. Sadly, there's no Neil Brooks in this one after his damage in race number 1. There's not been a good few weeks for the Brooks family at Lydden. Son Tom was testing here at Lydden Legends Festival and had an unfortunate roll at Devil's Elbow, and sadly a few weeks later Dad Neil has drama through the chicane. So hopefully the Brooks family will be back at the home circuit and enjoying much better fortune in the not too distant future. But it's Ted Shepherd who's doing all of the leading in this one at the minute. He's the fastest driver on circuit at 50.5, 4 seconds clear of Will Noon as Ben Flynn comes through the chicane section to begin his final lap. It's still Shepherd with the advantage. The longer wheelbase of the Honda Civic is closing in on Will Noon at the minute for second and third place, but Ted Shepherd, your race leader, still with that longer route to do. He's going to leave it until the last as they come down Hairy Hill. He's looking for a championship win this year if he can in the up to 2 litre class. He's been a star in the Citroen C2 last year, but he's upgraded to a more powerful Renault Clio for 2026, and Ted Shepherd picks his way through the Joker Lap and wins in the Clio. He wins the last race before we break for lunch at the end of Q2. Second for Will Noon, third for Alex Fletcher, fourth is Ben Williams. Ben Flynn, after his dramas up at Blighton when he rolled at the last round in the 552 car, is going to come down Hairy Hill. He'll be our 5th place finisher in the Renault Clio, and sadly we lost Thomas Ramanauskas in the treble 8 Mitsubishi Evo 4. But that is our races complete for the morning session. We are slightly behind time, but pretty good effort with all the dramas. We were due to break for lunch at 1. We're just 10 minutes behind that. So great effort from the organisers and everyone involved to get through the programme. Good action this morning. Look forward to more of that this afternoon. And once we have confirmation of the restart time, I'll let you know. But in the meantime, enjoy your lunch, and we're back with Q3 at the British Rallycross and BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross 2-wheel drive Superprix.
sometimes get involved with the European rallycross and all that, and they have interview crews and they have all this, so you keep the flow going. Whereas what happens is when you have a good race, you've just seen, you can have good races and then it all goes flat because we're just walking the track now. Whereas if you can throw to something, it just keeps that nice flow of people chatting and pictures moving. And
100% would be down for that.
so that was a rallycross would be, but it's
I'd love to walk around the paddock as well. Obviously,
well that's possible.
As well.
You can walk around the paddock and
show
say,
people,
and that's actually what Dan did, because and I know Dan those drivers and he's encyclopedia of these things, which helps a lot. But you don't have to be. It just you'll know about certain racing things you could do, or someone's got a broken down car, is the engine going to be ready in time, or whatever. But we had some scheduled interviews, didn't we, on the hour last time that you were doing on a podium.
Yes.
So he was scheduled to interview some top names. To be honest, we did some fantastic interviews that went on for about 5-10 minutes, which was ace, and then we'd show some track stuff. And the priority actually was the interviews then, but got so into it that he said, well, because we knew we had some downtime on the track, he said, well, I'll just go and have a wander, I'll just see what I can see. And that was ace, wasn't it? It was that lovely feel, lovely live feel.
Good fun, yeah.
So that may or may not be something you want to try in the future.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Probably voluntarily at first, I would say,
That's not
with the track.
trouble with me, yeah.
But if that's a possibility, then fine. But the thing with a presenter, without putting any presenters down, it's not about the presenter, it's about who they're asking questions to. Yeah. But having said that, you think of you'll think of half a dozen fairly generic, intelligent questions. Yeah.
Like that's who I get inspiration from. I think because he's got a really good personality and gets a good laugh at the driver.
Yeah, I think personality coming across, because sometimes the worst case scenario, as I say, is asking questions where you'll get one word answers, because that's just killing it. You'll get people who ask questions, and you'll get 2 or 3 different types. There'll be the type that wants to tell you about their day in real time, that you can't shut up. There'll be the ones that just want to give 1 or 2 word answers, or just as soon as you put a camera in. I mean, I can talk for England, but put a camera in my face, I'm like, I overanalyse what I'm saying, which is not good. So, and you can get drivers the same. Or you'll just get the ones that are medium and stuff like that. But he gets exposure for people that don't do things. And I'd like to do that in November, wouldn't you, Dan? That would be a great sort of thing. I'm not putting you on the spot with that. You know better, but it's something we're trying to develop and stuff.
I think it'd be really, I think it'd be a really, really good idea. And I'd 100% be up for it. That'd be such a cool thing to do.
And, it may or may not work.
Yeah.
But it's worth a try.
Exactly.
Whether you covered this end, that end, whatever, Dan's call on that, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what to do, yeah.
But if it's
We're meant to have
time
meant to have a review of it, weren't they? Lydden Legends, but that never hasn't happened yet.
They'll think
There was
about
no
it.
live shoot for that, was there?
It was, yeah.
Living Legend, yeah. They'll think about it, but they'll think about it at the end of the year, and they'll think about it for next year. But they're slowly developing the production that we're doing to think, it'd be good to get that sort of that point was proved, as I say, at the last event a month or so ago.
Yeah. It does make.
But they're up to their ears on budgets and God knows what else.
Yeah.
Which is the killer at the moment. But having said that, as the production goes up and gets things, but it might be good for you to get something if you want to.
100%, 100%. Because you've
good
got
on
to
the
get
CV.
another, and it's also mean you've got to hire another camera then for.
I can get around it.
Okay.
I can get around it because yes, I could bring another camera in that costs more money and they won't pay me more money to do it, because I tried that scenario. But what I could do is what we did last time is we put an extra fixed camera, which is like it anyway, so it doesn't cost me anymore. We put a fixed camera on that last corner, so that the cameraman that was operating that could flip between the 2 cameras. Come and do 5 minutes of thing and then switch back into the direct camera. So, it's doable. I mean, normally at every other circuit, like next weekend and the weekend after, we just have enough crew and they cover it all. But rallycross is not huge numbers of grids. You don't get 50 or 60 cars on the grid, and a lot of their financing, I suppose, will come from the people racing and stuff like that, or from sponsors. Whereas, when you're at a big event like we do normally, there's a lot more people contributing towards it. Whereas rallycross is subsidised quite heavily. So.
Most of these guys, they seem like people that actually genuinely want to talk and enjoy, coming to big events, and I'm sure being fame on TV wouldn't hurt as well from their facing TV as well. So.
Oh, but a lot of people seem to love it at the Legend one, don't they? There's a a lot of good feedback as regards to, you know, because sometimes you've got in our job, Dan's mine, and if anyone's been presenting as well, it's very easy for us to just concentrate on the front runners and stuff like that, but there's lots of good stories with others, you know. You quite often will get some 70 or 80-year-old who's been doing racing all his life, is on the grid, and you just think, you know,
You won't hear it.
yeah.
It's definitely worth to do instead of staring at a tractor, I think, for a couple of minutes.
I don't like the track. I mean, originally I used to, because I had nowhere to cut to. I mean, we did, up until about 2 or 3 years ago, we didn't do this live anyway. We were doing post-production things for their media. And then I said to them, we need to do live. And they said, no, don't do that, because someone had done it before and not done it well. So we came in and we convinced them, and we went to that. And then I was trying to get Dan in on commentary, because originally they were bringing other commentators in, and just leaving Dan doing the circuit one, wasn't it, Dan?
Yeah, that was only last year.
And then we merged Dan in, and then and they said, oh yeah, that does work. So it was a softly.
Yeah.
Were they in another room to do the track? Or were you in another room to do the track?
No, we did it there, wasn't it?
Bryn, yeah. Originally we used to be in there, and they brought someone else in. They brought someone. He's a friend of mine, so I'm not going to put him down. But called Bryn Lucas, and he's good at doing stuff, but he doesn't have the knowledge of rallycross and stuff like that. Say someone like Dan would have, and maybe some others.
Yeah.
But they brought Bryn in because he's, as a presenter, he's you know, you can get the enthusiasm and stuff like that. But he's commentating visually what he sees, rather than someone like Dan will commentate visually what he sees, but knows the background stuff and can throw in these little details that ultimately, you know, if you ever do commentary, that's what you need to do. It's, you know, if I sat there, I'd be saying, oh, look at the white card, I mean, very close to the blue card. You don't want to hear that. Whereas, you know, if you can remember the names of people off the back of the mic, I'll do that kind of stuff. But Dan will come up with, you know, mid-race, halfway through a race, or something, and you know, 1982 champion, you get this shit, you know, and yet that's what people like.
Yeah.
You know, there's data about stuff. And you've got not to overcomplicate it, because I mean, rallycross is very short, sharp races. You know, if you're doing like one of our races where we're doing an endurance race, you know, or stuff like that, a 40-minute race or a 3-hour race or whatever, Christ, you want every bit of data you can.
Is that what you commentate? What are you commentating on? Sim stuff you're doing?
Yeah.
So is that circuit racing?
Yeah, that's all circuit racing. Yeah. So it's slightly different. Obviously, the names are on the screens, which is obviously a lot easier for me to do.
Right.
In terms of, instead of looking.
Yeah, because it takes a lot of learning, doesn't it?
It does,
and stuff,
yeah.
and especially if there's change the bloody drivers over, or change the liveries and
Well, no,
between rounds.
It's Historics in the Hill. One car was in 4 races.
Oh, here, yeah.
The red one.
Okay.
There's a red one that was in 4 races. And
Yeah.
drivers, and it won every single race.
Yeah.
Don't get how.
No.
Same cars as well.
But yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Hopefully you can get a bit of an insane trip day in.
Yeah. But
If that's something that you want to,
100%. Yeah. I'd love
and if
to.
you do, I'll mention it to the various people. But
I'll hand over my contact details as well.
Yeah.
And then you've got them in
Yeah.
anything.
yeah,
No.
I don't know.
I would like something, because I can see we're missing a little piece in the jigsaw at the moment, and Dan showed us that missing piece last time he was out, but I can't have them in 2 places at once.
No.
Sometimes it was just having someone cover here
Yeah.
for 5 minutes.
Because they have.
Because without being funny, I have Dan there every time doing
Yeah.
interviews and stuff like that, because you just like, he knows what he's talking about. I don't think they get too on your nerves.
No.
But having said that, having someone over there that we could just throw to and can just, you know, talk to drivers in the whole air or whatever is brilliant, because you can, it just keeps it flowing.
Yeah, 100%. Because there's a guy. I'm trying to remember his name, because he did the truck racing, and then moved on to. He did the MG Cup, and then moved on to big. He's just grown. I think
Truck racing is Dave Goddard, isn't it? Or no, I can't think who it is.
it's someone obviously new now, but they used to have an old guy. I'm trying to remember what his name was. But he did interviews. He never did commentating. He just did.
What's he now doing? Commentating?
Yeah. No. Sorry. He's doing like interviews.
Right.
So he does all the coverage basically, and then leaves it to the commentators. I'm trying to remember the one who does the tour guide.
Oh, what, Chris Hartley does
That's it, Chris Hartley. Yeah. Yeah, Chris Hartley's really good.
He has good, he's good energy in his voice.
Yeah, he does.
Good energy, he knows about to use inflection at the right time and stuff like that. There's a speaking from the production point of view, because sometimes we employ commentators direct, not so much nowadays to be fair, but you can go either side of the scale. You can have ones that come in and are very monotone, are very dull. A commentator can it's a bit like music in a film. It's a subliminal thing that can enhance it so much. I mean, sometimes I've done it when we used to do post-production programs. It's probably the best example. We'd go out and film a thing. This is before the live stream came in. We've done this for like 30 years now. And we do program for BT Sport or Eurosport or whatever. And we get the program, and I've seen the edit 12 times before we send it for voicing. We send it for voicing, and we get it back. And Richard John Neal, should we say, who's done hundreds of programs for me, post-production wise, we'd send it back, and I'd dub it back in and listen to it, and I could feel the hairs at certain points going up on my arm because it was so exciting. He said, it's such a time, and it's, Jesus Christ, what's this? You know, and I've seen the thing, but I think, Christ, that makes a difference. A bit like when they put music in the film, subliminally, it just like adds you up to get the right thing. But the key is knowing when to do that. The worst case is someone's monotone all the time and no excitement, they can kill it. The other extreme is you get somebody who's again, another friend, but he doesn't do anything with me now, but there's a lad called Jake Sanson who used to do stuff years ago. And he was always like an excited Jack Russell Terrier all the time. And the trouble is, if you're doing that all the time, then it flattens out. Because you just like, it's just someone like, not screaming down the mic, but it's, even when it's not, you just think, So it's knowing the flight. It's knowing where to do things.
You've got to build it up, don't you?
And if you listen to Dan does it naturally.
Yeah.
It's oh, so, and then but they're coming together all the time. It's good. This is exciting. But then knows when to level it out.
David Hudson's kind of, I feel like he does sometimes bring it up a bit.
Oh, David Hudson.
He tends to keep it flat most of the time.
I first worked with David Hudson back in Jonathan Palmer, who I know for years because I used to do racing instructing, and before Johnson owned that place, he used to do corporate hospitality stuff. So I used to be a race circuit instructor, and I met him through that because he was in the corporate hospitality thing and what have you. And anyway, obviously we got to TV and stuff like that, and his son, Jolene and Alex Brundle were doing stuff. They were doing a thing called Formula Palmer Audi back in 2005, 2006. And Palmer came up to me and he said, can you go and film them at Bedford first and do some stuff, and let's do some dummy interviews with them and see what they're like. And they needed help with that, PR wise, because that's as important nowadays as being a good driver. And so I said, yeah, we'll do all that. And then he said to me, can you do Formula Palmer Audi for me in the autumn season of 2005, 6 programs for Motors TV? And I said, yeah. So we sent the crew out and we filmed it and all that, and it was all post-production stuff. And he said, I want David Addison. He said, have you met David Addison? David lives near me. And I said, no, I've not actually met him. And this is obviously going back like 20 years ago. So
Young David.
yeah, David turned up at my door. It wasn't what I was expecting, because you hear the voice and you think,
Yeah, no, that's what I have. Yeah.
So he turns up at my door in a tweed sort of suit, with a tweed flat cap on, and stuff like that. But he was in his 30s or whatever at the time. And he said, "Are you Barry?" I said, "Yeah, come into the studio." Whatever. So I said, "Oh yeah, okay." So he came out. We had a setup with various monitors and stuff like that. And I said, "Okay," and he was going to record it. And I said, "Oh, okay, well it's a 48-minute program as it was." I said, "You know, obviously we can do. I can stop it. Do whatever take." And David said, "No, I'm going to do it one take. Otherwise, I don't want to do it." He says, "And the Arches Radio 4 program or something is on at 7 o'clock or something." He said, "So I've got to be home in time for that." And I said, "What?" I said, "Okay, if you do it one time." Yeah. So we sat down and stuff like that. I said, "Do you want a cup of coffee?" "Yeah, I'll have a cup of coffee first," and so forth. And he just said, "Right, where's the key points?" This, that, and the other. And we put some visual indicators when he cues in and out of interviews or whatever. I mean, if there's key points coming up. So he read through the notes. And we sat down and so forth. And I said, "Right, do you want to get cracking?" He said, "Yeah, fine, yeah." He said, "Do you mind if I stand?" I said, "Yeah." And so we stood up, and I hit play, and it was like the voice thing, because he put so much excitement into the thing. I was like, what's going on? It just like come alive, like switched them on like I liked. I mean, to be fair, first program that we did of that was like really good close racing. It wasn't the same in all of them, but it was good close racing. But yeah, did that, did it in one take. Thanks very much. Off I go.
His voice is like, it's like got got a true conversation.
It's a bit
It's
gravel,
normal
not gravel,
speaking
isn't it?
voice.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just like a.
Yeah.
He's just got like I don't know. He's just got that kind of you know it.
Yeah,
But he's very good at knowledge again, which
Yeah.
again comes over time. But yeah, yeah. Some. There's a couple of that don't like using him so much because of his voice tone, and others love him because of his voice tone. So yeah, it just.
But to be fair, he's done Le Mans. He's done Formula One.
No, he's done all big stuff, hasn't he?
He's done everything.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think he's not done. Not one category hasn't done it there really.
Yeah, he tried to think, and he's like, well, A, he's too good to be in some of these like things.
Yeah, yeah.
Like you would not expect him to come here for the.
He did rallycross actually. When we did rallycross for
Yeah,
BT
Pembrey.
Sport.
At Pembrey.
Silverstone, I worked with him here.
I remember, well, years ago when we did this, we covered the same thing, and it was run by a bloke called Tim. He gave us his a while ago. We used to do it at BT Sport, and before Lydden took over and so forth, this has gone for quite a few years, and so we did 3 years for BT Sport under contract, and they got David in to do the voicing, basically. But the first one that we did, or one of the ones that we did, was at Silverstone. And Christ, it was a bitter day because we were going to put drones up and we were going to do all sorts with things. They had this internal rallycross that they don't use anymore, but probably don't even have it. And went there, it was bloody snowy. Stuff like that. But David did the 360 camera and everything else there, but he was really enthusiastic about it.
What's happened with the drone? Because that was a big thing that you guys used.
Here,
Yeah.
yeah, it was good because we
It was
could link
really
it in.
cool shots. Really cool.
Budget.
Oh, I see.
I think that's what it was. I mean, drones are expensive to put in, and like I say,
TV, what, camera.
yeah, I mean, it wasn't employed via us. We've got 2 drone guys we could use, but they employed it because the guy lives at Lydden,
Oh, right, okay.
and he had these little FPV things, and it was very good. And it, once we figured out how we could do it live rather than there was a slight delay between things and all that, it was good. But yeah, budgets, it was just getting too expensive, so they didn't tell us, but they chopped in, and that was it. But as I say, I don't know how they finance it because 8 cars sitting on the grid. In a normal championship, if you go to the MG Cup or you do anything else, I mean, and they get live streaming, they put 20 quid on everyone's entry fee or whatever it would be. It doesn't add up when you've got the smaller grids. With
No, that's why we.
you know what I mean? So they subsidise it quite heavily in that way.
Quit because it used to be live streamed. The whole events of the Quip used to be live streamed, and then it stopped because the guy left because he was funded. And then he left, obviously, so it stopped. But apparently they may be bringing new.
Who's that? It kicked it,
Yeah, Quip, yeah.
Right,
is that John? No. Guy with the black Mercedes.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because we
Yeah.
covered one of it for once, not live, but
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So what was it? Sorry, Stuart. They're welding the manifold, despite winning. What was it? What was? Sorry. Right. Head gas. Oh, right, got it. Head gasket on Leanne Sedgwick. And what was the other one? Harris. New radiator. Okay. All right. Cheers, mate. All right, brilliant. Cheers, Chris. See you in a bit, mate. Have a good one.
It's just people's cars getting repaired.
Yeah, just that. The chief marshal on the.
okay, guys, next couple of minutes, can you have your cameras back on, please? Let me know when they're back on because I don't automatically know if I've got to activate the clouds at this end. changed the way we do things quite a bit here. We used to do I've got wireless systems out there, and with this track we could actually connect all wirelessly.
Yeah.
And all that works superbly, and it still would, to be fair. Then when the drone came in, it was using the same frequency, and it was triggering them all to.
Yeah.
Right, I've got Shay's, I've got Rob's, Matt, I haven't got yours yet, but that might be because of the cloud bit. Let me just double check on the cloud, hang on. But then we changed because of other circuits changing around stuff. Right, hang on Matt, yeah, okay, you're in the cloud, let me just bring it back down again. I should see your picture in about 10 seconds, yeah, I've got you an audio, yeah, so I've got Matt, Rob, Shay, Rory, should I be seeing yours yet, or are you going back? Okay mate, what camera are you for, wasn't it? Hang on a second. Yeah, got you, excellent.
You got enough water?
Yeah, well, I just finished one at the time.
Do you want me to- I'm going to fill it up.
Are you sure?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. Very kind of you.
You got enough barrel?
I've got enough water, thank you, yeah. Mixed grill, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
So, guys, just do exactly as you did this morning. That all worked superbly, great feedback so far. Obviously, I'm not trying to sound like a, what's the name here? I know it's hot and so forth, and not only is it hard for you guys to put up with it, I know occasionally on Rob's and Rory's they've struggled because of either signal or heat with the systems. So, Matt, I'm going to rely on you. Yours has got a solid because your internet is keeping strong signal all the time, so do what you keep doing and just do the whole track for me as and when, please, because that means I can punch to yours without panicking as much as I normally do. And that all works well, pictures look great. And yeah, so we're going to do, we have, let's have a look, hang on. So Q3 is the next set of things that we have, which is essentially the same people again, really. And then we'll do the finals. So Q3, then there should be a track water thing, got about 10 races or so. And then once we do the finals, or semi-finals, there's a couple of them. And then finals, we'll be recording to camera on those. Okay, so I will give you plenty of advance warning on those. The only reason is in case the camera goes wrong or everything shuts down like it did last time, or if I press the wrong buttons this end, it means post-production wise I can just tweak it before we show it on social media. So yeah, should all work well. Once we finish, use your reaching pack
I'll get mixed up. I'll leave this one over.
yourself or nearby in a safe place and just come and help me, and then we'll try and all get away early. So at least you see a bit of what we do this side.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've never.
Yeah, so
I've
you
seen
keep
videos of it.
the what, sorry?
Sorry, what you saying? You're saying.
You keep it. I spoke to them this year and said if there's any events you want us to cover, and they said, well, we'd love to, but it doesn't get the return on investment, which means they were subsidising it quite heavily.
You said that to Equip.
Yeah, I said to I can't think of the guy's name now. Charles Mercedes. He was really friendly with me. He'd love us to do some stuff.
That's such a cause Equip. Obviously, it's not just the MG Cup. There are so many other races with some like beautiful.
John
cars.
Pearson
John Pearson.
is the one I deal with.
Oh. Well, he works with Equip.
Yeah, we're talking about the same ones. Yeah.
Because I know
There's him and one other guy. I can't think who's the other guy called. But anyway.
Ian Waterhouse. Is it Ian
Oh,
Waterhouse?
Ian Waterhouse.
Yeah, he used to do the Equip.
Oh, okay.
Ian. He did the coverage mostly for the MG Cup.
Yeah.
But did do coverage.
Hope you enjoyed your lunch, everybody, because we are about to get going with Q3 here at the 2026 edition of the two-wheel drive Superprix, a combination of the Five Nations British Rallycross Championship and the BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross Championship, which has a very long history as well. 50 years of British Rallycross Championship this year being celebrated. You'll see a 50th anniversary sticker on the British Rallycross cars, and it's 50 years to the day since the very first British Rallycross event was ever held. So nice to hold the summertime event on that very date. It's juniors which kickstart our afternoon's action, and Billy Hand starts on pole position in number 23. Now the juniors have been close all day long, hopefully for more of the same this afternoon. Billy Hand's on pole, then it's Tommy Brown in the middle of row one, a bit late to the grid, but he's dashing to the line now, and the Essex youngster comes down through the middle of the second row and will come down onto second spot in 18. Phoebe Cake starts on the outside in 631, Ethan Miles in 87, and Oscar Cooper starting in 42. Now Phoebe Cake is planning on graduating up a couple of classes as the season goes on. We could see her out in a big step up in class in the coming events, but Phoebe Cake in 631 starts from the outside of row number one. We get the thumbs up from the start line marshal then, and our first race of a Q3 about to get underway. Hands versus Brown, but don't rule out Phoebe Cake and the rest as well. We go green for the start of Q3, and it is the green machine of Billy Hands which leads the pack down the Canterbury Straight and on towards the loose section for the first time. Then they've got to be careful through this Talladega area. You don't want to be clipping the tyre stacks on the inside. A couple of those do result in getting a 5-second penalty if you clip the first tyre stack on the approach to Talladega, or any of these around this part of the circuit. The big tyre stack they're passing now on the approach to the elbow, that is an automatic 5-second penalty, so the drivers have got to be aware of that. And Phoebe Cake is picking her way through the Devil's Elbow now with Tommy Brown behind. Oscar Cooper's running in 4th spot with Ethan Miles at the back of the train in 5th position, but it is Billy Hands from Betherston then who leads the train down Hairy Hill and into Paddock Bend for the first time. Hands, Cake, Brown. Brown goes Joker this time through then. So Tommy's into the extra route, and it is Phoebe Cake in 631 who's now into second spot. He's keeping hold of second spot. Brown opts for the longer route, and these identical 1.3 litre Suzuki Swifts. The BTRDA junior category has more open regulations than the tighter junior spec rallycross cars from the Five Nations. The Five Nations is only for junior Suzuki Swifts, but the BTRDA Clubman's is open to Nissan Micras and similar low capacity machinery. We've seen Jimmy Jeekins and others in Nissan Micras going well in the past on BTRDA Clubman's weekends, but it's the Swifts which are the focus today, and it's Billy Hands who's going through North Bend Hairpin with that advantage over Phoebe Cake in second spot. Cake, who's gone back to her Suzuki Swift roots for this weekend, having moved across to Crosscar Juniors in recent events, but Oscar Cooper goes Joker this time, and the number 42 comes back out ahead of Ethan Miles. So Ethan's our final runner, the local man on his home circuit. It's Miles ahead of behind Cooper through the loose section, but up over the tabletop for the third time. They're about to start their final lap next time through, and Tommy Brown is showing good speed. He's now the fastest driver on circuit. So the number 18, the grey machine just out of view, going out of the Devil's Elbow now. That is the fastest car on circuit, and Phoebe Cake and Billy Hands are yet to take their jokers. So we should see a change here, at least for second place, maybe first if Tommy Brown can find more time. But Billy Hands and Phoebe Cake are going to go Joker, and Hands goes Joker this time. Cake sticks to the normal line. So it's Billy Hands then into the longer route, probably trying to cover off Tommy Brown here. Sure he can do it? Yes, he can. He does come out just ahead. So Tommy Brown then, still the fastest driver out there, 54.654, the fastest car on track, but he's now right on the bumper of Billy Hands, and this is exactly what we enjoyed in Q1. Hands versus Brown, and Billy again has got his work cut out, and he's going defensive into the devil's elbow. He parks the car on the left-hander on the approach to that very tricky left, which drags them up Hairy Hill in towards the North Bend hairpin, and Phoebe Cake will have to disappear into that longer route this time through. So what can the capable, the firm-based youngster do as these two behind her continue to duke it out? Phoebe this time disappears into the longer route, so into the Joker goes Phoebe. Where will she filter back in? It's going to be Billy Hands who comes through to take it. Billy Hands is going to win. Tommy Brown is second. Cake drops to third. Oscar Cooper is in fourth, and our final finisher on circuit will be Ethan Miles in fifth spot on his first season in the category. And you always see drivers improving in their second year. They do all their learning as much as they can in the first and into his second season. Ethan Miles is the only driver in the field who didn't compete in Rallycross last year, so Ethan will get quicker as time passes on, but it's a good drive from Bill Hands, who takes the win in number 23 to set himself up nicely for the final later on. With Q3 for the Motorsport UK Cross Cars and RX 150s. Bradley Turner on pole position in number 61. Brad, the championship leader by a good margin, 20 points clear of his rivals. Next door is former champion in the RX 150 category, Ben Hardy in 169 in the pink colours. See how Ben gets on from the second spot. Third on the grid, Stephen Jones in his number 19. Another former champion in RX 150 competition. Row 2, we find number 84. 84, Caden Harris in the Life-Live entry. James Constantine in number 8. And on the back row, we find the Digger Sim car of Will Ovenden. Todd Crooks in 48. Unable to get the Mini ready for this weekend, so Todd's dropped into Cross Cars, and Teddy McPherson, the star of RX5 last weekend at Mondello Park, starts from third on the grid. Liam Duran is a late arrival, but Liam is going to make it to the line, I think, in number 33. Yeah, Liam Duran is heading now to the line, so we'll see how the X Games winner goes. 39 years of age now, Liam Duran. And we'll see how Liam progresses in this cross car Q3 race. Liam's in the Life-Live entry. We've got a grid mainly made up of Life-Lives. We've got a Ligier out there though. That's in the hands of Will Ovenden. No Irish contingent here this weekend in their speed car wonders, which is a shame because they always add an extra dimension to the competition, with David Kane, Kevin Sharkey and the rest always at the sharp end. But it's the British drivers who are taking the fight in the cross car to the RX 150s, and these 850cc Yamaha engined pocket rockets will blast away, taking on the Honda Fireblade powered RX 150s of Ben Hardy and Stephen Jones. Liam Duran then is now in the correct grid spot. Teddy McPherson too has been shuffled back, but we are now almost ready to go. The championship leader has done the winning so far today, and Brad Turner with the black and the Dayglow orange flashes to number 61 is the one to definitely keep an eye on here. But Liam Duran from the back row, one to watch as well in the 33 car. But we do have a bit of creeping, and there was a bit of creeping on the back couple of rows. The 48 of Todd Crooks and Liam Duran might have caught the attention of the officials here. But Brad Turner being shuffled back in 61. Whoever has broken the beam too early will be given a double joker lap penalty here, with the cross cars doing the longer joker lap route, and we'll wait to see who the officials confirm. But Brad Turner's going to need to be pushed back in his grid spot actually, because he has crept too far forward, and the pole sitter is going to need to be shuffled back as well. So we haven't seen a double joker lap board yet, but Brad Turner's going to have to be shoved back by the start line marshals. The Lydden Marshals team here working hard as ever throughout the hot conditions here, and thanks to all the marshals for donating their time to the circuit to run this event from North Bend Hairpin to Pilgrims to Paddock. They are a key part of running these events, and it didn't see a double joker lap board go out, so we might just be getting a double joker lap board now. So we'll find out who is guilty of the jump start. It's a big grid, so start line marshal Paul Fowler is heading down the Canterbury Straight, and it is Liam Duran, it looks like he pointed that at, and we did see a bit of creeping from the back row. So I think from looking at what Paul Fowler has done on the start line there, it looks like Liam Duran will have a double joker lap penalty in this one. But we've still got a delay. So still, the crosscar drivers wait on the Canterbury Straight. And it is a big grid with the 9 starters out on track. Brad Turner in 61 then looks finally now towards the Lydden Hill gantry. 4 laps ahead of us. And Todd Crooks goes nowhere. Stephen Jones goes nowhere as well. So with drama on the start, Todd Crooks has stalled the ex-Caden Harris car, and it's going to be Brad Turner who blasts away with the lead early doors then. So Turner leads. Second spot is Caden Harris, who's made his way up into second. So Caden's going well in the ex-Brad Turner car. James Constantine looks up the inside through the Devil's Elbow. They almost touch as these open wheel racers go literally wheel to wheel out of the elbow and up into North Bend. There's a swarming pack of cross cars into North Bend, and up on 2 wheels goes Caden Harris, and he drops down the order. Will Ovenden says thank you very much and nips up the inside. He throws a blanket over about 5 open-wheeled rallycrossers as they charge into the joker lap section. It's like circuit racing. They've all gone to the longer route. We've got Harris with Teddy McPherson in there as well. Liam Duran is unfortunately slowing as he comes past our commentary tower. So Liam's had a very poor day and he's got a failure on the car. Brad Turner is continuing on his way with the race lead, but behind him Liam Duran's race has unravelled. He's retired at Pilgrims on the old joker lap section. So Liam Duran out, but Brad Turner, your race leader in 61, as this battling pack of cross cars goes through North Bend, with Ben Hardy in the middle in the pink machine, chasing Teddy McPherson and Caden Harris, the former junior rallycross rivals. McPherson, Hardy, Jones, there's 4 absolutely together, and James Constantine's going to come out of the joker just ahead of them. That's a great duel between the pack. We've lost Duran, we've lost Crooks, but Brad Turner's still out clear. No, Crooks is still continuing. He's just at the back of the pack after his slow start. So Todd Crooks now up into 8th place as this train of cross cars and RX 150s continues into the Devil's Elbow and up Hairy Hill into North Bend. Brad Turner again has got it all his own way out front, but this fight behind him, Will Ovenden slowing. Will slows sadly, so the Adisham Ace is slowing in number 5. He loses ground as this fight, but ahead of him comes into paddock. We've got Caden Harris, Teddy McPherson, Ben Hardy, Stephen Jones, James Constantine up ahead of them. An absolute long list of crosscar and RX 150 machinery. On to the last lap they go. Bradley Turner is a long way clear, so rear left puncher for Will Ovenden. So Will has got a rear left puncher in number 5 as this fight for second continues, with Constantine and McPherson into Devil's Elbow. Teddy drove a different chassis at the Mondello Park European round last weekend. He's back to the Life Live chassis for this weekend. His traditional British Rallycross entry is a big scrap behind, with Hardy and Caden Harris continuing their fantastic duel. Brad Turner's going to win with absolute ease, but behind him a really good duel between James Constantine in number 8, Teddy McPherson in 119, and the pack behind, led by that is Ben Hardy, finally taking 4th spot. Harris was 5th, so Caden Harris, the 3rd generation Rallycross, of 5th. Stephen Jones was 6th, and Will Ovenden is going to drop behind Todd Crook. So sadly for Will, he does get to the line, but that's a rear left puncher and a flapping wheel arch for Will. He finishes 7th. Liam Duran is out, and he's parked in the old Joker Lap section, so that car will need recovery from the Lydden team, and it'll be the Swifts and the Juniors, which will be our next track action here as Q3 continues. Swifts and Minis next out onto circuit, and it is Callum Scott then who's been a real star today, who starts on pole position in number 52. He's driving the car previously owned by the driver next to him, Warren Salter. So that shows you why the liveries are almost identical. Callum in the black and yellow, Warren the Salter's Law sponsorship for the iWeb-based solicitor. He sits on the middle of row 1. Liam McManus from Ireland in the Motorworks sponsored 299 entry is your 3rd place starter, the junior Rallycross graduate. We've really enjoyed the junior minis here at Lydden. I think that was this event last season, wasn't it? The junior minis from Ireland came across and really put on a great display in the Lydden Hill circuit. Logan Hoy and others showing how much talent there is across the Irish Sea, and hopefully you'll see the junior mini Irish Championship back here one day. Wesley Wickens in 51 starts from row number 2 with Graham Ives in 83. Leanne Sedgwick then has just made it out onto circuit. She had head gasket failure in practice and has been hard at work. She is the championship leader coming into this weekend. So Leanne Sedgwick in 144 hasn't competed in one qualifier yet, so she'll be on the back row for the final. That is for sure, but she wants to get a good race here and get into that final. The Swifts are made up of Phil Seath in number 80, Ollie Hooper in number 49 in the Lydden Hill hire car, Scott Parker in 66, not the football manager, and Danny Bean in 23, and the final starter Gary Harvey in 484. Gary on his home circuit, the Lydden Hill recovery man, is taking on his colleague, fellow Lydden Hill recovery truck driver Callum Scott, who starts on pole. So this grid is bookended by Lydden Hill recovery team. They've all abandoned Lydden maintenance manager Matt Bennett for this weekend and have gone racing instead. So Callum and Gary on circuit, and we look forward to seeing the Minis versus the Swifts, the supercharged Mini Coopers against the Suzuki Swifts, which have been such a big part of British Rallycross for many a season. 1.6 litre as well, just not supercharged. Look towards the timing start, the light gantry then, and we are almost ready to go. Ready to race light flicks on. 4 laps ahead of us. Scott, Salter and McManus, your front row. We go, and it's Warren Salter who gets a very good initial start from P2. But it is going to be Callum Scott who uses his positional advantage to keep hold of the race lead down into Talladega for the first time. Salter into 2nd, McManus 3rd. So they're in grid, not in grid order, because that's McManus in 4th. Wesley Wickens has made his way up into 3rd spot, but it's Callum Scott who's doing the leading again out front. Callum has the advantage over Warren Salter, with 2nd spot being Wickens, McManus, Ives and Leanne Sedgwick. Then we find this swarm of Suzukis with The leader being Danny Bean, the next of the Bean generation to be driving in the Suzuki Swift Championship. Dad Johnny was a star of the category many a year ago, and brother Charlie a junior champion, so the Bean family know how to handle these 1.6 litre Suzukis. Like Callum Scott in the supercharged Mini. You can just see here how the Mini is the quicker of the two one-make racers, but they do produce good close action, and Danny Bean is really showing his speed in the Suzukis. No Max Wedley this weekend, unfortunately. He had contact at Lydden in the opening round of the championship, and that damaged his multiple championship winning Suzuki, so that car has been unable to be out today, but hopefully we'll see it maybe out in November for the floodlit finale here at the beginning of winter time. But it is Danny Bean who's doing the leading in the Suzukis at the minute, while Callum Scott is charging past Lydden Hill sign and over and down Hairy Hill. Gary Harvey at the back of the train in his Suzuki, but it is still our race leader Callum Scott who's hopping his way across the timing line, gets all out of shape through chicane. Callum Scott just holds on to it. I don't really know how he avoided the tyre wall there, because that was a incredibly hairy moment right by the commentary box window as he went bouncing his way through the chicane, lost all sorts of ground, and he's going to retire. So Callum Scott is out, sadly for Callum. That was a wild ride, and Callum Scott has parked the car on the exit of Pilgrims. It's now Wesley Wickens then who is our race leader. Leah McManus is second, the championship leader coming into this weekend. She is level on points with Leanne Sedgwick at the top of the table, and Leanne's trying to make ground in amongst the Suzuki Swifts, and Graham Ives, who does make a good move on Graham Ives up at North Bend Hairpin. So Leanne Sedgwick now up into in amongst the leading Suzuki Swifts actually, so Leanne's having a better run of it. At least she's got out on circuit this time after the issues she's had earlier in the day. But Danny Bean jokers in the number 23 car. So Danny back onto the Rallycross circuit with the lead in the Suzuki Swifts ahead of Phil Seath in number 80. Phil is a newcomer to the Rallycross scene, having only started last year, as Graham Ives goes grass tracking in the 53 car. So sadly Graham on his home circuit hasn't had the best of days, and the Amber Rescue boss will need recovery from one of his trucks probably, because Graham's out on the spot again. But it's Wesley Wickens who's going to come down Hairy Hill and into Paddock Bend, and the K-Seal sticker car is going to take the win, but gets all out of shape at the chicane. That did a Callum Scott style moment. There's a big seem to be jumping into the air through the something launching the cars on the approach to the chicane. The Minis are taking off on the run through the Rallycross chicane. It's a winning class for Danny Bean. Phil Seath second in group. Scott Parker is third. Hooper fourth. Ives is going to retire, unfortunately, in the Mini. So it'll be Gary Harvey who comes through on his first Lydden Rallycross start in 484. He had an event at Pembrey last year in the Lydden Hill hire car, but he's gone out and bought his own Suzuki now, and Gary Harvey is your final finisher in 484. The former banger racer is over the line and ninth place. So it's Wickens who wins Q3. Callum Scott's got work to do on the BMW Mini before the final, and next up will be the junior cross cars for their last qualifier of the day. Cross car Q3 is our next race. Motorsport UK run Cross Car Junior Championship, so a full proper Motorsport UK sanctioned series, and it is the 493 of George Edinburgh who comes down onto pole position. The Kentish racer on his home turf on pole against the Cheshire-based rival, the number 43 of Ethan Hooker in the EBC stickered car. Both of these live entries, but one more modern than the other. The one we're looking at now, the 43, is a TN5, the older of the two. The blue and orange is the TN11, the more updated, but same engines, it's just different chassis and upgrades being made by the manufacturer. But George Edinburgh is your pole sitter in 493. Thumbs up from the start line, Marshall. And with no Phoebe Cake in this class now, she's handed the car to George Edinburgh for this weekend. And let's see who comes out on top. George won race 2, Ethan won race 1. Who will come out top in Q3? It's a very even start between the pair as we get 4 laps of action underway. And Edinburgh is your early pace setter ahead of Hooker into the Talladega section. Sadly, there's no Jackson Blewett. He was here in practice this morning, but hasn't made it out. A wheel came off his car in practice, actually, so Jackson Blewett has been unable to make it out in the qualifiers, but it's still got Edinburgh and Hooker together on circuit. Hooker runs wide onto the, pushing the very limits of the circuit up in towards North Bend Hairpin, as the two of them are close together for now. No Joker lap to split them, but the fairly new Joker lap section will come into use very shortly, with one of the, or both of these drivers needing to do that longer route in the not too distant future. The 493 car of Edinburgh, then your early race leader. 1 lap complete for this new category for 2026. It started life at the November Rallycross finale here last season, when it was an invitational guest class, just to give an idea of what this category was all about. And now it's entered as a full-blown championship for 2026, and we should see the numbers on these grids rise as the time ticks by. But into North Bend Hairpin go the leaders on what is exactly 50 years to the day since the first RAC British Rallycross Championship event on the 25th of July 1976. So great to have Rallycross action on that very anniversary, and it is the new faces to the Rallycross paddock, the 13 to 17 year olds of the Cross Car Juniors, who continue on their way. Hooker gets his Joker lap done. On that very day, 50 years ago today, it was Tom Airy who won in a Mini. That was at the Longridge circuit in near Preston. He won and beat the Escorts in his Mini, winning the first ever British Rallycross Championship event. Of course, Rallycross started before that in 1967 here at Lydden Hill, back at the very home of the sport. But the first British Rallycross event didn't come until 9 years after that. So 50 years on, we're celebrating that history, and we'll be doing that next with the retro division, which will be coming out onto circuit. But it is George Edinburgh who leads this group at the moment. He's still not yet done his Joker lap. We're on to our final lap, so he'll have to get his Joker lap section done this time through as these motorbike powered cross cars continue on their way, and Edinburgh is through the new section and up over the tabletop. We've seen so many top drivers, particularly in Scandinavia, start out in the cross car division. Oliver Solberg gained a lot of experience in cross cars, and we're seeing second generation rallycrossers, the Christophersons and co, starting in cross car division as well. They're a great learning tool for young drivers, and George Edinburgh is using all of that experience he's gaining to good advantage here, because he's the fastest driver on circuit of 50.8, and as they come down Hairy Hill, he's going into the Joker this time. Slightly slow approach, but I think he's got enough in hand to avoid the markers and come out and take the race win. George Edinburgh then takes Q3 for the Cross Car Juniors. He wins, and that's 2 wins for George, 1 win for Ethan. It's all set up nicely for their final later on. Retros are on circuit next, and as we celebrate that 50th anniversary, they're the perfect category to remember the history of this brilliant sport. So the colourful grid of retro machinery building. It's Richard Moroney who starts on a pole position in the old Euro 2000 Ford Escort with MRF tyres on the front. Wouldn't have run MRF tyres in period, of course, but MRF, the supplier to the British Rallycross Championship now, the Indian tyre manufacturer. And it's Richard Moroney who starts on pole. Ian Biaggi in 55 alongside, on the second row, in fact, with Ian Halfhide. Biaggi in 55, Halfhide in 226. And on the final row, on what is again a colourful field, Charlie Moroney in the orange Mark II Escort. Rick May in its excellent looking Toyota Starlet. Brilliant to see another mark, shape and model out on track. And the Toyota Corolla of Peter Christmas. Look towards the timing gantry. 4 laps of action ahead. And Rick May might have crept a little bit too early there. He got the Union flag on the roof. Union flag crash helmet as well. You can see from the commentary box window. But I fear a newcomer to the retro rallycross scene may have been a bit too keen to get away that time. And Rick May is going to be shoved backwards a row by the Lydden Hill start line marshals. But the Retro Rallycross Championship, the BTRDA Classic Series, they always seem to be growing. It's really on an upward trajectory, the Retro Rallycross scene. The BTRDA category allows cars, retros pre-1991, the BTRDA slightly later, I think it's 95 era time, they're allowed cars, so we get a different variety, slightly more modern cars from the BTRDA Classics, but the organisers have completely mixed the grids for this weekend, and we see a complete merging of the groups for the heat stages. They'll be split for the final later on. Ready to race again though, and take 2 for Q3 in the retros is about to go. We go green now, and it is the Moroney Escort, the sole front row starter, which has the lead, or is it? It's the other Moroney, Charlie Moroney, who's come from the further back in the Mark II Escort. He's going to take the lead away from his dad down into the loose section. So it's Charlie Moroney who leads. Richard Moroney in the Escort Cosworth drops into third because Ian Biaggi, the little Scotsman who's absolute star of retro rallycross competition, has dived up into second spot, and we'll see how his race continues. Biaggi up into second position, then the only Mini on the entry. No Terry Moore sadly this weekend. He's been a regular in retro rallycross competition over recent seasons, has been a real front runner in the class, but it's Ian Biaggi who's upholding the Mini honour at the moment, and he's in a Moroney sandwich because he's got Charlie ahead, Richard behind, and Ian Biaggi is the meat in that battle at the moment. But Richard Moroney suddenly slowing in the Escort, and Ian Halfhide's going to be able to take the place away. So Moroney slows. That's Moroney Senior slowing. Ian Halfhide comes through, and Rick May's going to benefit from that as well. So Rick May and Pete Christmas both dive past the Ford Escort Cosworth as they run through Talladega and over the bank, over the tabletop jump. It's Charlie Moroney with the lead. Biaggi still second, and Richard Moroney's grinding to a halt and not parked the car on the best spot. It's still on the banking at Talladega, and race control might not be too happy with the positioning of the car now, but hopefully we'll be able to continue under yellow flags through Talladega. It'll be Richard's son Charlie who's next to meet him on circuit, but sadly after all the engine work to get the car ready for this weekend, Moroney Senior has not had the best of days in the Escort Cosworth, but Charlie Moroney having a better time of it at the moment. He's into the Talladega section now, ahead of Ian Biaggi. They safely passed the stricken Cosworth, and Ian Biaggi in that Dave Pritchard built Mini. It's a proper 1960s shell. There's a timepiece of rallycross competition really, and still being driven very effectively as Rick May loses a place to Pete Christmas. So Pete Christmas in the Toyota gets the better of the start of it, and Rick May after his jump start drops to the back of this train. Rick's running in the up to 1600cc category this season, so we'll see how Rick gets on in the rounds continue. Pembrey and Lydden still to come. plus Volkensvaard trip as well, I think, for the retro. So last lap board is shown this time, and our race leader, Charlie Maroney, a long way clear of Ian Biaggi. Ian half-eyed in the 226 car. Still your third place runner. Biaggi goes for the high line around the stricken Ford. And while they're negotiating the Cosworth, our race leader is escaping out of the elbow, and Ian Biaggi's into retirement, sadly. So Ian Biaggi in the Mini has fallen off on purpose, I think, driven it off the side of the road, down the side of the jump into the infield. So Ian Biaggi now is going to be a non-finisher, sadly, in the trusty Mini. But it will be Charlie Maroney who comes through Paddock Bend in the number 7 Ford Escort up to the timing line. He takes the win. Charlie Maroney does it. Charlie is victorious on his first outing of the season in the Retro Rallycross Championship. Second spot for Ian Halfhide, the Windsor racer in the ex-Nigel Davey car. Third spot, Pete Christmas, beating the Toyota of Rick May in a battle between the Japanese Mark over the timing line. May in fourth, and sadly we lost Ian Biaggi and Richard Maroney from our first retro race. We'll be up in the ante in the next one. The faster drivers from Q1 will be out, from Q2 will be out next for our second bout of Q3. So a bit of track recovery to do with Ian Biaggi and Richard Maroney's cars off at the side of the road, but the next retro grid already building. I mentioned earlier pre-91 for the retro cars, but it's pre-1992 for super retro and retro cars. So thanks to the Retro Rallycross guru Steve Nottage for confirming that. You can usually find Steve Nottage's model collection in the Lydden Hill paddock, which is well worth a look. Not sure if it's on display today, but at a future Rallycross event. It's a very impressive collection of Rallycross die-cast models, and we're seeing the real-life machines on circuit now as Gary Dixon comes down onto pole position, and you can tell Pat Duran had a poor Q2 race because he's in the slower group here on the very back of the grid, and that might be crucial towards the end of this meeting. With Pat having that error in Q2, he's now got his work cut out here to try and pick his way through from the back of the grid in Q3. Gary Dixon on pole, Darrell Ambrose alongside in 170. Vince Bristow on the outside of row 1 with Messi Evans, John Wood in the STP John Welsh colours. John was a guest here at Lydden Legends Festival a few weeks ago. You may have heard his interviews on the live stage that Pat Duran built in the Lydden Hill paddock. If you missed any of those interviews and the track action from Lydden Legends Festival, you can watch all of that back on YouTube. There's hours and hours long length of live stream. If you want to see any of the interviews from the drivers through the years, Jimmy McRae here, Andrew Jordan and many others on stage, so worth a look if you missed any of those. But it's John Wood who starts on the second row here. Hannah Stewart will start from the back row. Tony Lynch in 14. Pat Duran is your final starter in the Zack Speed Turbo. Lydden recovery team have been busy. Richard Maroney's car's gone back under its own steam, but Ian Biaggi needs a full lift. So Matt Cake is working with Lydden recovery team this weekend. The supercar driver from Easter time here. Sister Phoebe competing on circuit in the juniors, but Matt busy helping the Lydden recovery team this weekend. But a big grid of retros will be out shortly, and it'll be Gary Dixon, Darrell Ambrose and Vince Bristow who are your front row starters. So Ian Biaggi's Mini is being recovered from the infield, and it's Gary Dixon on a pole position in the Vauxhall Astra. Great to have Gary back. He had a ill-fated time with a Vauxhall VX220 a few years ago, where he's unable to succeed in the Vauxhall. So he's kept with the brand, gone back to the trusty Astra, and he starts on pole position for the former super modified racer. Challenged Stuart Emery for the title back in 2015. So he's a handy rallycrosser, is Gary. And we'll see how he gets on alongside Daryl Ambrose, Vince Bristow and the rest. Pat Duran definitely one to watch from the very back row in number 46. What can he do in the Zach Speed Ford? We're ready to race. Green and go. Tony Lynch gets a good start in number 14, but it is Vince Bristow who gets the best of it from the front row. They're going to go down into Talladega for the first time, but here comes Pat. Pat from the very back row then gets a brilliant getaway, and he makes his way up into second position already from the very back row. He almost started in Dover. He was that far back on the start line, but he's already up into second place now. And he's got Vince Bristow, your race leader. He's in the Super Retro class, so Pat needs to try and pass Vince if he can. He's a class rival, and he's going to do it already, actually. He's darted up the inside into North Bend Hairpin, and you can see all of that 450 brake horsepower from the Cosworth YB engine working very nicely indeed. And Pat Duran is really winding this Ford Escort Mark II up now as it comes down into paddock. He's got no time to lose as Pat, after the dramas in Q2. Vince Bristow in 97 second. John Wood, Ambrose, Dixon continue across the finish line as they start their second lap. Hannah Stewart, after a win in Q2, she's at the back of this faster pack here in Q3, but really encouraging stuff from Hannah Stewart in the Talbot Sunbeam as she gets faster each time we see the car. Vince Bristow's not letting Pat Duran get away though, and Vince in the trusty BMW is still second, with John Wood third, fourth for Darren Ambrose. Gary Dixon's on his own in fifth position now, but Pat Duran, who's really been able to tame this car over the last rounds, he's a multiple winner in this very Mark II Escort this season. Liam Duran's son, of course, has been working very hard behind the scenes to try and improve the setup of what was a troublesome Ford Escort Mark II. They've changed many a part on the car, and it's starting to really come together now. Liam's documented all of that on his growing YouTube channel, so worth a look and seeing how they've improved this Ford Escort and it made it into the Retro Rallycross winning car, which it now is. It hasn't won a title in this category yet, but it's leading the championship now, leading another race here, and Pat Duran in number 46 has the lead, and Vince Bristow no longer has second because he missed the gear coming out of Devil's Elbow. Darrell Ambrose and John Wood pounce, and John Wood's now into third position with Darrell Ambrose second. Vince Bristow slowing. It was more than a missed gear, I fear, as now into fourth spot. He dropped into fifth spot with Gary Dixon behind, ahead of him in the Vauxhall Astra. John Woods had a drama on the approach to the chicane. He's lost ground in the John Welsh colours, and Gary Dixon comes through. Last lap board is out. Vince Bristow's going into retirement, sadly, but Gary Dixon and John Wood having a good scrap on circuit. You would forget that they're in different classes. Gary's in the Super Retro division. John's in the 1600cc division, up to 1600cc division, so he's less power, but really is showing decent speed as ever in the John Welsh replica. As through the Devil's Elbow goes Tony Lynch, Mezzy Evans and Hannah Stewart, but Pat Duran is going to stop the clocks first here then, and what will the time be? We'll confirm it once it comes up on our screen here. Pat Duran wins it. He takes the spoils in Q3 race number 2. Second spot for Darren Ambrose. Third is Gary Dixon. Good fight further back though, because look at Hannah Stewart and Mezzy Evans. Really decent duel between the Spark Peugeot, but the front suspensions failed on the Peugeot as it went across the line. Mezzy Evans has gone grass tracking on the inside, on the infield. Front suspension failure on the Peugeot, and Hannah Stewart spins as well. She hasn't actually broken the timing beam yet. She just needs to reverse a little bit more. On our screen here, she hasn't taken the checker flag, so if she can find a gear, she might be able to get a finish, but she's It looks like she's over the finish line, but actually the timing beam hasn't been broken. And on our official screen here in the Arthur Debenham Tower, Hannah Stewart still hasn't actually got over the line and is now getting out of the car, sadly. So Stewart, unfortunately, stops in the Talbot Sunbeam, but Pat Duran takes the win. And the marshals now give her a shove over the line. Hannah Stewart now does take the checker flag and celebrates to get over the checker. But Hannah's been having a good day so far, and that's quite a memorable moment to end her Q3 race. Hannah Stewart's your final finisher eventually, but Pat Duran wins, and we'll confirm the time in a moment. pole position for our final qualifier for the Super Retros. Now Stuart won Q1, won Q2, but has had to weld the manifold between Q2 and Q3, so has had issues in the Volvo 242. Not been plain sailing for the Petter Solberg Tribute Livery Volvo. The car found in Belgium, and Stuart has made it a very effective retro rallycross machine. Dan Swayland alongside in a car he says is capable of 500 brake horsepower from its turbocharged 1800 BDT engine. Lee Wood in the Burton Power Ford Escort Mark II starts on the outside. He's got damage on the left-hand door where he had contact earlier in the day. Alan Tapscott in number 91. Now Alan's got a car in build, a new Ford Escort Mark II in build, but he's using this Barn Find edition for now. And the third row, Gary Simpson, Ray Morgan, the Lydden legend. Wouldn't be a Lydden Rallycross event without Ray on the entry list. And Tom Edmonds is your final starter on the back row in the Vauxhall Corsa, which has been a bit of a giant killing car. It's been taking the fight to the Super Retros. Best of the BTRDA classic runners is the Tom Edmonds Vauxhall Corsa. No James Harold in the retro division today. James in the Beetle concentrates on the special one-off Legends events. Alan Crockett was busy competing at Mondello Park last weekend. Davy Crockett, sadly not here either, in the Chevette. Charlie French in the Mark II Escort. There are so many cars out there. There will be more and more cars coming, I'm sure, for November at the end of the year. But we've got a good grid here in front of us, and it's Stuart Emery in 71 who's be gunning for top step here to try and beat Pat Duran's time. Ready to race. Dan Swayland and Lee Wood alongside him on the front row. We go racing, and it's Stuart Emery in 71 ahead of Lee Wood down onto the loose section for the first time then, and Wood's going to try and do its oval racing trick and go right around the outside if he can. He's done many moves like that in oval racing over the years, the former classic hot rod champion, but he doesn't make ground this time. Dan Swayland keeps hold of second spot, so it's the Mark 1 leading the Mark 2, but it's the Swedish Flying Brick ahead of them in the hands of Stuart Emery. The Volvo 242 up into North Bend Hairpin for the first time, and the former Super National champion from Faversham has the advantage in the early running of this one. Down Hairy Hill, the three white cars, first, second and third, and Thomas Edmonds makes a move on Gary Simpson for fifth, so get Thomas Edmonds making good ground in the background up ahead of Gary Simpson in the BMW. Alan Tapscott's holding his own in fourth place. Ray Morgan at the back of this train in the Ford Escort. Ray's got new power steering on the car for this season. He's been getting more and more used to that, but wasn't very happy with it at the start of the year, but we should see Ray continue his pace, improve his pace as the season goes on. But it's Stuart Emery who leads, still with Dan Swayland behind him as they go up Hairy Hill and into the North Bend hairpin for the second time now, and Dan Swayland is still right there with Emery. We're seeing good speed from Dan as he's graduated from the retro division, which he became the dominant force in recent years. No one could live with the Kent Movers Ford Escort Mark 1. This is the same car, but you wouldn't really know it because it's got a huge rear wing on the back now. A new engine is turbocharged, and it really has grown and completely changed from what it was last year. As Ray Morgan and Gary Simpson are close, but Dan Swayland is really beginning to warm up the rear spoiler now of Stuart Emery out front. Emery, your race leader, still in the Volvo, but Dan Swayland is really sticking with him as they go through and up Hairy Hill, and Dan Swayland showing good speed. That 1800cc turbo is working nicely against the naturally aspirated Volvo 242 of Stuart Emery. Where's each car strong? Where's the other one weaker? It's difficult to tell at times, but Swayland looks like he has real good pace in a straight line coming out of the Devil's Elbow, and Stuart Emery will have to be aware of that on this final tour. Emery still your race leader then into the Talladega banking with Dan Swayland behind him, and their tussling is allowing the car behind of Lee Wood to get ever closer, so we might soon have a three-way scrap for the race lead, but we only have half a mile left to go then. There's not long before the end of this one. It was a 3:23.7 from Pat Duran, which is the early benchmark in Q3. But will this squabbling between the leading trio help Pat Duran's cause? Because Stuart Emery's had his mirrors full of the Kent Movers Ford Escort Mark 1, and Lee Wood's right there as well. 3 for the lead as they come up to the timing line, but Stuart's going to do it. Emery wins. Second for Dan Swayden. Third for Lee Wood in the Mark 2 Escort. Behind them, fourth is Alan Tapscott in the red, gold and black AT Motors car, ahead of Thomas Edmonds. Ray Morgan is 6th. Final finisher Gary Simpson in 7th. And what was the time from Stuart Emery? It's a 3 minutes 23 is the benchmark time. Is it beaten this time through? We will check. Dan Swayland waves to the crowd on the slowdown lap, as does Stuart and the rest. So do show your appreciation as they trundle back to the paddock. Great stuff from the retros, and yes, Stuart Emery does beat Pat Duran's time by 6 seconds. So Stuart Emery wins Q3 in the British Rallycross Super Retro qualifier. Fastest lap of the session went to Stan Swayland with a 47.7. So 47.3, sorry. So Dan Swayland quick, but not quick enough to take top spot away from Stuart Emery, who wins another qualifier here at his home circuit. Super Modifieds out next, and a number of BMWs from across Europe are making their way onto the circuit. Two BMWs together on the front row. Helmut Antonsen, the Belgian racer who drives regularly in the German Rallycross Championship, the DRX. He starts on pole position alongside George Gray from Scotland in his Georgie Gray Auto Repairs sponsored BMW. Mark Henry, the garage owner from Bicester, is your third place runner in the Alfa Romeo with the Italian flag emblazoned across the roof. Lovely variety to see the Alfa out on track. Row 2, we find 454, another of our German visitors. That is Andreas Hun in his Honda Civic. Rich Moore starts on the second row as well in his supercharged Mercedes BMW V8 powered SLK. And the final row, Dan Ertz in the treble 6 Ford Escort G3. Thibaut Vassem in his BMW, and Andy Hawks in the ex-Martin Hawks BMW Mini Countryman. So Thibaut Vassem, definitely one to watch. He starts from the back row. He missed Q2. We've got a bit of track recovery work to do, actually. The Lydden recovery team are over on the loose section, but do keep an eye here on the BMW 3 Series in the middle of the third row, the number 96. So the Belgian driver who missed Q2 but was very quick in Q1, and he has been successful in the Belgian Championship. This car usually races in the BMW RX Cup in Belgium, but has been upgraded to Super National specification for this weekend, and will be converted back to BMW RX spec for the next Belgian round. So Thibaut's girlfriend can drive the car in that championship. So it's a very busy BMW. It's been used in 2 different championships, and we'll watch what the number 96 car can do from the middle of row number 3. BMWs at the back, BMWs at the front. The Lydden maintenance crew are clear of the circuit, so we're going to get a thumbs up then from the start line marshal, and it's Helmut Antonsen who starts on pole position with George Gray alongside and Mark Henry for company 2. We're away. It's a good start from Dan Ertz in the Ford Escort at the very back row. So to Thibaut Vassen's got a good getaway, but Rich Moore got the best of all in the Mercedes. He has blasted away from the second row into top spot. Mark Henry's in the thick of it in the Alfa Romeo, right in the thick of the action. In fact, in the 147, he's in the dust cloud as Thibaut Vassen has already made his way up into 4th position. So we know that his pace is there. He just missed Q2, unfortunately for him. Now the fastest 5 European drivers will join the fastest 5 British drivers in the super final at the end of the day. So the 10-car grid will be built for the final at the very end of the meeting. But we want to see the fastest 5 Europeans against the fastest 5 British, and that will be a good duel at the end of the day. Times for that race will be built on the qualifying stages of this one, and Dan Ertz is trying to make a move on the Helmut Antonsen BMW down onto the loose section. Andy Hawkes is right there as well in the BMW Mini Countryman, but the race lead is now closing up because the SLK is coming under pressure from that man then Thibaut Vassen. So the Belgian star is really charging on, and Rich Moore's gone very deep into the gravel, into the kitty litter. He gets out of it now, but he's thrown away the race lead, and Georgie Gray's got trouble as well in his BMW. The race leader now is Thibaut Vassen then. From the very back of the grid, we've got smoke from the Honda Civic, unfortunately, going up in towards North Bend Hairpins. There's a smoke screen going up Hairy Hill as our race leader goes Joker, and a brilliant style from the number 96 BMW of Thibaut Vassen. That looked like an old Ludwig Hunsped style in Division 1 back in the day in the BMW. Brilliant lifting a wheel sideways in the BM, and he's lost the lead through the Joker, but this is great stuff from Vassen. He's really pushing on, and in a classic rallycross style, that bonnet is starting to flap. It really looks the part. This car from Belgium is really going along nicely as they pass the stricken Georgie Gray, and as I say, Vassen's going nicely, then suddenly smoking as he goes up into North Bend Hairpins. I haven't put a curse on him as he goes into North Bend, but there's definitely smoke. We saw that in practice this morning when it was smoking at times, but he's done the Joker, so he will now get the race lead back, and he's completely sideways on the run through paddock. Rich Moore drops to second, so our new race leader is Thibaut Vassen then in the Smoking Joe Winkelhock style British touring car BMW. Vassen from Belgium leads Moore in the Mercedes. It's a BMW benefit at the front really, because although the Mercedes is in second, it's got a BMW engine, so it's a really impressive build from Rich Moore with the BMW V8 powering this Mercedes. And again, Vassen slows going up Hairy Hill. There's definitely an issue with the smoking BMW. It really is a Smoking Joe Winkelhock tribute. He's slowing as he climbs up Hairy Hill, and here comes Rich Moore. Rich Moore in the Mercedes then is closing down on the BMW man from Belgium into paddock for the final time, and it will be Vassen, I think, if he can cling on. Yes, he can. The number 96 then of Vassen, he takes the win. Rich Moore is second. It's third for the treble 6 car of Ertz. Hawkes is in 4th. Antonsen 5th. Henry will be 6th. Gray 7th. And our final finish, Gray would have been 7th. And Hun would have been 8th. But we lost both of them on the rise up into North Bend Hairpin. But great stuff from Thibaut Vassen. We knew he'd be quick after his performances in Q1, and this car, which is usually racing in the BMW RX Cup in Belgium, now shows it can mix it with the other marques as well, and Thibaut Vassen is a real star in the Super National and Super Modified division. More BMW action out next, because Slavomir Volok's next out on circuit, but we do have a lot of track recovery to do and a lot of cars to pick up, so the Lydden team will be busy again, and they're already out on circuit trying to hurry the rallycross cars along to get off track, because we've got a lot to get through the remainder of the afternoon. So Slavomir Volek starts on pole position for this one. A big grid already assembled on the start line. Fred Ling alongside in his Ford Fiesta, the 2.4 Duratec powered Ford, built by his dad Dave, who was a star of British Rallycross a good few decades ago now, but Dave, very handy driver in his own right. Fred has continued that theme. Paul Coney on the outside of row number 1. This was a Super 1600 spec Vauxhall Corsa, but it's been upgraded to 2.3 litre. I think it's got about 300 brake horsepower now, and it's proving very effective. And just Paul unable to race it many times at Lydden, but this is his one chance this season with the two-wheel drive category, the two-wheel drive Superprix, to race on his home circuit, the Dartford Man. Row 2, David Bell in 93 alongside Arjan van Lommel. Arjan is a star of Belgian, Dutch, races in the Rally X Championship at times as well, in the 13 car. Row 3, Darren Scott in his Citroen C2, the Scott's Transport car. Darren's built this new Citroen C2 over the winter, and it's proved effective. Alongside him is the Volkswagen Polo. That's one of our 2 German visitors here this weekend, Florian Wiemann in his black and green Volkswagen, and Mandy Kasser being your final starter in the Ford Fiesta. So Mandy Kasser is the daughter of Co Kasser, who sadly passed away in 2020. He was a European regular in the touring car category in an Opel Astra. Mandy's had good results in the old touring car category. Remember Derek Tohill, a double champion in that class in previous years. So the touring car class for the rear-driven machines was a good category for a number of years, supporting the supercars in the European Series. And Mandy Kasser raced here on the World Rallycross Support Bill back in 2014, finishing 5th overall in her group. So she's shown good European pace, and she's now fighting it out with the best of Britain here in a busy grid on the Canterbury Straight. Super modified racers on the line then, ready to race. 4 laps of action ahead of us. Volek will get the start, I'm sure, in the BMW, which he does. Arjan van Lommel goes with him in the Volvo. The front wheel drive cars are, as always, left on the line slightly. They've got their work cut out to try and catch back up the order, but Paul Coney's made a decent enough getaway and made his way into 3rd spot. So Paul Coney 3rd, Fred Ling 4th, David Bell's into 5th positions now, ahead of Darren Scott in the Citroen C2. But it's our race leader, Slavomir Volek, who clambers out of the Devil's Elbow and up Hairy Hill with the advantage. He started his rallycross career back in a Peugeot 205 in Stock Hatch many a season ago, 19 years ago in fact. So Slavomir celebrating his 20th anniversary in rallycross next season, and he's going along nicely at the minute with the fight going on behind him, with Van Lommel 2nd, Coney, Ling, Bell and Scott all sticking to the normal line. None of them have opted for the Joker. The first driver to go into the Joker lap section is Mandy Kasser in the number 88. The Dutch driver drops into the Joker section, but it's Arjan van Lommel, the Belgian racer, who's going strongly in the 2nd spot ahead of Paul Coney. Coney in the front-wheel drive Corsa against the rear-wheel drive Volvo. This is a great battle between the completely different makes and models of rallycross machinery, and Coney's trying to make a move up at North Bend Hairpin. He's going to get it done, but he goes wide, and Fred Ling is there as well. Coney does get the move done eventually. Fred Ling's challenging though as well, so Coney versus Ling as they go into Paddock Bend. Paul goes Joker, so too does Van Lommel. Darren Scott follows them as well. Paul's got damage on the front of his Vauxhall after contact with the Volvo, I think, on that last lap, but that's put Paul back down into 4th place. It's Slavomir Volek who's doing the leading at the moment. Again, a big jump from the Polish racer. Fred Ling in 39, your 2nd place runner, and David Bell's slowing. So David Bell slows, and Darren Scott might have contact here on the run to the elbow. Yes, there is contact with the Volvo. Darren really had nowhere to go, unfortunately, with David Bell slowing, and Darren just went too quick over the jump and contact with the Volvo, and that's it. Day done, race done at least for Darren. Contact at the elbow, so Darren Scott out. Slavomir Volek's going to continue his lead in the BMW. He takes the Joker and comes out ahead of Fred Ling, but Darren's car is going to be left on the infield, I think. the field able to continue. David Bell, Arian van Lommel continue on their way ahead of the Veman Volkswagen Polo and Casa in the Ford. Darren's out of the car. He's going to climb onto the tyre wall now. So Darren out, sadly, in the Citroen C2. It'll be Paul Coney who comes past the stricken car next, but Slavomir Volok has had it all his own way again. No Bleasdales to fight with this weekend. I think Jason's competing in the Rally X Championship in Denmark next weekend, so the family, the Bleasdale brothers, concentrating on that class for now. Volok's going to win it. Fredling goes joker, but who will be third? Because there's a great duel for third between Paul Coney and David Bell. They come down Hairy Hill with Arian van Lommel in there as well, and Paul Coney spins right in front of Van Lommel, and Van Lommel again has drama. There's broken suspension on the front of Paul Coney's car, so Coney out, and what a race of attrition it was in the super modifieds. Cars off left, right and centre. Darren Scott parked at the elbow. Paul Coney parked backwards at paddock with broken steering. But Slavomir Volok has a serene drive out front. He wins again. And with super modified cars to clear, Paul Coney is going to try and drag the Vauxhall to the line. This is a great effort from Paul. He's got broken front suspension. He's got broken rear as well, with puncture on the left rear. So Paul Coney is dragging his Vauxhall Corsa to the line. A brilliant effort from the man who's got 35 years of rallycross experience, and he's used all of that there because he's thought, well, I might as well get to the finish if I can and record a time, and he's done just that. Paul Coney gets to the checker flag on about, one working wheel probably, but Paul Coney gets there eventually, and the Dartford Star finishes the race very slowly indeed. But Darren Scott and co will need recovery. We'll get our next batch out on circuit shortly, which will be the production runners. This is our last Q3 race of the afternoon. Then once this is complete, we'll be into the semi-finals. We've only got one batch of semi-finals. That's for the Super Retro division. There'll be a B final for the Super Modifieds, which should be one hell of a race, because B final, as you'd remember if you're a long-time Rallycross fan, only the winner of the race progresses. So you have to win, otherwise your day is done. So it will be no hard holds barred in that one. Everyone be fighting for track position rather than times. This stage of the event in the qualifiers, you're looking at getting a good qualifying time, but once the finals come, it's all about the positions. Thomas Ramanauskas is on pole position in the Treble 8 car. The Lydden recovery team have been busy in the last 5 minutes, with Paul Coney's car being recovered from Canterbury Straight, Darren Scott being recovered as well. But the production grid is a pretty competitive one in the two-wheel drive production group, with Ted Shepherd, number 45, starting on pole. Will Noon in 187 alongside him. Alex Fletcher in number 1. Then we find the number 54 of Ben Williams and the 552 of Ben Flynn. Last qualifier of the day then. We'll just wait for Paul Coney's car to be removed from the start line, from the Hairy Hill in fact. It's just taking a little longer for the recovery truck to get up Hairy Hill with the Vauxhall Corsa on the flatbed, but it's getting there eventually. And it'll be Thomas Ramanauskas in the Treble 8 car, which starts on a pole. Then behind him is where the scrap will be, with the Renault Clios, the Honda Civic and the Suzuki Swift joined in as well. Been a quick turnaround for the Super Retros because they are out next with the semi-finals, but this is our last qualifier of the day in the glorious sunshine here at Lydden Hill. Probably a bit too hot for all of you track sides, so thanks for everyone for coming out and watching the two-wheel drive Superprix for 2026. We are ready to race. And our last qualifier of the day is go, and Ted Shepherd's not hanging around from pole position in the two-wheel drive production cars, and he's already challenging the four-wheel drive Mitsubishi Evo, which he doesn't really need to do, but you don't want a moving roadblock in the form of the Evo at times if it does end up getting in the way, which could happen if Thomas Ramanauskas slows, but he's been able to make a bit of a gap now, and Ramanauskas, your race leader, still leads the group with the only driver in his class, so he doesn't need to worry about rival competitors. He just wants to have a good drive around Lydden Hill circuit and get his class victory. He leads the group into North Bend. Ted Shepherd's there with him though, and the little Renault Clio, the two-wheel drive Clio, don't forget, is still living with the four-wheel drive 300 brake horsepower Mitsubishi up ahead into paddock. They come for the first time, and it's Ramanauskas in the Treble 8 car still leading. Shepherd, Noon and Williams first, second, third, and Alex Fletcher, the reigning BTRDA champion, in the number 1 Honda Civic, the Weir Tools sponsored car run by Loughborough University college students, so they really put a good team together to run the car. Ted Shepherd nose dives his way over the jump. He's getting pretty used to doing that. He had a huge moment at Lydden Legends Festival a couple of weeks ago when he launched the Peugeot of Stuart Emery over the tabletop and nose dived its way down the other side. Ted's really moving up a gear here because he's continuing to fight with the Mitsubishi Evo 4 out front, which again he doesn't need to do. They're in different classes. The Tenon base racer doesn't need to fight with the Evo 4 up ahead of him, but Ramanauskas is coming under increased pressure now from Shepherd in 45, and the 45 car is still right on the rear spoiler now of the Evo 4 into Talladega. It might just be helping encourage Ted Shepherd along here. It's allowing Ted to have something to aim for. He's staying as close as he can to the Evo up ahead, and doing so, he's putting increasingly clear of the Suzuki Swift behind of Ben Williams. Will Noon third, fourth is still Alex Fletcher, but then we find Ben Flynn struggling at the very back of the pack in a 6 sounding clear and a change for the lead because Ted Shepherd gets up the inside of Ramanauskas through the North Bend hairpin, and Ted Shepherd now in a race he doesn't need to win on the road, but you might as well go and try and win it anyway if it's not delaying your pace too much. And Ted Shepherd in the SRX stickered Clio is now your new race leader, but he needs to do the longer Joker route. Thomas Ramanauskas has got that done, so Ramanauskas got the longer route sorted. Ted Shepherd yet to go into the longer mandatory Joker. He'll do that next time through, but the 2-litre Renault Clio is working nicely around Lydden Hill Rallycross circuit today. He's used it here at a couple of rally sprints so far this season, has Ted, but this is his first full-blown wheel-to-wheel Rallycross meeting at Lydden in the car, and the nephew of the 1992 European Rallycross champion Will Gollop comes out of North Bend hairpin for the final time, and this time disappears into the Joker. So will Ted have enough in hand to win the race overall? Ramanauskas will try and take it away from him, but it is going to be Ted Shepherd who whacks the steering wheel with delight. Ted Shepherd beats the Evo, and the Clio is an Evo beater here. It beats the Mitsubishi over the line. Third spot for Will Noon. Fourth is Alex Fletcher. Fifth for Ben Williams in 54. And Ben Flynn, who's made the long trip down from Scotland after the dramas of a roll at Blyton in Lincolnshire at the last round. He will be your final finisher in the 5.52 car. The Clio does it though, and Ted Shepherd's delighted with that as he waves to the spectators through the Devil's Elbow. Great stuff from Ted. Shows good speed again in a car that shouldn't be beating a Mitsubishi Evo 4 four-wheel drive machine. Super Retro semi-final time now then. So we had a bit more track maintenance work carried out in between races, and it is Stuart Emery in number 71 who comes down onto pole position in the Volvo 242. Lee Wood alongside in his Ford Escort Mark II. Stuart being ensuring he's in the correct position, left-hand drive Volvo. Lee Wood of that battle-scarred Ford after the big dent in the door of the treble 3 machine. Pat Duran on the outside of row number 1 and the 450 brake horsepower turbocharged Zack Speed Ford Escort Mark II. Row 2, Daryl Ambrose in 170 in the rear-wheel drive Peugeot. Gary Dixon in the Vauxhall, and the back row Charlie Maroney. So top 4 progress to the final. You need to be in that leading quartet come the end. 5 laps ahead of us here in the semi-final stages. Only the Super Retros are having a semi-final. So this is the first of 2 today. Stuart Emery starts on pole. Lee Wood and Pat Duran make up the front row. We get ready to race. And we're away, and it's a good start from Pat Duran from the outside of row number 1. Then in the number 46 car, he's going to sweep across the front of Lee Wood. He's going to sweep across the front of Stuart Emery. And Pat Duran then, the former Brands Hatch British Rallycross Grand Prix winner, is into top spot here at Lydden, ahead of Stuart Emery, who's done most of the winning so far today. All of the winning really so far today has been these man in the Volvo. But Pat, after his difficult Q2, is now now with the race lead up ahead of the Volvo where it matters in the final stages. Not the final, semi-final number 1, but Pat Duran is showing his nose very nicely indeed here. He is leading from the front with Emery into second spot, Lee Wood third, Darrell Ambrose fourth. He's the final of the 4 drivers to get through into the final at the minute. Stuart Emery gets very sideways. It's a Petter Solberg tribute livery, and that was a very Petter style drive from Stuart through Paddock Bend, all arms and elbows through the right hander. Very, very out of shape for a very neat usual driver. Stuart Emery tries to make a move now on the run up over the tabletop, and Emery gets the move done on Pat Duran then. It's a great move from Stuart. No joker lap here. So you think of joker strategy and what you're going to do and try and take the joker lap, try and find clear air. There's none of that in retro. You have to do the move on circuit, and now Lee Wood's joining the fight as well. Lee Wood up the inside of Pat Duran in the 46 car. He's keeping the treble 3 machine at bay for now, but this is great stuff. A brilliant move from Stuart Emery in the naturally aspirated Volvo to grab the lead away from Pat Duran. Pat them now under pressure from Lee Wood. Stuart's got the legs on Duran. He is stretching that lead ever so slightly, while Pat now has got his mirrors full of the Burton stickered Mark II of Lee Wood, and Lee's now trying to make the move on Duran, which Stuart did a lap ago. He can't do it that time through, so it's still Emery from Duran from Wood. Darrell Ambrose still your 4th place runner. Look at the power in the straight line of Pat's Ford. It really does show great speed up into North Bend hairpin. That's where the car seems to be at its strongest. Straight line pace is very good indeed, but it can't live with the Volvo at the minute, and Duran goes deep into paddock, and Lee Wood's trying to come up underneath him. Lee Wood then in the treble 3 car up the inside nearly of Pat Duran in 46. The 2 Ford Escort Mark IIs are having a fantastic scrap. 2 laps left to go then. 2 miles of Lydden Hill Rallycross circuit, and Lee Wood is now right on the boot lid then of Duran's Mark II Escort up over the tabletop for the penultimate time they go, and the 46 car still second, a spin further back for Charlie Maroney. So Charlie Maroney spun away from the back of the pack. His day is going to be done in the Super Retro division at least. He is in the Classic division as well though, so we might see him out later, but Lee Wood is not done yet. He is still right on the tail of Pat Duran as they come down Hairy Hill and into paddock for the penultimate time. Stuart Emery leads at Charlie Maroney's into the tyre wall now. Maroney's had dramas going out of the elbow, and he's whacked the tyres on the exit of the Devil's Elbow. So Charlie Maroney out, and he's into the tyres quite hard, but Lee Wood's up the inside of Duran, and Wood's going to make the move here. There's a contact between the two of them. They rub, as they go through the right-hander, but Lee Wood's done it. Lee Wood then up into second spot ahead of Duran, and Pat's been pounced on through the jump and through Talladega now, and he won't like that. He'll want to fight back in the final later on, but Pat's gone from first to third in this one. It's still enough to get into the final, but it won't be the grid position which he would like, as Charlie Maroney's going to come through ahead of our race leader. Maroney in danger of being lapped after striking the tyres. Stuart Emery wins in 71. He takes the checker. Lee Wood is in second spot. Pat Duran is third. Pat third. Darren Ambrose gets into the final in his Peugeot 205. Man from Farnborough comes through in fourth position. Gary Dixon just misses out on the final and is returned to Super Retro. He finishes fifth. And Charlie Maroney will be your final finish. You can see the damage on the front right corner because he dislodged the tyre wall going round the Devil's Elbow on the penultimate lap. So Maroney headbutted the tyres, and the front right wheel arch of the Mark II Escort is looking very dogged, but he still slides the Ford nicely through the North Bend hairpin, and Charlie Maroney will miss out on the Super Retro final, but will still be in the Classic division come the finals later on. Stuart Emery wins though, and what a great move it was on Pat Duran to take the win. He'll be very pleased indeed with that one. Semi-final number 2 for the Super Retros of the Five Nations British Rallycross Championship. All of these cars built before 1992. That's the cut-off point for this class, and the cars can be over 1600cc. So that's the rules basically, but there's not much more to it. You want a traditional rallycross race, no joker lap to split them up. It's a straight race to the flag, and it's Dan Swayland who starts on pole. Alan Tapscott alongside. Ray Morgan on the outside of row number 1, the former champion in this division in the Super Retro category. Another former champion on the second row because Gary Simpson is there in at number 52. The BMW in the Ben Ekstrom tribute livery. Vince Bristow makes it an all BMW second row. Hannah Stewart on the final row, and Richard Maroney, who we've just seen Charlie unable to progress. The Lydden Marshals and recovery teams have been busy repairing the tyre wall over at Devil's Elbow after Charlie Maroney's dramas. But semi-final number 2 is on the line. Swayland's been a star, and he will be a challenger to Emery, I'm sure, come the final, but he needs to get over this hurdle first. This is a crunch point of the meeting. All of the qualifiers could mean nothing here if you fail to progress in semi-final. He's qualified well enough to get pole position, but Dan's got to do it here on his home turf and try and progress to the all-important final for the Super Retros later this afternoon. Thumbs up then from our start line marshal, and the number 22 of Dan Swayland in the Kent Movers Racing sticker car with the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club rear wing is about to blast away from the Canterbury Straight. We're ready to race. And we're green and go, and it's Ray Morgan. Ray gets the best of the starts then in the X-Mark Lloyd Ford Escort Mark III. Brilliant stuff from Ray, but Dan Swayland's able to use that RS200 power to keep the Mark 1 Escort ahead. It's a Ford Escort Mark 1 leading a Ford Escort Mark 3 with a Ford Escort Mark 2 in third. So a complete different models of the range of cars out there on circuit. That's the beauty of Super Retro competition. But it's Dan Swayland with the lead ahead of the fast starting Ray Morgan. Tapscott, Simpson, Bristow and Stewart make up the order, and remember the top 4 get through, so Gary Simpson will want to stay where he is, but Vince Bristow, who's leading the BTRDA Classic Championship coming into this weekend, he will be very keen indeed to take 4th spot away from the York-based racer Gary Simpson up ahead of him. Ray Morgan through the chicane in 2nd spot. We've got Dan Swayland as our race leader. The Kent Movers car is your top man at the minute, with Morgan 2nd, Tapscott 3rd, Gary Simpson still there in 4th spot. Gary started his rallycross career rallycrossing in Germany before moving across to super modified competition in later years and then into a retro division, but it's Ray Morgan who's lifting that inside left wheel as ever in the Ford Escort round the elbow, who goes into the North Bend hairpin with 2nd position to his name at the moment. Down Harry Hill comes our race leader Swayland, then in the Kent Movers stickered car. It's really improved from what we saw, or been really developed from what we saw last year, from the retro spec to super retro category, which we see it in now. And Dan Swayland has been going along really nicely in the Mark 1 Escort, going around the banking they turn. It's Ray Morgan still 2nd, Tapscott right there with him in 3rd. Remember, Alan's got a new car in build. It's not ready yet, but Alan will be upping his power come the 2027 season. He's got plans afoot for a new Mark 2 Escort. Steve Harris has got a G3 Escort as well out ready in build, and it has been built, just not ready for this weekend. We'll see Steve Harris joining the retro division, but Alan Tapscott's making a move on Ray Morgan, and we do have a change then for 2nd position, because through comes Alan Tapscott. The Devon racer, part of the Carrot Cartel from the West Country, comes into 2nd spot, and the AT Motors car is up into 2nd then. 2 laps left to go. Ray Morgan drops into 3rd spot. Gary Simpson 4th. Vince Bristow is 5th. But it's now Dan Swayland who leads, and again Richard Maroney's Ford Escort has stopped. He's stopped on the climb up Harry Hill, and the race leaders are going to be coming through fairly shortly. That shouldn't affect things too much. We will get a yellow flag at the Devil's Elbow, but it'll be Dan Swayland then who is your runaway race leader. He looks like he's still to take his joker lap, and the rest of the field have already done it, but there's no joker laps to worry about here. It's just pure pace, and Dan Swayland has powered away from the pack, and the fight for 3rd, 4th and 5th is still on though. Vince Bristow doesn't want to give up yet. We're about to start our final lap, and Vince Bristow really wants to get 4th place away from Gary Simpson if he can do. There's a place in the final riding on it, but Vince goes deep through paddock. Gary Simpson's trying to make a move on Ray Morgan for 3rd place. It's still Dan Swayland who leads. He is a long way away, a country mile away from the rest of the pack. But 2nd spot for Tapscott, 3rd for Morgan, and 4th now is still Simpson. Vince Bristow just dropped away a bit over this last half a lap, and I think time is against him now. He'll be unable to challenge, and he's slowing in fact. So Vince Bristow's got a problem as well, going out of the Devil's Elbow. Gary Simpson still challenging Ray Morgan for 3rd and 4th place, but Dan Swayland's backed off the pace now. He's going to trundle to the line and take the win quite comfortably. Dan Swayland does it in 22. 2nd spot for the number 91 of Alan Tapscott, and Ray Morgan and Gary Simpson both get through to the Super Retro final here at Lydden. Gary nearly kissing the back bumper of the Ray Morgan's Ford Escort as they go across the timing line. Vince Bristow misses out, so too does Hannah Stewart in the Talbot Sunbeam, but Hannah's had a really solid day in the car. Good to see her winning a race outright as well. And sadly, Richard Maroney was a non-finisher in the Ford, but Dan Swayland books himself a place on the front row of the Super Retro final, and he'll be starting on the front with Stuart Emery once the final run comes round later this afternoon. So it's B final time for the Super Modifieds now. And it's Dan Ertz, one of our international contenders here this weekend, who's made the trip across the English Channel, part of the strong Benelux lineup, which is here this weekend. We've been helped by the fact that for the Belgian Rallycross Championship, they had an event due to be held at Maasmechelen, I think, this weekend, but that was called off and cancelled, unfortunately, for the Belgian regulars. But that was to Lydden's benefit. A number of Belgian drivers, Dutch drivers, German racers have made a trip across the Channel to compete here at the home of Rallycross as a result of the cancellation of the Belgian Championship round. So that has been to Lydden's benefit, and it's Dan Ertz who's one of those drivers who's made the trip across in his Ford Escort G3. It's a Gartrack car powered by a 2-litre Cosworth turbo engine, and he debuted the pole-sitting Escort at the Dutch round, opening Dutch round of the Dutch Championship earlier this year. So he should definitely be one to watch. Joining him on the front row is garage owner Mark Henry. He's got his garage listed on the side, the HH Autos Limited Bicester-based racer in his unique Alfa Romeo 147. When everyone was driving Saxos and Peugeots, Mark was driving an Alfa Romeo. Always stood out, been a star of production racing, and great to have him stepping up to Super Modified. Outside of row 1 is Georgie Gray in the BMW, the Scotsman with the Eurovan sponsorship on the bonnet. See how he goes with the BM. And the second row, we find one of our stars from across the Channel, Thibaut Vasson, arguably the favourite in this one, with Andy Hawks on the back row. Watch Thibaut Vasson then in number 96. He will be sideways, he will be spectacular, and we blast away. And number 96 of Vasson from the second row is Go. He's smoking already though off the line, so Thibaut Vasson might have engine issues that will hurt his progress here in this one as the bonnet continues to flap as he goes round Talladega for the first time. But it is another of the Belgian racers, Dan Ertz, who leads the way for now. They close up into the Devil's Elbow, and this will be a great European duel between the two drivers from across the Channel. I think the BMW just slows though, going out and up Hairy Hill. It's definitely smoking again, and there's contact, nearly contact, because Andy Hawks has dived up the inside of Georgie Gray, and this BTRDA Super Modified race is really kicking off already, with Dan Ertz already making good out front, and he's going Joker. So Dan Ertz goes for a very different strategy. He's gone Joker early on. He's going to try and come out with the race lead, but he fails to. So it's the treble 6 car then of Thibaut Vasson who leads the way. Races this car usually in the Belgian Super National Championship. It's used in the BMW RX Cup as well. And Thibaut Vasson now, as he launches over the line, is going to try and make up for his lack of pace in a straight line by launching the car. Everywhere else there's contact behind with the Ford Escort and Dan Ertz and Andy Hawks getting involved through the Devil's Elbow. Hawks again looks up the inside of the Ford, and that's not helping Dan Ertz's race time then. So Dan Ertz is getting caught up here with the British contenders in the BTRDA Super Modified B final, and now into the Joker goes Vasson, and Vasson's going to try and cover off the Ford behind him, and he's going to succeed. So Vasson then, in what is a sick sounding BMW, he is really clinging on here. His engine is not working as it should, but Thibaut Vasson from Belgium is now into second place, ahead of most importantly being ahead of the Ford Escort behind, because yes, Andy Hawks has come back out with the race lead after the Joker, but Thibaut Vasson will know that the Ford Escort of Dan Ertz behind him has already done that Joker lap. So the effective race leader is the smoking BMW. Mark Henry slows in the Alfa Romeo. The 147 is grinding to a halt, unfortunately, going up Pembrey Hill. So we're down to the 4 runners, and it's still winner takes all in this B final. So winner takes all for the B final in the BTRDA Super Modified class, and it's still Andy Hawks who leads with 2 laps left to go. On to the loose section goes the BMW of Hawks. Still Vasson behind him in the Belgian BMW. Up over the tabletop they come, and our race leader, effective race leader, still being the smoking BMW of Vasson, which is just slow at this point of the circuit. Going up Pembrey Hill, it definitely doesn't have the pace you would expect from a healthy BMW, and the Countryman car up ahead, the All-4 Mini, which was 4-wheel drive spec but has been converted to 2-wheel drive to run in this category. Now goes Joker, so into the longer route goes Andy Hawks then, but it won't be enough. The last lap board is going to be shown, or it might be very close between the two in fact, but Vasson comes out with the race lead, and now it's 1 mile then. 1 mile left to duke it out between the two. Whoever loses is out, and the race meeting is over. They'll be packing up the trailer and they'll be heading back, either back up north to Andy Hawks' home or back across the channel for Thibaut Vasson, who's made the trip to Lydden for this weekend. The smoking BMW will want to take top spot, but the BMW Countryman Mini behind it closes in on a straight line, because Vasson's definitely slow in the straight bits, and Hawks, I think, knows that, and he's going to try and use that pace advantage coming down Pembrey Hill, and he draws alongside, and our Belgian visitor might be beaten at the last here. They come into paddock absolutely together, and Hawks goes wide. Vasson is giving it his all. They come up to the timing line, absolutely has won, but it's Andy Hawks who wins. Andy Hawks does it. He books himself a place in the final, and Thibaut Vasson, despite his Herculean efforts in what was a slow and sick sounding BMW, just misses out. Great stuff from the Super Modified B finals. That was what you get when there's such jeopardy involved. It had to be winner takes all. Both the BMW and the Mini knew that, and it's Andy Hawks who wins and books himself a place on the back row of the A final grid. Great to have the old-fashioned B final, A final set up back at the 2-wheel drive Superprix for the BTRDA Clubmans, and it's Andy Hawks who gets into the final then, ahead of Thibaut Vasson. Dan Ertz misses out in the Ford Escort, sadly. Great to have seen Dan here this weekend in the Ford Escort G3. The 2-litre Ford has been a star, but it's had trouble as well, and Dan Ertz has stopped, in fact, on the slowdown lap, so that shows how troublesome the Ford has been today. His first year in the car, and we should see more from Dan in the Rally X series and other European events around the continent. Georgie Gray sadly out in the BMW as well. So a bit of track work to do before we go into the next race, which will be the Retros. We're due to see the Retros out on circuit for our next run, and that will be the first final of the day. So the first final up next for the Retro division. Time for the finals then at the two-wheel drive Superprix here at Lydden Hill. We're going to kickstart the finals with the retro divisions. This is the up to 1600cc category for the less powerful retro class, and it's John Wood, our championship leader, who will start on pole position in 4.86. He has done the winning so far this season. He's been a star in the John Welsh replica Ford Escort, and he starts on pole position. Tony Lynch alongside. First time we've seen Tony at Lydden Hill this season in the Toyota MR2. Ian Halfhide starts on the the outside of row number 1. Ian Biaggi in 55 is your second row starter, with Rick May in the Toyota on his debut. Pete Christmas and Paul Buckmaster make up the grid. Retro Rallycross final time at the two-wheel drive Superprix here at Lydden Hill. John Wood on pole, Tony Lynch alongside, Ian Halfhide on the outside of row number 1. We are ready to go, and it's a good start from the sports car from the middle of row 1. Tony Lynch gets the best initial getaway, but John Wood's able to use that power of the Ford to come back into top spot as they go down into Talladega for the first time. Into the old Chessons Drift sequence they go, and it's Lynchy into second spot. Biaggi snapping at his heels in the Mini, and Lynch goes up over the tabletop into second spot. He's trying to live with John Wood in these early stages. John, the championship leader, who's in his first year of rallycross competition and has been the man to beat in retro division this year, the expert engine builder off circuit, and he's showing what he can do on it as well. And he's got Tony Lynch in his pocket for now, with Ian Biaggi in third spot. There's two packs of battling rallycross cars, because we've got Wood, Lynch and Biaggi first, second, third, and behind them Christmas, Buckmaster, Halfhide and newcomer Rick May on his first start in the Toyota Starlet. But it is still John Wood who leads. Pete Christmas running in fourth spot ahead of Buckmaster and the 226 car of Ian Halfhide. The Halfhide in the Peugeot 205 up over the tabletop in the penultimate position at the moment. Rick May on his first start in the Toyota Starlet, a good new model to add to the Super Retro division. But John Wood's already now stretching his legs in the Ford Escort. He is getting clear of Tony Lynch in the Toyota, and the Wigan-based racer hasn't got much he can throw back at the Ford, I don't think, because the Ford Escort has been the dominant force in retro division. It almost could be a super retro car. Wonder if John's got plans for 2027, because it is one hell of an Escort. He's a really strong driver, showing great speed, and he's up over the tabletop with the advantage over Lynchy, with Biaggi there in third. Buckmaster, Halfhide and Rick May are still continuing over 5th, 6th and 7th positions, with the 4th place runner on his own really being Pete Christmas in the Toyota. He was with Rick May in the earlier qualifying races, but Rick May has dropped away from Christmas in this last race of the day for the retro division. It's John Wood who is still your race leader through paddock. Ian Halfhide and Buckmaster are swapping positions nearly through the right-hander at North Bend hairpin, and they come door to door down into Paddock Bend together. Halfhide on the outside, Buckmaster on the inside, but Ian Halfhide goes deep, has nowhere to go for Rick May sadly, and May goes into the side of the Peugeot, and that's a great shame for the Toyota and the Peugeot. The Toyota on its debut, the Peugeot of Ian Halfhide, both come together through paddock, and there was just nowhere for Rick May in the Toyota Starlet to go, and the former saloon car racer is out on the spot. So too Ian Halfhide. Will we get a red flag now? Yes, we will. Red flags fly, and Rick May in the Toyota out. Damage on the front. He shakes his head. That's an unfortunate end to the retro final. How far were we into that? 2 laps left to go at the end of that, so we may get a rerun. We'll have to see. There's 2 hours left to go before curfew, and the officials will be well aware we've still got a lot of finals to get through, plus a super final as well. So we'll wait and see if the race will be rerun, but the cars are going to be recovered. Tony Lynch's part on the Rallycross circuit, and we'll wait to see if the officials decide to give us the green light and rerun the retro final, minus Ian Halfhide and Rick May. So we're not going to get a rerun for the retro final. That race is done. John Wood might be quite happy about that. He won on the road, but the car stopped and wouldn't restart after the red flag. So he's having to be towed back to the paddock. So our race winner, John Wood, wins again. He's won every race so far this season, and he stretches his championship lead even further. So good stuff from John, and he'll be pleased to not seeing the grid being reformed for a restart. Next up will be the BMW Minis and the Swifts, and the grid is forming. Wesley Wickens qualifies on pole position in number 51. So Wesley will start on the front row. Alongside him, newcomer to the sport, at least well, the newcomer to the category, being Callum Scott in 52. Liam McManus in 299 starts on the outside of a row number 1 in the Motorworks sponsored car. Warren Salter in the 777 starts on a row number 2. Leanne Sedgwick's on row 3 after a difficult day with head gasket failure. She's missed a large chunk of the meeting but has made it out for the final, and that will give her important championship points. Then we find the Suzuki Swifts, and qualifying on pole for the class is Phil Seath, the championship leader, who's done the events at Mondello Park and at Lydden Hill. He starts on pole alongside Ollie Hooper, the newcomer in the Lydden Hill hire car. Scott Parker on the back row with Danny Beam in 23 on his first start, and Gary Harvey, the Lydden recovery truck driver, on the back row in the grey colours. Big grid, a bit of a gap before the Swifts, but we are almost ready to go. The Lydden recovery teams are making their way off the circuit, and the two-wheel drive Superprix for 2026 is going to continue with the Minis and the Swifts. Can Callum Scott get a debut win in the category? He has definitely had the pace, but had a drama through the chicane, and that put him off the road and into retirement in race number 3 in Q3 just after lunch. So Callum be hoping for a good run here in the final, but Liam McManus is rapid, so too Wickens. Warren Salter can mix it as well, and Leanne Sedgwick's the championship leader. The Swifts are equally close, so it's anyone's guess really, as the Swifts and the BMW Minis get ready to race in the, or do they, 6 laps ahead of us, and we get a pause because someone has crept forward. The start line marshals are out assessing who did leap forward. It looks like it may be among the Swift competitors. A Lydden team heading over to Phil Seath's car. Phil is a Lydden-based farmer. He's based in the village just over the fields here from the circuit. Takes him no time at all to get to the track. He has bought a supercar. He is planning to graduate to the British Rallycross Supercar Championship later in 2026. He's bought the ex-Bradley Westgarth Mitsubishi Evo, and we will see Phil out possibly at November fireworks finale, depending on how his championship bid is going in the Suzuki Swifts. But take 2 for the Swifts and Minis. We are ready to go at the two-wheel drive Superprix. Good start from Liam McManus in 299. McManus gets a brilliant getaway. So the young Irish racer is going to take the fight to the Brits alongside her, and Callum Scott and Wesley Wickens have to settle into 2nd and 3rd place. And it is Liam McManus then who leads the way. She has had a win at the last round at Blyton, so she's done it before. Can she do it again? But she's got the very fast newcomer Callum Scott behind her. Callum on his first rallycross start here at Lydden. Leah's got experience from an Irish junior rallycross outing here at the circuit last season, so Leah will try and use all of that experience to keep the fast drivers behind. She is very quick herself though, and this race could well be hers as we have 6 laps ready to unfold here at the two-wheel drive Superprix for the combined Minis and Suzuki Swifts. Into the Joker lap goes Callum Scott this time through then. So from 2nd place he drops out into the Joker and comes out alongside Leanne Sedgwick. The fight for 3rd and 4th position. Suzuki Swifts are close as well behind. We've got Phil Seath lead, 2nd in that group. Danny Bean is leading the class on his first start in the category. So Danny Bean's going along very well. The newcomer, son of Johnny, who was a star of Suzuki Swifts a good few seasons ago now. And Danny Bean in the brightly coloured Suzuki is leading the Swift pack going up Hairy Hill and into North Bend Hairpin. Down Hairy Hill comes Callum Scott trying to make a move on Leanne Sedgwick, and he does so. Leanne goes Joker this time through, so Leanne into that longer route. Callum keeps his foot in on the normal line as the Suzuki's come into paddock with Danny Bean still your race leader of that group. Phil Seath in 2nd spot in class ahead of Warren Salter, but it's still Liam McManus who leads. Exhaust has come off Scott Parker's Suzuki Swift as it went across the timing line. Scott Parker's struggling. Gary Harvey at the back of the pack as well, struggling for pace in the grey Suzuki on his first outing in the Suzuki class here at Lydden. Great to have Gary out on track, but he's at the back of the pack in this one at the moment as Scott Parker makes a move on Warren Salter through the elbow as our race leaders come out of North Bend and down Hairy Hill. It's Liam McManus and Wesley Wickens. They're almost linking up on circuit now. They're getting close. Neither have taken the Joker lap yet. Callum Scott behind them has, and how are Callum Scott's lap times comparing? It's the fastest driver on circuit of 49.8 is Wesley Wickens in second place. Warren Salter's retired the black and yellow Salter's Law car out of view, so out of the event goes Warren Salter sadly, but Liam McManus is heading through the Devil's Elbow, still with the race lead to her name. 2 laps left to go at the end of this one. Suzuki Swift still being led by Danny Bean. So Bean is leading on his debut ahead of Phil C. Scott Parker's going along well as well in the Suzuki Swift group. He's third at the minute, but our race leader is Liam McManus, and Wesley Wickens is going to shadow her. I thought he might go into the Joker this time through to try and do a different route to Liam McManus, but they avoid the stricken exhaust on the inside on the run to Chessons. That's come off the rear of Scott Parker's Suzuki. The second place in class in the Suzuki Swift is still Phil Seath. Scott Parker's going along really well though in the Peter Gwynn hire car, and he's closing onto the rear of Phil Seath in the number 80 as our race leaders go out of the Devil's Elbow, and there is a change near the end of the class in the Suzuki Swift. Phil Seath coming under increased pressure from Scott Parker up over the tabletop. Seath and Parker having a good duel, but it's still the minis which lead, and McManus is going to go wait for a Joker. No, going to leave her Joker until the last lap through. So McManus will leave her Joker until the final lap. Wesley Wickens has gone Joker now, so they did split their strategies then. There was still 2 laps to go for the leaders, and they have gone on different routes. So this is now crunch time. Liam McManus is on her final lap. She's got 1 mile to go between herself and victory. As Suzuki Swifts come past our commentary tower, Phil Seath and Scott Parker having a good duel for second and third place in that group. But Liam McManus then has got pressure as Phil Seath and Scott Parker fight over second and third in the one make Suzukis. Really good close racing for that group. Gary Harvey's been lapped unfortunately in the grey Suzuki, but the race leader Liam McManus from Ireland is going to have to go Joker this time through. Can she get her second event win of the season, or will Wesley Wickens be able to nip her at the post here and grab the race lead away? Liam McManus comes across the timing line, she takes the win. Leah does it then. The Irish star takes top spot. She beats Wesley Wickens by 0.2 of a second, and that's great stuff from Leah. The 299 car on top spot. She hasn't finished off the podium yet this season. She finished second at Blyton back in March, first in June, and she's won again here at Lydden Hill. And what a special victory that'll be. The Suzuki Swifts come across the timing line, very close for second and third as it was. Danny Bean wins the class. Parker is going to be in second. Seath dropped to third behind Parker at the end, but good stuff from the Suzuki Swifts as well. Danny Bean wins on his debut in the category. Parker and Seath. And our final finisher will be Gary Harvey, who's got mechanical strife with the guys heading into the paddock. So Gary Harvey doesn't finish, neither did Warren Salter, but it's a win for McManus. She takes the flag ahead of Wickens, and Callum Scott on his debut in the class gets a podium. Great stuff from Callum to get third place. Cedric fourth. Best of the Suzuki Swifts is Danny Bean in fifth. It's number 23, Danny Bean fifth. Parker is sixth. Seath seventh, third in class. Hooper and Harvey, the last contenders. Great stuff from the mixed class. Minis and Swifts together. And next on circuit will be the BTRDA Classic group for their final. It's final time for the BTRDA Classics now then. Thomas Edmonds starts on a pole position in the Vauxhall Corsa. He's been a real star today, had a good run. Daryl Ambrose has gone well as well in his rear-wheel drive Peugeot 205. Vince Bristow in the BMW, number 97. Tony Lynch, Mezzi Evans make up row 2, ahead of Charlie Maroney and Richard Maroney. The family affair on the back row with the number 7 and the number 70, Charlie and Richard respectively. Edmonds starts as favourite then. The pole sitter has been rapid all day long, but Daryl Ambrose, the man from Farnborough, has been quick too, and Vince Bristow, who's missed out on the final in the Super Retros, gets a go in the classic category, and he has gone very well in this group so far this season. He is the championship leader coming into this weekend, so Vince Bristow in number 97 will be looking for another good result here. He's joint level on points with Steve Gaunt, who's not here this weekend, so Gaunt misses out. But Vince Bristow, the championship leader, gets the best of the starts, and the rear-wheel drive BMW, as you would expect really, gets the best getaway ahead of the front-wheel drive cars. But the pole sitter, Thomas Edmonds, has dropped like a stone. He's fallen down the order from 1st to 5th place now. Vince Bristow goes around the outside of Tony Lynch. Oh, they get very close, and Lynchy gets the lead away then. So Tony Lynch gets top spot away from Bristow in the run into the Devil's Elbow. Lynch goes deep through the left-hander. Bristow and Ambrose are together, and this is a great duel between the BTRDA Classics. It's the first time today we've seen this group of cars stuck together alone on circuit. They haven't got the Super Retros to fight with, and there's 4 cars absolutely together, and there's no joker lap here to split this battling quartet up. So anyone could move up the order on circuit here. Lynch, Ambrose, Bristow, Edmonds and Maroney all together. Can't rule out Evans as well. 5 cars together, 5 laps to go. And the BTRDA Classic division is very close indeed, and Daryl Ambrose is trying to make a move now around the outside of Lynchy if he can. A spin for Charlie Maroney in 3rd spot, but the race leaders are absolutely together. It's Toyota versus Peugeot with a BMW thrown in there as well, and Lynchy's going defensive into the elbow to try and keep Ambrose at bay. Edmonds is right there. This is a great duel around the home of Rallycross between the BTRDA Classic runners. 4 for the lead through the North Bend hairpin. Lynchy leads with Ambrose right there. What can the pole sitter do? Tom Edmonds has got pace, but he had a terrible start and he fell right to the back of the order. He's made his way back up the grid, and Ambrose is trying to go right around the outside of Tony Lynch, and that's a very good move. Can he get it done for the chicane? Can 2 cars go through there? Just again through the chicane. That was very, very close. 2 into the chicane, rarely goes, but they do just get away with it. And Ambrose is now really challenging Lynchy again through Talladega. 4 laps left to go, or 3.5 laps now, and this is a brilliant duel between the leading 4 runners, with Lynchy again parking the Toyota MR2 on the inside line through the left-hander at the elbow, and here comes Ambrose. Ambrose is going to get the lead away. Edmonds and Ambrose both try and make a move on Lynchy. Tony made a mistake at the elbow, ran wide, and through comes our new race leader then. So it's Darren Ambrose who leads the way. Now Edmonds, and sadly Vince Bristow is out. Vince Bristow slowing in the BMW, but it's now Darren Ambrose then in the immaculately turned out Peugeot 205 who holds the lead. 3 laps to go. We have Thomas Edmonds running in 2nd spot. Ambrose still your new race leader. Lynchy 3rd. Mezzi Evans running in 4th. But can our pole sitter fight back? Richard Maroney slowed again, sadly, going up Hairy Hill. Been a difficult day for Richard on his return to the category. And Mezzi Evans has made a mistake as well, going through Talladega. So Mezzi Evans is struggling and heading out off the circuit. Charlie Maroney will benefit from that and come through and gain a place. But our race leaders up into North Bend hairpin. It's Ambrose with the lead. 2nd spot for Edmonds in the Vauxhall Corsa. 3rd still is Lynchy, but Tony's dropping. Tony now has dropped off the pace of the leading runners. We've got a yellow flag at the elbow because that's where Maroney Senior has stopped. 2 laps left to go, and it's Ambrose with the advantage over Edmonds. Lynch has definitely fallen off the back of this train. Ambrose, Edmonds, Lynch, your leading trio. Then we find Charlie Maroney in his battle-scarred Ford Escort Mark II. Huge jump from Darren Ambrose in the Peugeot that time through. That was a big launch from the 205 man, and he's really showing good speed. And what was a very close top four has now spread somewhat because Tony Lynch can't live with the leading duo, and Ambrose has got a 0.8 of a second lead over what was the pole-sitting Vauxhall Corsa of Edmonds. Thomas Edmonds has only had one podium so far this year. He set a best finish of 3rd place at the opening round at Blyton. Darrell Ambrose hasn't been on the podium at all yet, so he could go from not taking a trophy. He's 5th in the championship coming into this round, but he could take his first podium, and with it his first win of the year as well. He's still half a mile from victory, but Darrell Ambrose has put in a really good shift here. They pass the stricken Ford of Richard Maroney. They go up into North Bend for the final time. The checker flag is being made ready on the Lydden Hill gantry, and Darrell Ambrose is sliding the rear-wheel drive Peugeot. If you need a reminder of what way the wheels are driven in this car, that's the reminder all you need. The sideways Peugeot through North Bend, and Darrell Ambrose comes up and gets his first win of the season. Darrell Ambrose does it. First bit of silverware for the number 170. Ambrose wins. Edmonds is in 2nd spot. 3rd for Tony Lynch, and the pre-race favourite Tom Edmonds can settle for 2nd. 4th will be Charlie Maroney, who gets the line in the Ford Escort, and we missed Evans, unfortunately. Bristow and Maroney all retiring, so a bit of clear-up operation to do. We've got Messi Evans' car and Richard Maroney's car needing recovery. Once that is complete, we'll be back with our next final, which will be the turn of the Super Modified. Super Modifieds up next for their first final. Super Modified final time next, and this could be one of the races of the day. We may still see a good number of these cars in the Super Final later this afternoon, the very last race of the meeting, but this is where championship points are on the line, and it's Slavomir Volek in the SPW BMW who comes on to a pole position. Fred Ling alongside him, Arjen van Lommel in the number 13 Volvo 242. The Inferno livery on the Volvo starts from 3rd. Row number 2, we find David Bell in number 93. I fear that might be a Paul Coney sized gap on that 2nd row where the Vauxhall Corsa should have been. Rich Moore starts on the 3rd row with Mandy Kassa. Then we find the 29-year-old from Germany, Florian Wiemann. Wiemann driving his 1.8 litre turbocharged Volkswagen Polo. One of the best German rallycrossers of recent years. He's been in rallycross for a good number of years, having stepped out of karting. Started in 2012 and he's been a star of a German competition ever since. So the DRX front runner starts from row number 3 in his very neatly turned out Volkswagen Polo. Great to have them making the trek across from Germany to be here. I think they set off on Wednesday or Thursday, did Florian Wiemann. Great to have him here. On the 4th row, we find Helmut Antonsen from Belgium in his BMW. And Andy Hawks has made it out. So too has the withdrawal of Paul Coney. It looks like we've been added the number 96 car, which is a very welcome addition. And we should now see BMW, which we thought had missed out in the earlier race. But Thibaut Vasson has made it onto the grid for the final in what was a sick-sounding BMW, a smoking BMW, but he's made it through. So Andy Hawks from the very back row in the B final, joined by runner-up in the B final, Thibaut Vasson. We get ready to race. Sadly missing Paul Coney from this one, but 6 laps ahead of us for the BTRDA Super Modified A final. Good start from the rear-wheel drive cars, as you would expect. Rich Moore had nowhere to go, bit of contact at the start, but Slavomir Volok is your early race leader. Arjan van Lommel drops into 2nd spot. Fred Ling's best of the front-wheel drive cars in 3rd, with David Bell 4th, and we've got headbutting the tyre bales going up over the jump. It's all kicked off on the approach to the jump. We've got a BMW of Vasson's clipped the tyres. Mandy Kasser had nowhere to go, and Antonsen's involved as well. So the super modified runners in strife on the approach to the jump. Vasson hit the tyres, and that caused dramas behind. But the race leaders are going out of North Bend Hairpin, and it's Volok ahead of Van Lommel. Fred Ling goes Joker this time through, followed by Vasson. So Vasson goes into the Joker as well in that sideways BMW. Antonsen's doing well to remove the BMW from the circuit. That's well driven from Antonsen. He's moved his stricken BMW out of the firing line, and after the dramas we saw on the run up towards the jump, thankfully everyone has got through that section safely, and we continue without a red flag. So Mandy Kasser out, Helmut Antonsen out, Andy Hawks out, and that leaves us with Slavomir Volok leading, with Arjan van Lommel in the number 13 car in 2nd spot. She races the car in Rally X and Belgian and Dutch Championships. Great to have her here at Lydden. She has been here before, competed at a Rallycross Winter Series, a much missed Rallycross Winter Series in my eyes, the championship here over the lockdown period of 2019-20, and Van Lommel competed in that series as Rich Moore comes across past our commentary box with that superb BMW sounding Mercedes SLK, but still Volok who leads up over the tabletop. Van Lommel and Fred Ling 2nd and 3rd. Fred is really doing well to take the fight to the rear-wheel drive cars. Yellow flag zone, and Slavomir Volok smoking going into North Bend. May have just been a lock-up as he went in. The race leader in the BMW, the V8 powered brilliant machine, comes out of North Bend with the lead still. Good stuff from Slavomir. Van Lommel goes Joker this time, and that will open the door for Fred Ling. So how does Fred Ling's times compare to that of Slavomir Volok? Volok's doing 47s. Fred Ling last time round was a 48 because he was stuck behind the rear of the Volvo of Van Lommel. So when Volok does go into that longer route, we should see him re-emerge with the race lead. But it's been a good duel between the Volvo, the Ford, and everyone else on this super modified grid. Just been brilliant to see a healthy 2-wheel drive contingent in Britain again. And Fred Ling, our championship leader in the super modified group, is in 2nd in this one. We know he won't need to worry too much about Slavomir Volok in the championship standings. Slavomir, who goes Joker this time, is only competing in this BTRDA event, I think, this season. But Volok across the timing line comes out of the Joker. He's still got the race lead. Fred Ling's done what he can. He's absolutely flying around Lydden Hill circuit because he's just set the fastest lap of the session, a 46.8. Fred Ling, it's really going along well in the front wheel drive Ford. The Duratec powered 2.4 litre Ford Fiesta is really charging it hasn't got the rear wheel drive advantage off the line, so Fred has to drive the wheels off it. He did just that at Blyton, sadly, a few weeks ago when wheel failure hit his event, but he's kept all 4 wheels on the car this time round, and Fred Ling has thrown everything at the big BMW up ahead of him. I don't think for Fred it will be enough, sadly, but Slavomir Volek has put in a great drive. Last lap board is being made ready then. About to enter their final tour. Has Fred Ling got any rubber left underneath him here? Can he throw anything more at Slavomir Volek, our race leader? He will try, that is for sure. And the former hot hatch racer who's stepped into Super Modified a good few seasons ago now in this family built Ford Fiesta is still closing in, and the Automax Motorsport prepared BMW is now coming under pressure. The Ashford accountant is getting ever closer, and Fred Ling is really closing in on Volek, who locks the wheel again into North Bend hairpin. Slavomir though may just have enough in hand, but what a drive and effort it's been from Fred in the Ford. He is the championship leader, and you can see why, because he's got great pace in this Fiesta, and he's going to challenge Volek up to the line, but Slavomir wins it. Second for Fred Ling. Third will be Ariane van Lommel in the Volvo 242. She comes up to the line in number 13. Fourth for Rich Moore in the Mercedes SLK. David Bell and the number 96 of Vassen comes off across the line in what was 5th place, sideways over the timing line. Wiemann 6th in the turbocharged Volkswagen Polo. Not 7th, in fact. David Bell was classified in 5th. Vassen 7th, Vassen 6th, Wiemann 7th, and we missed Andy Hawks and others. Slavomir Volek's going to throw the car into donuts around the Devil's Elbow. He said before this weekend, he didn't want to do anything stupid. He wanted to get the car home, ideally take a victory if he can, before he goes to Denmark for the next round of the Rally X Championship, and then on to Buxtehude in Germany for the next round of that the following weekend. So he's got a very busy 3 weeks ahead of him as Slavomir Volek. The drivers were told in the briefing this morning, no donuts, head to the paddock and do your own steam. But great to have Slavomir. He's a showman, and he is celebrating his victory around the Devil's Elbow, and that's quite right. He is delighted, and brilliant to have Slav back in the paddock. He's into his 19th year of rallycross competition, and Slavomir Volek in the SPW car takes the victory in the BMW. Brilliant stuff, and Volek will be heading to Denmark, a very happy man for next weekend's Rally X Championship event. Volek wins. Rich Moore and the others put on a show as well, and a great effort from all of the two-wheel drive Super Modified competitors for heading over to the circuit. We've got quite a bit of recovery to do with Mandy Cass's Ford Fiesta, Helmer Antonson's BMW parked at the sides of the road. We may still see some of these Super National cars later this afternoon for the Super Final, so don't shoot off anywhere yet. There's still plenty of finals to get through, including the Super Retros and other classes, of course, as well. But we've got a bit of track maintenance to do. We'll be back with you shortly once the production cars head out onto the grid for their next final. we're ready for our production and modified 4x4 final, and that leaves Thomas Ramanauskas on pole position in his Mitsubishi Evo 4. The next batch is led by Ted Shepherd in his Renault Clio. The number 45 Renault Clio starts on pole. Second in the championship coming into this weekend is Ted, or actually joint level at the top of the points, in fact, 77 each. He's had one win, so too has Alex Fletcher, who starts on the outside of row number 1. They're both on level on points, 77 each. Coming into this round, in the middle of row number 1 is Will Noon. Then we find Alex Fletcher, the reigning BTRDA Rallycross champion, in his Loughborough Weir Tool stickered car. And on the back row, Ben Williams in the Suzuki Swift. And our final starter, Ben Flynn in the Renault Clio. They're level on points at the top of the standings then. Ted Shepherd and Alex Fletcher, who will come out on top in this one. We have 6 laps ahead of us, ready to race. We're away, and Ramanauskas will disappear, I think, but Ted Shepherd and the rest we know will get very close to him, and they're already doing just that. And here come the cavalry then, because the production cars charge down into Talladega for the first time, and Ted Shepherd is already at the back of the Mitsubishi Evo of Thomas Ramanauskas into the tabletop for the first time. It's the Lithuanian who leads the Kentish racer into the Devil's Elbow. Ramanauskas through the left-hander, and Ted Shepherd again really wants to get the better of the four-wheel drive car if he can into North Bend Hairpin. Ted's got to be careful, because yes, you'd want to beat the four-wheel drive car for bragging rights on the road, but it doesn't matter about the championship points. You don't need to care about the Evo really out front. He's not scoring points in the same category as Shepherd in the black and the purple colours, and Ted's slowing. Ted slows on the approach to the chicane, and Ted Shepherd is going to be out of this one, sadly. And Ted is out. He can't find a gear, I don't think, in the Renault Clio. He's out, unfortunately. And the local man, what a nightmare. He's had a great weekend, a great day. He's beaten the four-wheel drive cars in the earlier race, but Ted Shepherd can't find a gear in the Clio, and the yellow flag flies, and it's going to be Alex Fletcher then, the championship leader, who grabs the lead in the production spec class. Will Noon was slowed by the retirement of Ted Shepherd in front of our commentary box here in the Arthur Debenham Tower. So Ted's retirement slowed Will Noon. Lots of other drivers checked up as well, but it's benefited Alex Fletcher, who had just taken his Joker lap, came out with the lead in the production spec class, and it's now Ramanauskas who leads. Alex Fletcher bouncing his way over the chicane in fine style. He's your second place runner on the road, first in class, but it is a good fight behind, with Will Noon in the Renault Clio and Ben Williams in his Suzuki. Ramanauskas up over the tabletop in the Evo. He is still your race leader, ahead of the Loughborough College stickered car of Alex Fletcher, prepared and run by Motorsport students. They've really put in a great effort to turn these cars around, and Alex, who's racing in circuit racing in MGs as well this year, as well as in the Honda Civic in the BTRDA Rallycross Championship, defending his BTRDA crown in 2026. Fletcher down into the paddock then. Ben Williams goes Joker this time through. We've got half distance now, 3 laps left to go of the BTRDA production Rallycross final. Williams across the line comes back out ahead of, or just behind in fact, of Ben Flynn, absolutely level with Flynn as they bounce their way into Talladega. Ben Williams, a local Dover man, against the Scottish racer, and Ben's trying to take the spot away from Flynn if he can. Sadly, there's no Andy Harris in this group today. He has had radiator failure on his car, I think, and that's put him out of the day. They've been unable to get the Suzuki Swift fixed up, ready to go racing in the production spec class. And we've also lost Neil Brooks after the dramas in the first qualifier when he got hit through the chicane after spinning. But it's still Ben Flynn running third in class, fourth in the overall race, who comes down through paddock with that third place to his name, but right into the rear of the Clio goes the Suzuki Swift to Ben Williams. Ben wants that place back, and he's going to get it. He gets it through the Talladega turn, and out goes Will Noon. So Will Noon is retiring his Renault Clio as well. So sadly, Will's out, Ted Shepherd out, and now we have three production runners left, and the one modified 4x4 in the hands of Thomas Ramanauskas. So Thomas, the Lithuanian former rallyman, is not far from victory now. Last lap board being shown. He is got a rear bumper beginning to flap around on the rear of the Evo in the Treble 8 car, but he starts his final lap now, and it's Alex Fletcher who is your production class race leader in the number 1 across the timing line to start his final tour. Ben Williams has made his way up into second place in class ahead of Ben Flynn, but it's Thomas Ramanauskas with that huge jump in the Mitsubishi who comes through the left-hander of the Devil's Elbow and begins his climb up Hairy Hill for what is the final time today for Ramanauskas. We might get him out if they're doing if he's able to qualify for the super final. We may see him in the super final at the end of the day. Although he is four-wheel drive, the organisers might allow him to take the fight to the two-wheel drive runners. We'll wait and see. But Ramanauskas comes through up towards the timing line. He's the only one in his class, so he wins with ease, but he does get the better of the production runners in this one. Alex Fletcher's going to be in a second spot in the Honda. The Loughborough College car takes the win, and that stretches his lead in the championship. In fact, takes it away from Ted Shepherd in the Clio. Ben Williams second. Third will be Ben Flynn, and what a great effort it's been by Ben and the team to get the Renault Clio fixed up, ready to go racing here after his roll at Blyton. Noon out, Shepherd out, but still a good result for Ramanauskas and the rest. Thomas will celebrate his victory as ever, a hugely enthusiastic part of the Rallycross paddock. He loves Lydden, he loves driving here at the circuit, from rally sprints to rallycross, and always great to welcome Thomas and the team here to the circuit. But it's Alex Fletcher, the reigning BTRDA champion, who shows his speed again in the production class and takes the championship lead after the retirement for Ted Shepherd. So arguably the race of the day comes out onto the line now. It's time for the Super Retro Final. And can Stuart Emery get his first win in the Volvo? He's taken 2 third places so far this season. He's currently third in the standings. Championship leader Pat Duran is on 77 points. He's won the last 3 events on the bounce, but Pat is going to start from further down the grid after dramas in qualifying and in the semi-final, with Stewart putting that great move over the tabletop. So Emery starts on pole. Dan Swayland alongside his closest rival in the championship, and he's his closest rival on circuit here today. Dan is starting second. Lee Wood starts third in the Treble 3 car, and it's an all Ford Escort Mark II second row, with Alan Tapscott, Pat Duran making up the second row. Ray Morgan, Gary Simpson make up row number 3, and Gary Dixon and Vince Bristow join them as well. Super retro time then. They've raced at Lydden at Easter, at Mondello Park in May, and they're now ready to go for their one day only final here at the two-wheel drive Superprix. And can Stuart Emery get what has been a win he's been really striving for in the Volvo? So much work went into the car over the winter. New engine, new gearbox changes throughout the running of the Volvo 242, and the Faversham favourite will start this one from pole position in the Petter Solberg tribute colours alongside Dan Swayland and Lee Wood. Track looks clear, and Lydden team have been hard at work again throughout the day. We're into the final throws of the event now then. We've got about a good few finals still to go. The junior categories, the super final as well, don't forget. There's still plenty of action before the 6 p.m. curfew here at the two-wheel drive Superprix for 2026. But who will come out on top in what could be the race of the day? The Amber Rescue team are moving Will Noon's car actually off the Chessons Drift sequence. So that's the slight hold with the Renault Clio still on the old Joker Lap section. Looks like the team are waiting to get that car removed before we can go racing. Pat Duran's won the last 3 on the bounce. He hasn't been off the podium, but he's going to have to make places up if he wants to keep that run going. He starts in 5th. He's got cars to his right, cars ahead of him. Pat's got his work cut out here, but can Stuart Emery get his first win in the Volvo? Can Dan Swayland get his first win in Super Retro? We're ready to go. 5 laps of action ahead of us. We're away, and Lee Wood gets the best of the starts then in the treble 3 car. He gets ahead of Dan Swayland in the Ford Escort, but it's going to be Stuart Emery who leads them down into Talladega for the first time. Lee Wood's going to try and do his high, wide and handsome trick right around the outside, but can't get through there. So it's Emery who leads. Swayland drops into 3rd place. Pat Duran's already up into 4th. So 5 laps of frantic Super Retro Rallycross action ahead of us. It's Emery from Wood from Swayland. So the grid order has changed already, with Swayland dropping from 2nd to 3rd, Duran moving from 5th to 4th, and Gary Simpson's trying to make a move in the background as well on Ray Morgan in the Ford. Morgan and Simpson come down the hill together, but Stuart Emery's got his work cut out here because Lee Wood is right with him in the Ford Escort. Dan Swayland and Duran all there as well, and there's no Joker to split them, of course, in the Super Retro division. These pre-1992 cars are going to stay absolutely locked together around Lydden Hill Rallycross circuit as they go on to the jump for the second time. Up over they go, and Stuart Emery is showing good speed again in his 300 brake horsepower Volvo 242, but Lee Wood's not letting him go. Lee's had 1 podium finish to his name so far this season. He finished 2nd at the second round of the series here at Lydden at Easter, and he's challenging for the lead as they come down Harry Hill, and Lee Wood, the former champion in the class, might get top spot away from Stuart Emery, and he does. A change for the lead then. Stuart goes out wide, and Lee Wood has found some real pace in the Ford Escort Mark II. Wood then up into top spot, and now Dan Swayland is challenging Stuart Emery. So suddenly Stuart has gone from the front to 2nd, and he has a tap from Swayland as well on the Talladega turn. Lee Wood's your new race leader. Wood leads the way then. Emery drops into 2nd spot. Swayland now 3rd. 4th is still Duran, and Duran's run of consecutive podiums could be coming to an end here because the championship leader is 4th. And all he can do at the minute, he'll be trying his utmost to get back onto that podium. Vince Bristow's had a drama out of view. He's stopped after the jump, and the car's off at a weird angle. Hopefully that will just be a yellow flag, but there's drama behind because Stuart Emery and Dan Swayland are overlapping as they come down into paddock. 2 laps left to go then. 2 miles between Lee Wood and victory. Lee is a long way down the championship order. He missed the last round at Mondello, so he's not really in championship contention. That was a double header in Ireland, so if he wants to succeed this season, he'll have to try and charge around this Lydden Hill circuit, take the victory here, and really impressed throughout the remainder of the year to clamber up the points order. Stuart Emery with a huge jump in the Volvo. He's still 2nd, trying absolutely everything to live with Lee Wood out front, but the former Hot Rod World Champion is showing his speed again in the Retro division. He's a former champion in this class as well. That was in a different Mark II Escort. He switched to this chassis in recent years, and Lee is showing great speed out front. Emery in the battle-scarred Volvo comes through 2nd. On to our final lap we go then. What can Pat Duran do about the leading trio, or will Pat be off the podium for the first time this season? Lee Wood could get his first win of the year. Stuart Emery still hunting that first victory. He is very close. He has been the man to beat all day, but he might just miss out at the final throws of this A final with out of Devil's Elbow come the leaders. Lee Wood's got a good margin. 1.2 seconds is the gap. Dan Swayland wants to take second away from Stuart Emery, but the Swale battle between the Isle of Sheppey and the Faversham racers is going to go the way of the Isle of Sheppey racer, I think, because here comes Dan Swayland and the Kent Movers car gets up into second. Lee Wood wins. Swayland robs Stuart Emery of second at the line. Stuart drops to third. Pat Duran is in fourth, and it will be in fifth spot Alan Tapscott in 91. Ray Morgan sixth in 114. Gary Simpson will come through in seventh. He's best of the Garys, ahead of Dixon in number 30 in the Vauxhall Astra. Vince Bristow retires, unfortunately, in the BMW. But great stuff from the Super Retros. Lee Wood showed his class there. The former champion in the division has now won Super Retro events in different cars. He's gone from his John Welsh Mark II replica to this new Treble 3 Mark II he's used in recent years. And the former Oval Racing King, who's really nowhere in the championship as it stands, could now be a threat to the runners as the rest of the season unfolds. Great stuff from the Super Retros, and it's Lee Wood who triumphs ahead of Stuart Emery, and ahead of Dan Swayland, in fact, and Stuart Emery at the flag. Great stuff from the Super Retros. Look forward to more of that later in the season. Crosscar and RX 150 final time now at the two-wheel drive Superprix for 2026, and it's been good close racing from the pack so far today. Brad Turner in 61 starts on pole, the championship leader who has done a lot of the winning so far this year. He won twice at Lydden Hill earlier in the season, so he definitely likes this place. James Constantine starts alongside in number 8, ahead of Ben Hardy in 169. Stephen Jones and Will Ovenden make up row number 2. Row 3, we find the number 84 of Caden Harris. Todd Crooks alongside in 48. And last starters will be Liam Duran has made it out, I think. So good to see that Liam has made it out onto circuit, and so too has Miles Blewett in the number 88. No, there's no Liam Duran there. It's Teddy McPherson at the back. So the 119 of McPherson in the similar livery. It doesn't look like Liam Duran will be in this final. So Liam looks absent, but McPherson has made it to the line in 119. He had suspension failure in one of the earlier outings, as Miles Blewett is pushed back a row or two. Who will come out on top in this one? Turner the favourite, 20 points clear in the championship, ahead of Will Ovenden. Will starting 5th in this one. Brad's had 3 wins this year. Will's had 1. The only 2 drivers to win so far this season. Stephen Jones leads the RX 150 standings, but Ben Hardy is quick as well, and Ben hasn't had a win yet this year. So Stephen Jones has done all of the winning in the RX 150s. Can Ben Hardy turn the tables? RX 150s and crosscars on the line and ready to go. We're away with the crosscar and RX 150 final at the two-wheel drive Superprix, and Bradley Turner gets the best of the starts from pole position down into Talladega. He goes. Will Ovenden's jumped up from 5th into 3rd spot already. So Will, the Addisham racer on his home turf, is really going along well, but it's 4th place now because Ben Hardy has kept the RX 150 up ahead, but he has a big moment over the exit of the jump. Still clear of Will Ovenden for now. Stephen Jones is in the thick of it as well in 5th place. Teddy McPherson's made good ground from the back row. He's already up into what is 6th position, but it's Bradley Turner who has been the man to beat. It's been a David Kane style performance from Brad Turner this year. He has been the man to beat this weekend, at least. He's been the man to beat in the crosscar heats, semi-finals and the final. and he is continuing to show good speed again as they complete their first lap. Turner leads by 1.2 seconds, with Constantine going along well in the second spot. Hardy's best of the RX 150s, wanting to take his first win of the season, but Will Ovenden's right there with him as well in the cross car, and Will makes a move at the elbow, and that's a very good move by Ovenden up the inside through the elbow. Hardy's got more power in a straight line though. Ovenden drifts out wide and they switch back again. Ovenden trying to get him back at North Bend, very close. This is good frantic racing from the buggies, and Will Ovenden is really starting to lose patience behind the RX 150 of Ben Hardy. Will sticks to the normal line, or does he? No, he spins at paddock. So Will Ovenden got caught out behind Ben Hardy. I think he was in two minds there, if to joker, if to stick to the normal line, and eventually Will then just did neither and spun in the middle ground, unfortunately. So Will, the second place man in the championship, drops down to the rear of the pack, and it's Bradley Turner who's leading the way in the live entry. James Constantine still second, but Teddy McPherson's making good ground in the 119 car. He's climbing up the order in the grey and orange machine ahead of, or behind Ben Hardy. But Brad Turner has been the man to beat in the cross cars all weekend long, and he's continuing that speed again here in the final. Through the paddock section they come, and the race leader is sticking to the normal line. James Constantine goes joker. Ben Hardy's already done that, so Ben doesn't need to worry about that. He's got Teddy McPherson to be concerned about behind him, because Teddy, the 17-year-old from Buckinghamshire, is trying to go right around the outside of Ben Hardy, but he can't really do it there, and he loses ground on the loose stuff. So we're missing Liam Duran from this final, sadly, after his dramas in the earlier races, but still a very frantic final from the regulars in the Motorsport UK Cross Car and RX 150 Championship. Will Ovenden now starting to challenge Todd Crooks on the run out of the Devil's Elbow. Will trying to make up for lost time in the Digger Sim car, but our race leaders coming down into the joker. That's Brad Turner. So Turner gets the joker lap done this time through. James Constantine sticks to the normal route. Stephen Jones has got his joker as well. So the joker laps have been completed by the leading runners, and Teddy McPherson's going to try right around the outside of Ben Hardy again, and this time it does work. So Teddy McPherson then up into third place now. Can Teddy get second away from James Constantine? That will be his aim. Behind him, Stephen Jones and Ben Hardy are continuing their fight. Jones in the green, Hardy in the pink, and Ben's trying to get his first win of the season. Stephen Jones wants to continue his run. They go into North Bend hairpin together. A lock-up from Jones. Brad Turner leads, but these four cars behind are definitely the ones to watch, with Constantine, McPherson and Jones and Hardy all locked together, starting their final lap. Constantine wants to hold on to second place. McPherson still there in third of the cross cars, third on the road, but behind them are the rapid RX 150s, and they may be heavier than the cross cars ahead of them, but they're very quick in a straight line, and these 1000cc Honda Fireblade powered cars are still holding their own in rallycross competition, almost 20 years after the RX 150 category was introduced back in 2008. So it's been a very long time, but the cross cars are still duking it out up at North Bend. Bradley Turner's going to win, but he'll be second. It's contact between the two through North Bend hairpin. Constantine has still got second place, and here comes Jones. Jones wants to try and get the lead away from Hardy. Brad Turner wins. Bradley Turner does what Bradley Turner does today, but second place goes the way of Constantine. Third for McPherson. Hardy gets his first win of the year in the RX 150s. Great stuff from the former champion, just holding off Stephen Jones in number 19. Caden Harris is 6th in 84. Ovenden recovers to get 7th. Crooks 8th, and it'll be Miles Blewett who is 9th in the 88 car, the older TM5. Great stuff from the cross cars and the RX 150 buggies, and it's the championship leader, who's already 20 points clear in the series coming into this weekend, who wins again. Bradley Turner stretches his lead in the cross cars, and he celebrates and waves to the spectators on the climb up Hairy Hill. Great to see so many of you staying around for the finals. There's plenty more of those still to come before the curfew at 6 p.m. We've got both junior categories and the super final still to run through. And I can already see Slavomir Volok's car in the dummy grid, ready to go again in the super final later this afternoon. So the star of the super modified category will be out for more shortly. Cross Car Junior final time now, and it is going to be Ethan Hooker who starts on second position in number 43 in the Life Live prepared car. And our pole sitter though, George Edinburgh, who is the pace setter after qualifying. He won qualifying 1, he won qualifying 3, or qualifying 2, I can't remember which order it was, but the junior cross cars are on the line, and George Edinburgh, who's got the better of Ethan Hooker in the earlier stages, starts from a pole position. Can the local man beat the youngster from Cheshire then in the cross car junior final? George has returned to cross cars for this weekend. Can he return and win again like we saw in November at the Taster event a few months ago? Ready to race. We're away, and it's an even start from Edinburgh and the Ethan Hooker machine as they charge away from the line in this cross car junior final at the two-wheel drive Superprix, and Hooker's going to get the lead. He goes right around the outside of Edinburgh then on the first run through Talladega. George, who's been used to front-wheel drive Suzuki machinery this year, but he's stepping into rear-wheel drive cross cars for this round today and for the remainder of the season, I believe. Edinburgh's been going well so far, despite a spin up at North Bend Hairpin in one of the earlier qualifiers. He's shown good speed in the car, and we know that the youngster from Raynham is definitely one to keep an eye on. What can he do against the former karter in the form of Ethan Hooker up ahead? Did a brief bit of higher karting which impressed Max Weatherly up at Brands Hatch end of last season, and Max encouraged Ethan to get out in a rallycross car and try the cross car junior division. It's been a good move because he is showing good speed in this group. Phoebe Cake's been part of this series, but she's handed her car back to George Edinburgh, and she's moved into the Suzuki Swift Juniors again, which we'll be seeing out next. So juniors continue this theme before we move into the super final at the very end of the day. But George Edinburgh's got the Joker lap done then, and can he now be able to get that eye set on our race leading black machine of Ethan Hooker? 3.3 seconds between them, and they come down Hairy Hill and into a paddock again, with the man from Cheshire leading the field. In through the loose section they come. 4 laps left to go. These Yamaha engine cross cars, the real junior division of the seniors which we see out on circuit, they are smaller engine capacity than the senior division we've enjoyed with such frantic action across the course of the 2026 British Rallycross Championship season. But yes, they will have less power, but they're a good way of going racing and a good way for young teenage racers aged just between 13 and 17 to get more and more used to rallycross competition as they go up into North Bend together. And now our race leader being caught. Hooker is the early race leader, but Edinburgh is showing good speed in the number 493 car, and they come down into paddock, one of the most fearsome corners in rallycross. That fast right-hander at the bottom of Hairy Hill through the equally daunting chicane and then into the Talladega banking, which has been so reprofiled in recent years to put in this high banking, and the approach to the jump, the run onto the Dover slope, very different to what it used to be in the years gone by, and the approach to the elbow completely changed. So different approach, but still a superb rallycross circuit as they climb up Hairy Hill and into North Bend Hairpin again. It's now George Edinburgh who's the fastest driver on circuit. He's setting the timing screens purple, but as I say that, he slows around North Bend, and that's cost him a good handful of seconds. And the run down Hairy Hill. Ethan Hooker is now going to go Joker this time. So into that Joker lap section goes Ethan Hooker. Edinburgh then race leader in the 493 car. Just slowed on that run through North Bend, but the Crosscar Juniors continue on their way, and it's such an important training ground for these young racers. They've had same conditions today, but Rallycross, it could rain during parts of the day, complete different track conditions for another heat. There's loads of seat time for these youngsters, and they can really get out and get a feel for car control, which will stand them in good stead for their future motorsport careers. And George Edinburgh is still leading in top spot ahead of Hooker as they go past Lydden Hill sign for the final time. They begin their climb down Hairy Hill then, and Edinburgh in the blue and orange colours is going to come into Paddock Bend. He got that Joker lap sorted early. Oh, still got one more lap to go. In fact, last lap board is being shown. So last lap board being shown this time, and still George Edinburgh then has got one more lap to go to keep Ethan Hooker behind. They go into the Talladega section for what now is the final time, and the reigning racer on his home circuit. Can the Medway man keep Ethan Hooker at bay? Up over the tabletop they go and into the Devil's Elbow, and these closely controlled TN5 and TN11 Life Live chassis have worked well around Lydden Hill circuit, up Hairy Hill and into North Bend Hairpin. George's dad Darren's been heavily involved in running Darren Scott's cars in the British Rallycross Championship in recent years, so the family's very well known in the paddock, and George Edinburgh's been showing his stuff on circuit, and he's going to show his stuff well here again. He won in November in the Taster event, and George Edinburgh's going to do it here again. He takes the checkered flag. Edinburgh does it. He takes the win ahead of Ethan Hooker. Good stuff from the junior racers. Good respect between the two of them. Sadly, just the two starters after people have switched classes and others have been unable to get here today. And Jackson Blewett was unable to race after issues in practice. But George Edinburgh wins the Crosscar Juniors on his return to the category. Great to see him here at the top step. He'll be delighted with that. And great that the junior racers get to show their stuff in the crosscar division now alongside the seniors. The penultimate final of the day is heading out onto circuit. It's the junior Suzuki Swifts up next. George takes the applause of the crowd on the run through the Devil's Elbow, and it's the junior Suzukis up next with Billy Hands on pole position. Motorsport UK and BTRDA junior rallycrossers are on the line, and this is our last points paying final of the day. Our super final next will be just for fun with the fastest 5 Europeans against the fastest 5 British contingent. Billy Hand starts on pole alongside Tommy Brown, Phoebe Cake, Oscar Cooper and Ethan Miles. A good colourful grid of identical, closely controlled Suzukis. We're ready to race. Can Billy Hands take top spot in this one? We're away. Phoebe Cake gets a good start in the junior final, but Billy Hands is going to hold sway down into Talladega for the first time. It's a good start from Oscar Cooper in the black and the purple colours. Ethan Miles has also made good ground. The one who's had a poor start is Tommy Brown, and Tommy, the highest placed returning driver from last season, he's dropped down to the back of the pack. He's going to try and make ground, but Tommy Brown, who's one of the pre-event favourites to be on the top step at the end of this one, has dropped down into 5th of the 5 runners. So Billy Hands, the championship leader. He's got a 1 point championship lead over Ethan Miles at the top of the standings, and we have a fight going on for third because Oscar Cooper and Miles are overlapping through the North Bend hairpin, and Tommy Brown's getting involved there as well. So Tommy Brown in the 5th place car, 3rd in the championship, trying to make a move on Miles and the rest. He goes Joker this time through, and it's Billy Hands then who has the early lead, a good couple of car lengths. The championship leader by 1 point. He's won here at Lydden Hill earlier in the year. He won at Lydden at Easter. He got a podium, a 3rd place finish at the second round at Lydden on Easter Monday, and can he now make it another victory on his home circuit? He's 1 point clear in the championship standings ahead of Ethan Miles, who's currently third in this one. Ethan's not yet done the Joker. Phoebe Cake has. So too has Tommy Brown. So the blue and the silver cars at the back of this train, the lighter blue of Phoebe Cake and the grey colours of Tommy Brown, are definitely two to watch as Ethan Miles begins to feel the pressure of Phoebe Cake behind. Cake is closing. Ethan goes Joker this time. Billy Hands is already getting the Joker done. Good move by Billy. Is he going to come out ahead of Oscar Cooper? No. Oscar Cooper then's our new race leader. So the second generation rallycrosser. Dad Ryan competed in the minis and still should be back in BTRDA action at some point. But into the race lead goes Hands up the inside. So a change for top spot with Billy Hands getting the lead back from Oscar Cooper. It was a brief lead for Oscar, and he's still to take the Joker. Our three leaders are effectively Hands, Brown and Cake. Oscar Cooper needs to disappear into the longer route, and Tommy Brown and Phoebe Cake will be hoping that the purple and black car of Cooper disappears into the Joker lap this time through, because they won't want to be delayed at any point behind the second place car, which isn't running in the same championship as them. Oscar's running in the BTRDA series, and he does this time go into the Joker. So it will now be a straight fight to the flag between the three leading runners in the Suzuki Swift Juniors from the Motorsport UK Championship, with Ethan Miles at the back of the train behind Oscar Cooper. But into second place now comes Brown. He gets around the outside of Cake. So Cake and Brown are swapping around. And now can Tommy Brown start to really challenge our race leading Suzuki Swift of Billy Hands? We enjoyed great action from them in Q1, in race 1 first thing this morning. At about 10 o'clock, brilliant duel between the Kentish racer in the form of Billy Hands and the Essex racer in Tommy Brown. And Tommy now will try and really close in on the green machine out front. Billy, though, one of the youngest drivers in this division, at just 14 years of age, he's bouncing across the gravel into the chicane to start what is now the penultimate lap. Has Billy Hands got enough in hand here to keep Tommy Brown and the rest at bay? The field is closing up then. We're set for a grandstand finish in the junior final here at the two-wheel drive Superprix, because Tommy Brown's the fastest driver on circuit. He's just set a 54 second tap time. Sorry, struggling to see the timing screen here. And Tommy Brown, you don't need to look at the timing screen. You can look out the window, because Tommy Brown is right there and he's closing in on the race leader. Billy Hands is coming under increasing pressure, and he still has a lap and a half to go. Billy's done this before though. He's shown good speed. He's shown great maturity, and he needs to use all of his experience now, which is pretty limited, to try and keep the highest place returning driver from 2025 behind him. We're on to what is now our final lap then, and Billy Hands has got his hands full, that is for sure, because Tommy Brown is right with him, and third place Phoebe Cake can't be ruled out either. They go into Talladega together, and there's contact. Phoebe Cake clips the rear of Tommy Brown, and Tommy just holds on to it. Phoebe Cake has a half spin, and what the move there has helped the Billy Hands just edge further clear. That just delayed Tommy Brown. Contact down through Talladega. Phoebe Cake's going to fall off the podium as a result of that, or will she? She might be able to come back at Ethan Miles before the end of this one, with Oscar Cooper being a driver from the other BTRDA Junior Championship. Phoebe could still get on the podium in the Motorsport UK Juniors, but it will be Billy Hands then, barring any dramas through paddock. He comes through the final corner for the last time up to the chicane, and Billy Hands is going to get his second win of the season. Billy does it. He wins on home turf. Tommy Brown will be in second. Third is Oscar Cooper, best of the BTRDA Juniors, and he takes third on the road. Fourth for Ethan Miles. Fifth is Phoebe Cake, but great racing from the juniors. Tommy Brown was pretty frustrated with the contact through Talladega, which cost him time, but well done to Billy on his home circuit. He stretches his championship lead and wins in the Motorsport UK Junior Rallycrossers. Next on circuit, our last race of the day for the Super Final. our last race of the day at the two-wheel drive Superprix for 2026, and the healthiest super modified field we've seen for many a year in Britain has produced some great racing so far today, and it's the super final, which will no points available here, but you really want to win the super final if you can. They're no longer running the British Championship, but the BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross Championship still offer them, and it's Stavmir Volok, a wave to the commentary box, who leads the field down onto pole position. Stav is ready to go. He's very happy indeed with his day's work, and he's now going to go out, hopefully for him, with a bang in the super final. The Epping-based Polish racer is racing as a European here this weekend, so he classifies as one of the fastest 5 European runners. Second fastest, Mandy Kassa in the Ford Fiesta. 96 of Theo Vaesen starts from the outside of row 1 in his dog-eared BMW. But he's been brilliant, Theo Vaesen, with a sick-sounding BMW. He's been really one to watch. Some of the quickest drivers may be sitting this out. So a number of the European, mainly this is a European race because we've got a full grid of drivers from across the channel making use of their track time. Arjen van Lommel starts on the second row with the number 215 car. That's one of our visitors from Germany, Florian Weimann. The treble 6 car starts from the very back row. The Ford Escort of Aert and the treble 5 of George Gray and Wesley Wickens. The 2 British drivers representing Britain, George Gray in 555 and Wesley Wickens in 51. So we're going to go for a start Internations Cup style rallycross race here. The Europeans versus the Brits. I think the Europeans might have the edge, but 6 laps of racing ready to go. Volok, Kassa and Vaesen, your front row. We're ready to go with the super final at the two-wheel drive Superprix for 2026, and it's Stavmir Volok who blasts away from the line with the lead, as you would expect. No Fred Ling and co to duke it out with, but the Europeans behind will be leaving nothing on the circuit here right now as they come through the right-hander of Talladega for the first time. It's Volok who leads, Van Lommel in second, Kassa's running in third spot. Kassa was very disappointed of how her event ended in the final with contact over the jump, so great that Mandy Kassa's made it out onto circuit in the Ford Fiesta as the Dan Aerts Ford Escort makes good ground and comes up into 4th position ahead of the Volkswagen Polo of Weimann, but it's Stavmir Volok who's leading the field into the chicane for the first time. 5 laps left to go, and already we can see the tail happy George Gray going all out of shape through the chicane. George just gets away with that in the BMW Compact, but it's still our race leader Volok up over the tabletop. Weimann having a good fight with Vaesen in the BMW and Volkswagen Polo squabble through the dust and past the flags and up over the tabletop. That's a good duel. Wesley Wickens is trying to push his BMW Mini as hard as he can in the super final. We really do see drivers pushing their cars to the absolute limits here. It used to see Ash Simpson, Dave Bellaby and co taking the fights to four-wheel drive supercars. Dave Bellaby winning an overall event here in a super final back in 2007 against proper full-blown supercars. So it can be done. Two-wheel drive cars are really quick, but no four-wheel drive cars to worry about here today, and it's a very well-driven BMW of Stavmir Volok which is leading the field. The Vaesen BMW meanwhile looks slightly less well put together now, at least. The Vaesen car ahead of Weimann, behind Weimann in fact, in the Volkswagen Polo, but Vassen's really pushing on. Very attacking style. He really is pretty wild, is Vaesen. It's entertaining to watch. Really good to see that he's dragging a BMW around, which hasn't really got the power it needs underneath it, struggling up Hairy Hill, but the Belgian racer going strongly. It's the Polish one though, in this form of Stavmir Volok, who leads ahead of Arjen van Lommel in the Volvo 242. Mandy Kassa in the Ford Fiesta in the number 88 car, and then there's Dan Aerts, Weimann and the Vaesen BMW. Wesley Wickens at the back of the train. We are now into the final couple of laps, and sadly we've lost Dan Ertz. So Dan Ertz in the treble 6 car is out, and he's putting off at the side of the road. The G3 Escort has just struggled, sadly. The car, which is new to him for this season, he's stepped into Rallycross in 2026, debuted the car at the opening round of the Dutch Rallycross Championship, and sadly Dan Ertz is out. Slavomir Volok meanwhile goes Joker. Into the Joker lap section goes Volok. We're going to have a yellow flag down at the Cheshunt's Drift Talladega sequence, because Volok in the SPW cars coming past Dan Ertz in the Ford Escort. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to challenge Slavomir then. The V8 powered BMW, which is being made ready for upcoming Rally X events in Denmark and Germany, has been the car to beat here at the two-wheel drive Superprix. No Bleasdale brothers to duke it out with, but it's really shown its speed as the BMW across the course of the weekend. As still Van Lommel second, Kassa third. The fight for third could be on now, because here comes Florian Wiemann, and Wiemann is going along nicely then in the Volkswagen Polo. The 1.8 litre turbocharged Polo is smoking its way round the North Bend hairpin, and we could get Wiemann, the German racer, up onto the podium here, because Kassa's going to go Joker, and Wiemann will benefit from that. So Wiemann now up into third place, but don't rule out the hard charging number 96 of Vassen. The Theo Vassen still can't be ruled out here, and can he finally get a podium? He would really deserve it in what has been a very sick sounding BMW across the course of the weekend. Slow up Hairy Hill and smoking its way around the circuit. Can Vassen drag the BMW onto the podium? He's running out of time and running out of tarmac now, but as he climbs up Hairy Hill, that's where you see that power deficit and the power issues come in. Slavomir Volok meanwhile is going to come through and take the checker flag in the BMW. He wins the super final at the two-wheel drive Superprix for 2026. It'll be second place for Van Lommel in the Volvo 242. Brilliant to have so many European drivers making the effort to cross the channel and head to Lydden today. Third spot is Florian Wiemann. Fourth will be Vassen in the BMW. Fifth at the line, Mandy Kassa in her Ford Fiesta. Wesley Wickens was best of the British in sixth, ahead of George Gray in the 555. But it's Dan Ertz sadly out on the Talladega banking. Super final is done then, and the star has been Slavomir Volok. He's been in Rallycross now for 19 seasons, celebrating his 20th year next year. Loves the sport. He's been to every European round this year to spectate. He can't get enough of it. And Slavomir Volok wins in the BMW on his first outing in the car for many a season here at Lydden. Great to have it back. He's only done one round so far at Valkenswaard in Holland, and he's now returned to Lydden and won the super final and the super modified A final as well. May we see any donuts from Slavomir as he goes round North Bend hairpin? Potentially, as he goes round and trundles back to the paddock. He might be calling it a day and thinking, I'll look after the car for next weekend at Denmark and Germany after that. Great stuff from Slavomir Volok. Thanks to everyone involved with the two-wheel drive Superprix for 2026, from the marshals to the officials to everyone behind the scenes who makes the event happen, the drivers who are putting on a tremendous show, and everyone watching on the live stream back at home. Hope you enjoyed it, and everyone turning out trackside. Thanks very much for enjoying the two-wheel drive Superprix with us here at Lydden. Have a safe trip home. I hope to see you back at the circuit shortly for more Rallycross action.